limitations, and how far we excel or go is we live in a country that'll let us go as far as we want. And so how far we excel or how high we go depends on each individual. There's nowhere else in the world that I could chase little green fish across the country and make $40,000 in 3 days.
This is the Bassmasters Classic, the test of the best, the World Championship of Bass Angling. It's the Tournament of Champions, the dream of America's bassin men. And the 40 bass anglers who are fishing for this $100,000 World Championship on the Arkansas River near Pine Bluff, Arkansas, earn their right to be here. For no amount of entry fee can buy anyone's way into this main event. Most of these competitors will admit their first dream, their first goal, was just to get here. By fishing head-to-head across the country to earn the points that would bring them the invitation to fish in Classic 14. And the biggest dream of all, winning the coveted championship that says you're the best of the best. A dream that touches most who cast for cash and glory. Those who sleep in vans and trucks and forego the easy life in exchange for $2 fast food dinners, the entry fees, and the gas to get to the next tournament. It's the dream of bass anglers like Ken Cook, whose $100,000 first place finish in the first Super Bass tournament allowed him to leave a fisheries biologist job to become a full-time bass pro. And Denny Brower, whose dream of standing on the stage of this championship event meant that he had to change his Nebraska lifestyle and start fishing for a living by guiding on the lakes of Missouri. And it's the World Championship dream of the king of bassin, television personality Roland Martin, who stands at the top in all-time money winnings on the Bassmasters tournament trail, but who has yet to capture this championship in 12 previous attempts. And Rick Clunn, the only angler ever to win back-to-back classics, the confident, calculating Texan that others call Mr. Computer, the angler the crowd should never count out till the scales are stacked in the corner at the end of this 3-day event. And it's a dream for the rookies, just to make the final event for the first time, to stand shoulder to shoulder with the idols of their profession, like Martin, television angler Orlando Wilson, and last year's classic winner, Larry Nixon. Anglers like Dr. Greg South, a 36-year-old radiologist from Virginia who's been practicing for this event since he started bass angling at the age of 2. And New York's Don Cajano, who fished his way to 2 B.A.S.S. Federation championships in Connecticut and has paid his dues for 7 years for the right to be here. Pros and amateurs, rookies and will-be champions who came to win. Those who feel second is last. That it's never over until it's over. Not until the last cast is made. For 3 mornings, the competitors and spectators will gather at the takeoff site and bow their heads as Mr. Bass Ray Scott, the founder of the Bass Anglers Sportsman's Society, prays for a good day and a safe return, and then tells them, "Gentlemen, start your engines." The great American dream of making bass fishing a profession started here in Arkansas 17 years ago when Montgomery, Alabama insurance executive Ray Scott dropped the start flag at Beaver Lake, and contestants roared off in aluminum boats and 10-horsepower engines. That first B.A.S.S. tournament changed America's leisure time hours, propelling the sport of fishing into America's 3rd largest participant sport. With more than 420,000 members, the Bass Anglers Sportsman's Society has become the official voice of bass anglers throughout the nation and the world, and the organization that has brought national awareness to catch and release for the preservation of the resource. And here now at Classic 14, the 1984 World Championship of Bass Angling, it's more than evident that bass fishing has become more than just a sport. It's become a profession, a business for those who chase little green fish in the lakes and rivers of America.
1815. There's your leader, folks. There's your leader.
First day catches in the Bassmasters Classic are not always a preview of things to come. Many anglers will go to their main concentration of fish, catch them, and start the second day with an empty hole. How many fish are left in that spot or spots is the key to the final 3-day tally.
If you can go back and catch more tomorrow?
I think I can catch some more, but I don't think they'll weigh what these did today. I think
It's not over yet. About to weigh in is Ricky Clunn, quiet, confident, and the man to watch in any tournament.
If he goes in there one more time, I'm gonna have a heart attack. He has been in the money 62 times out of 83 tournaments. Listen to this, folks. His winnings, $170,100. Woo! Hold him up, Ricky. Hold him up, Ricky.
The scale is the judge, and Clunn needs 19 pounds to go ahead of Dr. Greg South.
Oh, this is incredible. Watch the scales. Nope. 24 pounds, 14 ounces.
With only 5 pounds, 13 ounces separating the two leaders going into the second day, Clunn's first day classic catch is really only a fish ahead on this river known for 8 and 10-pound largemouth bass. But even though there's an abundance of good bass in the river, not everyone will limit out. They never do. Even great anglers like television personality Jimmy Houston can have a tough day.
I caught me a bunch of fish today. I caught about probably 15 or 20 bass, but they were deformed. There's a lot of deformed bass running around out there in the Arkansas River. Their head is growing too close to their tail.
Oh.
It's never over till it's over, and each day is a whole new ball game when it comes to scale bending, to moving in and out, jockeying for position in the final sprint toward the finish line. Does Clunn's honey hole still drip gold? Can he repeat his tremendous first day catch?
All right, folks, the man who blew the roof off this place yesterday, Rick Clunn. Let's give him a super hand right here. 24 pounds, 12 ounces yesterday. He has a 5-pound, 13-ounce lead, and I see one bass out of that well. I don't know what that means. Everybody count when he brings them out now. 3. Hey, that fish weighed 2 pounds and 7 ounces. He has won 2 classics. The only man in history to win classics back-to-back in 1976 and 1977. All right, how many is that? 4. I guess that, no, he's going back. His winnings so far in his career, previous winnings, $170,000, and he's still in the well. Let's keep clapping till he gets the last one in. Come on. Chili, that's it. What's that? How many is that, Harold? All right.
With South Parker and Brower still to weigh in, Rick needs a big bag of bass to get a firm hold on first.
I'm guessing 18 pounds. Come on, man. Look at one teeny little smile. Rick Clunn, that's absolutely incredible. What was the weight? 23 pounds, 8 ounces, people. This has got to be the most incredible classic we have ever had in 14 years. How do you feel? You ought to feel pretty good.
Well, I really don't want to feel much of anything until this weigh-in's over, and then I'll decide what I got to do tomorrow.
You really think you still got some people that may challenge you?
That's the funny thing about this sport. You really never know until it's finished who's going to win. I hope to have a pretty good lead going in tomorrow and don't have to do as much. That's kind of been my strategy, is to get a big enough lead so I don't have to do a whole lot that last day. And I hope that's what's happened, but only time will tell.
Hank Parker, third after the first day, comes to the scales. Only Parker and Larry Nixon own the B.A.S.S Slam, winning both the Bassmasters Classic and the Bass Angler of the Year title.
11 pounds, 14 ounces. Hank Parker. Now that'll move him back up into what position? Second place, folks. There you are, Hank. Good congratulations to you. We're going to weigh your big bass here, which weighs 4 pounds and 3 ounces. But go ahead and weigh him. You think that fish is heavier than that?
No, I didn't. I was surprised it was that heavy. I was disappointed.
You moved into second place. Do you still feel comfortable?
No, I really don't feel very comfortable. First place is so far out in front. He could be caught. I've got a plan for tomorrow. I kind of deviated a little bit from my plan today, but I've got some big fish, and I think that if I get there early in the morning, I'll be in the first flight for the first time tomorrow, and I've got some big fish, so if he would have happened to stump his toe, I think that there's a good possibility I could catch 18, 20, 25 pounds tomorrow.
You know, you got one big gamble now. You realize that you're right up there in second place. Now, if you take a big gamble and go after big bass and try to beat Clunn, you could blow it and fall from second place to 10th, 12th, 15th, even for deeper in their cranks.
Now, I came here to win, and that's what I'm going to try to do.
With Parker's second-day catch-in, Greg South needs 8 pounds, 9 ounces to regain the runner-up spot.
13 pounds, 13 ounces. All right.
Superstitious.
Huh?
Better hope I'm not superstitious. 13 pounds, 13 ounces.
Well, I don't know what's that going to do to you. Let's see what place that puts you. That puts you back in second place, folks. He's the number 2 man.
So going into the last day, Clunn leads by 15 pounds, 8 ounces. But there have been other tournaments where that hasn't been enough. How does Rick feel about his chances as the final day approaches?
I found today that they got a little bit tougher, and that I feel like that it's going to take a little bit more work to catch those fish. It got tougher today than it was yesterday, which I'm putting a lot of pressure on that water.
For the hundreds of press, the would-be classic competitors and spectators who crowd the launch site near Pine Bluff in the early gray dawn of the last day, there's the feeling that even though they can't trade places with these professional anglers, even though they can't ride in these high-performance bass boats, catch the fish, and share in the limelight, that they too are a part of something special, a part of history being made when the scales go down the last time and the champion is crowned. Today, they'll also see a lifetime member of the Bass Anglers Sportsman Society, a man who also happens to be Vice President of the United States, keep a promise he made to his friend Ray Scott and stop by to help at the weigh-in. They know that this is a classic of classics, that maybe Rick Clunn will win an unprecedented 3rd World Bass Angling Championship, that maybe Rick Clunn will break the all-time classic record for the largest catch of bass, a record he set, that maybe the Arkansas River will yield the most fish and the most total weight in classic history. As the crowd started filtering into the Pine Bluff Civic Center at noon, 2.5 hours before the first fish was to be weighed, friends, wives of the competitors, and the press asked officials if they'd heard any word from out on the river. Was Clunn catching fish? What was Dr. South doing? They came by the hundreds, by the thousands to see and hear for themselves. So many came, in fact, that more than 1,000 would-be spectators at this final hour were turned back as the Civic Center overflowed with some 7,000 cheering fans of America's 3rd favorite participant sport, fishing.
Ladies and gentlemen, I've just been told that we have a very honored guest here. The Vice President of the United States of America has come to Pine Bluff, Arkansas. I want a nice welcome for him. We're so proud. Let's all stand. George Bush, Bass Fisherman's friend. All right. We're just delighted to have you at Pine Bluff at our 14th annual classic.
We all enjoyed the Olympic Games. What a marvelous thing it was for the spirit of this country. And now I feel like I'm standing in the Olympic Games of bass fishing. So thanks for letting me come. Thank you very much.
We want you to stay here now.
All right.
Mr. Vice President, I'll tell you what we need. The governor was up here a little bit ago and helped us. I wonder if you would assist Harold Sharp and I. We're weighing in about 3 more boats. I'm not sure how many we have, but we have Denny Brower of Camden, Missouri, who's weighing in, and he was in 3rd place yesterday, so he's bringing his catch in now.
You want to make him official before?
Let's hold it. Before Harold just reminded me that nobody comes in this boat unless he wears an official cap.
All right.
We don't want to give you any heavy orders, but if Harold Sharp can give you any orders he wants, it's his boat.
they do? Put him in here?
No, let him help you, Harold. All right, Mr. Vice President. Here's Denny Breyer.
Good to see, Danny.
Camden, Missouri. Denny had 30 pounds.
You'll just pick up, set him on.
Nice and easy on the scale. 5 pounds, 10 ounces for Denny Breyer. That'll give him 36 pounds and move him into second place.
And here comes Hank Parker. Did his big bass gold mine pan out?
Hank Parker, let's give him a great hand, folks. All right, now how many fish we got in there, Harold? 5 and 5 alive. Let the vice president take those fish, Harold. 5 bass, 5 alive, and they are alive. 15 pounds, 12 ounces.
This moves Parker past Brower into second place with 43 pounds, 2 ounces. And Greg South yet to weigh in.
In second place yesterday from Virginia, Dr. Greg South. 32 pounds and 12 ounces he had accumulated through the second day. He appears to be the only man that's got a chance to beat Rick Clunn. All right, he gave me a bad sign there. He indicates that 32 pounds 12. Uh-oh, another live well. I thought he was coming out of the boat. I thought he was finished. How many is that? Oh! Dr. Greg South of Richmond, Virginia.
Greg South needs 10 pounds, 7 ounces to go ahead of Parker for second place, and 15 pounds, 8 ounces to move ahead of Clunn.
All right, there you are. There's your new leader. 17 pounds, 5 ounces. Greg South, Richmond, Virginia. He told us a story about his dad took him fishing when he was a kid. And while he and his wife came to this tournament, his papa is keeping his children, so it's a wonderful scene. Congratulations to you, Greg. My friend, you are now the leader now. Has anybody heard officially from, has anybody heard anything from, not in?
You ready?
Is he in or is he not? Is he in? Well, now let's see. Now, Greg South has moved into the lead, right? All right, Clunn is not. Has Clunn come in yet? Where's Clunn, Pooley? He's here? Oh, here he is, Mr. Vice President. Rick Clunn. All right, he's got to have fish. All right, here's our man, the leader, through the first 2 days. Breaking all the records in the book. He needs, to break the record, he's got to have 11 pounds, 12 ounces to break the all-time record. This man devoted his life to bass fishing, and his father and his family supported him all the way, and this is a product of a great family. He won the Classic in 1976 and 1977. This is his 3rd win. He needs at least 11 pounds, 12 ounces to break the all-time record. He's still digging. My goodness. He can bring in 7 bass.
He's weighing over 20 pounds yesterday.
He had over 24 pounds. Let's give it for him, folks. Come on, everybody, stand up. This is broke all the records. Ricky Clunn.
Got it?
But he blew him away. He did. Going away.
As Clunn comes to the stage for the final scale count, it's no longer really a question of breaking his all-time record. It's a question of by how much. Rick's wife, Jerry, joins him on stage, along with the official host of Classic 14, Arkansas Governor Bill Clinton.
Talk to me, brother. You're the champ.
So let me start kind of slow here, I guess. I'm going to tell you how it happened first, and then I want to say a couple other things. I found these fish back almost 3 weeks ago, fishing Model A bomber. And I was fishing in the harbor. I never went over 3 miles from where we put in. And I'm not going to say exactly where, because I owe it to the fish. I'll let you guys figure that out. But I didn't leave the harbor area. The fish were sitting on a small ledge, about 2.5 foot, with some stumps and brush on it. This ledge wouldn't have been about 50 yards long, dropping into about 13 foot. And I just, every day, couldn't believe how many fish were still there when I went back.
As he cast and caught and culled his record limit of bass, spectators in boats and on the bank cheered him on as he boated yet another bass for the classic scales.
I do want to take this opportunity to thank my dad. He's probably been the one thing that's allowed me to be where I'm at, him and my wife, Jerry. Her patience and his farsightedness to allow me to wade down the creeks in Oklahoma when I was 6 years old behind him in my underwear. And that's all I really thought about today was, and the last 3 days, was just wading down behind him, fishing behind him in those creeks.
And as the crowd cheered and applauded, Rick Clunn sums up his philosophy on again becoming the world champion.
I'd like to say something else that is not necessarily just related to fishing, it's related to everything. And one of my strongest things in bass fishing is not necessarily my ability to catch fish, but it's realizing that we live in a country where there are no limits. We're sometimes made to think there's limitations, but there are none. And it's the one thing in this tournament that has really helped me keep going, is that and my dad, is that there are no limitations, and how far we excel or go is we live in a country that'll let us go as far as we want. And so how far we excel or how high we go depends on each individual. There's nowhere else in the world that I could chase little green fish across the country and make $40,000 in 3 days. I think that's fairly easily said.
Classic 14, a classic. Rick Clunn winning an unprecedented 3rd World Championship and bringing his all-time B.A.S.S. earnings to more than $210,000, second only to Roland Martin. Rick Clunn setting an all-time classic record for total catch with more than 75 pounds. Classic 14 broke the all-time number of fish caught during the 3-day event with 462, and the all-time classic record for total weight, 930 pounds 4 ounces. Classic 14, the dream, the American dream for millions of anglers across the country who would settle for being second here, even though it's last in the minds of these professional anglers, these bass fishermen who know it's never over until it's over. Classic 14 is over. Rick Clunn chased and caught his American dream.
It's time for the biggest event in bass fishing, the 2011 Bassmaster Classic.
I dream about it, I think about it. I guess it's an obsession.
Get in here, get in here, get in here!
You spend all year long trying to get here. And it only lasts for a short period of time, and there's so much riding on it. It's, you know, I'm not saying that my career's riding on it, but it could be.
This is the classic. It's what you do. I mean, it's what we work all year for, just to get here.
How do you love me now?
If you don't get excited, you know, it's like hearing the national anthem in the morning. That's like, woo, here we go. I mean, the emotions swell up, your brain's spinning.
Come on. You don't know what you're watching. You're watching the Bassmaster Classic, baby! Yeah!
I catch myself gritting my teeth, you know, you can feel like somebody's uncalled to play and you fixing to get the ball. You're excited.
I'm probably more excited to fish my 29th than I was my first Classic, because I know what it really means now. Back then, I was just fishing, and it was just, you know, hey, I'm doing what I thought I needed to be doing. The Classics today mean a lot more, especially with the competitive field that I compete against. I mean, these are truly the best anglers in the world.
Yeah!
We fish all over the country, and there are very few places left that have true magic spots in them. Places where the winning fish live and nobody else is going to find. This delta has lots of them.
This is the biggest focus every year, and this event is it. I mean, this is a Super Bowl.
If you win the Classic, it can never be taken away, ever.
Fishing for. Never give up! Never give up!
So welcome to the Bassmaster Classic 41st edition, the World Championship 2011 of bass fishing. And this is the spot right here where every day finds its end, where the rubber meets the road, the guys bring in the fish, they're set on the scale, and here on the final day, we will find out who that world champion is. I'm Tommy Sanders, here with Mark Zona, ready for this one, this 41st, where each and every one of the 50 anglers competing say it's going to be so different from any of the ones that have come before.
We have definitely covered a lot of tournaments together, but never one like this, especially a Bassmaster Classic. So many tournaments that we've covered where weather basically dictates how the fish are going to bite. In this tournament, catching them is about this big. There's so many variables here, and what I mean by that, weather dictates everything on this. It dictates how you run, when you run, and if you're going to even make it in.
The best decision maker may well be the angler that prevails in this 41st Bassmaster Classic. As we look at this unique playing field down in New Orleans, there is no place that is quite like the Louisiana Delta. Bayou Signet is our launching point for all of the 3 days. That's the gateway into this incredibly sort of beguiling place with all the canals, all the shallow ponds, the large lakes, all the waterways that test these guys. A lot of potential problems out there for all of them they've got to contend with throughout this entire 3-day fishing event. And right now, the first of those problems, the presence of fog. As we take a look at the start there at Bayou Signet, these guys have got so much to think about. There is so much on their minds. Robbie Floyd is out there taking in all this. Robbie Floyd will be covering all these 3,700 square miles of the Delta for us as this competition wears on. And right now, as we wait for the launch, he has cornered the pre-competition favorite, Kevin VanDam.
Well, you have to talk to the reigning Toyota Tundra Bassmaster Angler of the Year and the defending Bassmaster Classic champion, KVD. I mean, foggy conditions to start off, but literally, when I'm talking to the anglers, this looked like it could be the perfect storm as far as catching fish.
Well, you know, usually when we have the Classic, we got cold weather and, you know, rain comes in, but this is the exact opposite. I mean, we've got 10 degree above normal temperatures. I mean, the temperature is going to be in the mid-70s. Water temperature is warming real fast. Today is the full moon. I mean, this reminds me of the day that Dean Rojas broke the record down in Toho, you know, a few years back, you know, and that's the kind of fishing we could have today. I mean, all these big fish got to be moving up, thinking about spawning. It's been cold. This is the first big warming trend, and I mean, what a warming trend it's been. It could be unbelievable today.
Could be the perfect day, the perfect storm. He's going to head about 20 miles from here. Myself, I'm heading about 100 miles south.
Wow, was that a little bombshell right there when Kevin VanDam says it's looking to him like the record-setting tournament of all time 10 years ago? You kind of prick up your ears a little bit.
But definitely the problem here, though, is that decision. You listen to Kevin VanDam, one of our anglers that's going to fish close to our takeoff, maximize his fishing time, literally fish all day. But think about this. Almost half of our field making the decision to run. And basically what I mean by that is run 2 to 3 hours. Imagine being in the Bassmaster Classic fishing for the biggest title in the whole game and having to think about that, get to your area, catch them, and bigger than that, just make it home.
Make sure you got enough gas. It's not like a running down a river across a reservoir either. There are all sorts of intersections, uneven bottom, all sorts of surprises, all sorts of little landmines out there for these competitors in the Bassmaster Classic. And now, who are we set to watch throughout these 3 days? Well, it's all going to depend on how the scores run from one day to the next. But the guy we got to watch at the top, the defending champion, Kevin VanDam, going for a record-tying 4th Bassmaster Classic. In these last 10 years, he's put together 3 classics, so he's won about a third of the classics available in the last 10 years.
And the one angler to push Kevin VanDam the last few years, Skeet Reese, a former Bassmaster Classic champion and Toyota Tundra Angler of the Year winner, but last season he lost that title on the final day. Today, he will be looking for revenge.
The last time the Classic contested here on the Delta, second place went to this man, Gary Clunn. There was a time during that final day that he thought he had it won. But Gary Clunn, his 29th Bassmaster Classic, and he is an absolute warrior. He never tires. He's always there ready to go.
And here's a scary man right here, Greg Hackney, our only angler, our local angler from Louisiana, probably more knowledge on this body of water than anybody in our entire field.
The 2003 Bassmaster Classic champ Michael Iaconelli, never give up. That famous scene played again and again when Iaconelli landed the winning fish, or what would turn out to be the winning fish in the 03 Classic. That's the way he's going to take on this whole event right here. He will never give up, and we will never give up watching Michael Iaconelli. As we look at those guys, obviously the favorites as we go into this thing, in most people's minds, I wonder who you got in the back of your mind as somebody we might watch for, a dark horse perhaps.
You know, I think those, for the folks at home that don't follow us, those are the obvious picks. Those are the best in the game, but there's one guy. Ever since we started talking about this tournament, basically, a guy, Scott Rook from Arkansas, and the reason I say that, number one, he has more knowledge of river fishing than anybody I've ever met. And the other thing, and I think this is the key thing to win this tournament, he is calm as could be. Basically, he could keep his composure when this place erupts.
Yeah, and Scott Rook, the guy who finished second to Kevin VanDam when he won his first Classic down here in 2001. A lot of reasons to watch Kevin VanDam as we get closer and closer. Well, launch time finally here. They're not being held back any longer. And these guys are doing something they have anticipated for the last calendar year, finally getting started on this all-important first day of the Bassmaster Classic. As we say, as you say, a lot of them making long runs, taking a lot of chances for some big payoffs, a lot of them hedging their bets with a nearby fishing location. And one of those guys is going to be this man, Kevin VanDam.
And what a game plan he has. He said, check this out. I know guys are running 2 to 3 hours, and they are pounding them, but I am fishing for quality here. And the other thing he said, one of the reasons I'm staying closed zona, I'm going to fish a little lake called Lake Catawatchee. The reason why is, what if we run into fog the first day of the Classic? Almost predicted exactly what happened here. And the other thing is, he said, too many things can go wrong here. Things out of my control. I want to maximize my fishing time and fish for quality. In fact, his exact words were, I want to be catching them when other guys are driving.
Hey, 12 minutes to get to Catawatchee versus 2 hours to get down to Venice. That's part one of his decision right there. But I think we're about to see that there are more reasons he has chosen this place. Kevin VanDam getting to work early on day one.
There it is. Good one, too. Look at there. That's how you want to start the Bassmasters Classic right there, boys. That's why I've come here, because they're chubs. Nice, nice, nice. Get you some of that.
All right, he said it. This could be a big bass beatdown at this Bassmaster Classic. That's a good fish to come so early in the day, but we got a lot more to see before we know if he's exactly right on with that prediction.
And if you look at that, it's kind of scary, him saying, Bud, what if it gets foggy? I need to stay close and catch a big one right off the bat, and that's exactly what happens in the first 5 minutes.
Oh, that's what we're looking for. That's what the Bassmaster Classic is all about. Defending champ Kevin VanDam getting it going early, making the rest of the field watch that possibly painful scenario for 3 full days. 3 full days that are all important to these guys. In this one, it's all or nothing. In this one, there is no second place.
And I'm going to tell you, I thought I was going to win. There was no doubt in my mind when I unloaded my boat that I was going to win. I couldn't believe that I felt so strong about winning, and I didn't.
You know, losing to Boyd on Lake Lake and watching him catch that big fish in the last few minutes of the day to beat me by, I think it was 6 or 8 ounces, that's crushing. You'd rather lose by a big margin to have the comfort in it than a small margin, definitely.
The 41st Annual Bassmaster Classic is brought to you by Toyota Trucks, Mercury, Triton Boats, and Evan Williams Bourbon.
This area supposedly got gutted by the oil spill. I'm going to tell you, the fishing, what I've seen, it's way better than when I fished the Classic here before. The fishing's unbelievable.
You've got a Mississippi River, and you've got marsh and tide and current, and it makes it a dynamic, changing fishery. And that's what Delta means. It means change.
We're going to make a statement to the entire world that this Delta system is alive and well, especially after they see the catches that come in today.
The 41st Bassmaster Classic now underway in what is no exaggeration, one of the most incredible places on the face of the earth, the Louisiana Delta. Everyone's been waiting for a full year plus an extra hour for a fog delay this morning, but fishing is actually getting underway for some of these anglers. Our Toyota Tundra, rules of the game, 50 anglers fishing for 3 days, the heaviest weight. Over those 3 days, the total wins $500,000, and the most prized thing in bass fishing, that classic trophy we just saw. Mark Zona, Tommy Sanders here with you. And should I stay? Should I go? That's the question.
Well, I can tell you right now, Skeet Reese has one game plan. He said, I do not feel this tournament will be won close. I'm going to make that run. I'm going to go down to Venice, and I need literally, check this out, I need 1 hour to get my job done. Trust me, I'm going to get my shots. I'm going to get a lot of bites. And if you look in the background right there, that's what we're going to be concentrating on. All those canes, all the reeds down there. A lot of these fish setting up to spawn. Skeet, one of our anglers, who's a Berkeley pit boss, and he said, Bud, here's the best way to put it. When I get there, I will knock their lights out.
Skeet Reese, the last angler to win a Bassmaster Classic in the state of Louisiana, did that in '09 in the Red River near Shreveport. But this is a different look down here. And Skeet Reese striking hard, striking fast. You talk about how tough this field is. You got to get past this guy who had one of the most incredible seasons, in fact, the most incredible season ever in the Bassmaster Elite Series just last year. From Skeet Reese, we go to another angler making the long run to Venice, Louisiana. A guy who was a big part of the story last year at the Bassmaster Classic on Lay Lake in Alabama. That's Jeff Crete.
And basically all of our anglers finally getting to their fishing area down in Venice. And listening to Jeff, he said the hardest thing in this event is running and running basically wide open the entire morning, going 70 to 75 miles an hour, getting down to Venice, and then you need to downshift and slow down. But the interesting thing so far this morning, after watching Skeet and looking at Jeff Crete right here, the big ones have not shown up yet.
There's one, man. After a 2.5-hour boat ride, I'm gonna tell you that feels pretty good. Woo. Man, shaking, dude. God, such a long boat run, man, and you're so nervous and about getting over here, you know.
Skunk out of the boat, and Jeff Crete tweaked out of his mind right now.
Jeff Crete also on our leaderboard at this point. How could we not follow that story after following Crete through that amazing classic 1 year ago? We saw Robbie Floyd at the takeoff this morning. Big assignment for him to try to cover this giant playing field. Planes, trains, automobiles. He's doing his job so far. He's caught up with Bobby Lane.
Bobby Lane makes the long run down to Venice. Takes about 2 hours to get here. He already fills up once, and he said he needed about 30 minutes to catch his limit. He said he'd rather come down here than stay up close. Well, it didn't take him 30 minutes to catch his 5-fish limit. It only took him 9 minutes to catch 5 bass. So he's got them early. Now he's trying to upgrade.
Bobby Lane, impressive in the early going after making the long run, scoring with 2 nice bass to get his first day of the Classic off right. Bobby Lane's very first Classic, 2008, to start his Bassmaster career, Lake Hartwell in South Carolina, managed a Super 6 finish, so he's got a lot of good experience. The top of the leaderboard in a Classic, that should serve him very, very well. He's watching the conditions. We're all watching these conditions, which especially down here, always shifting.
Well, it's a scenario Bobby Lane grew up seeing his entire life in Florida. Last week we had conditions. Water temps were in the 40s. A lot of these guys in these areas said, I got a bite, maybe 2 bites. But overnight, as soon as it warms, these places turn on fire. And that's exactly what Bobby Lane is seeing this morning.
Again, Bobby Lane, one of those about 25 guys, half the field, electing to take the chance, run all the way to Venice, hoping it pays off. It's paying off so far for Lane. Look at him there, right at the top of the leaderboard with 10 pounds. Skeet Reese, we saw him strike early as well, 9 pounds. Right behind him, Jeff Crete. Derek Rimmons tied at 8 pounds. Skeet Reese, he had his first big score here in the state of Louisiana back in 2009 on the Red River, breaking through for his very first Classic. It is a memory he will not soon forget.
Skeet Reese, and the Bassmaster Classic champion.
I remember going around the lap, and there's a picture of Kim with her arm up in her hair. She's got the baby blanket over her shoulder, and the kids, and they're like, oh, Courtney, Leah's smiling, and Courtney's crying. And I remember that first half of the lap, I was still in my own world. And when I came to that end, it was like the noise came. You hear the crowd.
It's time for the Evan Williams Bourbon Bassmaster Classic Flashback.
In the last days of July 1999, the World Championship of Fishing came to Louisiana for the first time. The Louisiana Delta, with its vast network of interconnected waterways, lakes, ponds, and sloughs, would present a unique set of problems for the world's greatest bass anglers to solve. In the field was a 34-year-old former National Guardsman from South Carolina named Davey Height. Height had been fishing professionally since 1993 and had quickly developed a reputation as a big game type of player.
There's the going.
A profile that was reinforced when he finished a strong second in the 1996 Classic on Lay Lake in Alabama. Fishing an area he had found while practicing in June, Height boated 16 pounds and 9 ounces for third place after day 1. Day 2, and Height has his special place all to himself again. He takes advantage by upping his total to 35 pounds plus and a 5-pound advantage over the nearest pursuer. But it was day 3 when Height would live the dream of every tournament angler. Flipping his soft plastic creature bait into shallow vegetation, he boats 19 pounds, 14 ounces of bass to win the Classic by a near 10-pound margin. True prosperity for the man from Prosperity, South Carolina. Oh, we remember that one well, Davey Height, 1999, and there it is, the Big Easy, the Crescent City. Well, this playing field we've got here is not the Big Easy for these guys. They have a lot of variables to deal with. You're on the first day of the Bassmaster Classic 2011. Oh, the fishing well underway, but we got so much fishing yet to come. The Classic is 3 long days, so what a treat. This early on, have the 99 Bassmaster Classic champ here. Davey Height won right here in New Orleans on the Delta. And Davey, I know you are completely bummed out to be here with us. You'd rather be out there chunking, right?
It's a bummer not being out there competing, but the next best thing is being here with you guys.
Oh, that's kind. I don't believe you. That's extremely kind. Seriously, you listen to a lot of these guys talking about that magic spot, finding that area. When you won the Classic here, How big of an area were you fishing? Basically, we're talking about 3,700 miles here.
Right, I was running 73 miles to fish a quarter mile. I probably only fished a quarter mile in 3 days. That's it.
It's called a needle in a haystack,
Absolutely,
bud.
you've got to find that.
Yeah, but you got to find the big ones to win the Classic, so it's important. You have to find that special spot right there. We talk about your 99 Classic. We talk about the 01, the 03. We sort of put together an idea of the general places that have played as we start to narrow down this big playing field. Let's run through those.
The first spot we're going to take a peek at, it could be a player. Bayou Black, site of where Kevin VanDam won in 2001. From there, heading east, Lake des Allemands, where he won. Davey Height was victorious in 99.
In 99, that was a place to be for sure. I won, and Denny finished second there.
From there, Bayou Signet, that's going to be our takeoff. And if you look right where it says Bayou, Lake Catawatchee, underneath that, some saying could be a major player. From there to the Delacroix, and that looks like it's very close to our takeoff, but it takes 2 hours to get there. And then down to the end of the road. What some people are saying, Venice, this one right here, half of our field talking about heading to this area.
Yeah, and Venice, of course, where Mike Iaconelli won it in 2003, and that's the big story. The two major battle plans, either make that long run to Venice, fish for a short period of time, or fish close by. And here's the guy who's opting for the latter, an important guy, Kevin VanDam.
Kevin VanDam setting up camp in Lake Catawatchee. One good one in the live well. And Kevin VanDam said quality lives here, but the one key, it's all about presentation.
This is a winning area here, and it's just going to boil down to you got to figure out what to get those bigger bites. There's no doubt in my mind they're spawning already, and I've had about 6 bites on a spinnerbait that they're just bumping it. That's just males or even females when they get in that spawning mode. Right now on this moon, they'll do that where they just don't want to eat, and they'll just bump that thing.
When Kevin VanDam says this is the winning area, you better listen. We better keep your camera right here at this spot right now.
If you listen to him, Davey, dial us in exactly what's going on under the water.
Well, he knows he's in the right area where those big fish live, but he's throwing that spinnerbait, and he's a master at it. He knows what's going on. When he reels it by a stump and a male fish slaps at it, he knows those fish are setting up their nests and they're spawning there, and it's just going to get better, and those females are going to come in. He's going to catch a giant fish.
And that's a different kind of deal. When those fish are spawning, they're not really committing and just pile driving that bait.
Right, they just don't want anything in the area where they're building that nest, and then every once in a while you'll get one to actually eat the bait.
Now, when we were back behind that stage, as I said, somebody said Lake Catawatchee could be a major player. You, Davey Height, said Lake Catawatchee, that's where this will be won.
Absolutely, absolutely. It's got Florida strain bass in it. Very few places around the Delta have the Florida strain, and they just get bigger. I mean, I won't be surprised if there's not a 10 or 11 pound bass caught.
I'm going to call you out on something. A lot of people saying boat traffic, a lot of spectator boats, people just out fishing this weekend. Will that come into play in this tournament?
It certainly could, but when I won, the spectators were extremely courteous.
Not if Sanders and I were out there.
No, they wouldn't
be. It can definitely become a big factor because they're in real shallow water, and you get a lot of boats in there, it's going to really hurt it.
That's when you see Kevin VanDam in a place like that, he's thought about that. He's thought about not only the fact that the big fish are there, he knows that he can manage this place, including spectators, including weather, to make this thing pay for 3 long days, right?
He did that last year. He was fishing extremely shallow water, close to the takeoff, had 50 boats watching him, camera boats, the whole deal. He's been there, done that.
He does not like to burn gas.
No, he does not. Davey Height, the 99 champ, thanks so much for being with us here, Davey. All right, Davey did it, and everyone who would win the Classic on the New Orleans and the Delta will have to find the magic spot.
We fish all over the country, and there are very few places left that have true magic spots in them. Places where the winning fish live and nobody else is going to find. This Delta has lots of them.
I think the winning stringer is still yet to be found. I think some guys have found some areas, but the winning spot, absolutely not.
I believe I found the magic spot again this year. It's a really great thing to pull into an area and feel like a group of fish lives there and they're the right fish, and I'm real excited about a new magic spot that I found in the Louisiana Delta.
Day 1 of the Bassmaster Classic well underway. You'll catch the action from day number 2 tomorrow, Sunday, 3 p.m. Eastern Time, the big finale, crowning of the champion, 10 p.m. Eastern Time in this incredible place, the Louisiana Delta. Rocked by Katrina in 2005, the oil spill last year in 2010. But these guys are proving that this is a resilient and, yes, a very healthy, awesome fishery. And a lot has been going on throughout this morning. We saw some action down at the lower end in the Venice area where they're fishing, but plenty of action going on nearer, closer to the ramp.
Exactly. Right over Kevin VanDam's shoulder, Aaron Martin's fishing very, very close in proximity. And here's the interesting thing. All of these guys fishing a spinnerbait in this area, a very light one, a 3/8 ounce spinnerbait. The reason? A major spawning flat with a lot of grass, a lot of stumps. They don't want that bait to bog down in it. Well, right over Aaron Martin's shoulder, Scott Rook getting busy very quick.
Scott Rook, who finished second to Kevin VanDam when this Classic was held here in 2001. Sort of like Aaron Martin's relationship with the Classic, and second place, 3 Classic second places for Aaron Martin's, but all of these guys, VanDam, Martins, Rook, scoring big time here.
We're going to leave Rook over to Greg Hackney, fishing literally a couple hundred yards from VanDam, Rook, Aaron Martins, all of those guys catching them. Greg Hackney struggling big time, and Greg Hackney about to make the biggest call of the entire tournament so far.
I'm gonna pitch on that wood right there, get a couple more poles out, and then we're gonna leave. We'll do something different. I don't like this. Not with it. It's slick. I caught him in here the other day. It was cloudy.
Well, there's the benefit and disadvantage of having local knowledge. Taking a look at Greg Hackney's track right now, basically leaving Lake Catawatchee, committing to a dead-end canal, running literally about another 20 miles.
I mean, it's deep. It looks like nothing, but you'll see it's gonna be a different deal when we get to the back. It's got a lot of potential. I mean, I know I feel like I'm definitely gonna get some bites. There's a lot of fish in here, though. I felt like that the other day. But for some reason, they're all wadded up in the end. Hate to even put that in the box.
What do you think about that decision that Greg Hackney made, leaving where all these big sticks were to go and do something else, and a result that's a little less than spectacular?
I wish.
He's kidding us there, I think.
Well, one thing for sure, Greg Hackney will not run out of fishing spots today, but that being said, he left a very productive area.
Now to Gary Clunn. Gary Clunn fishing in his 29th Bassmaster Classic, and he's among that group, about half our anglers, choosing to make that long run to Venice. And that long run to Venice is our Berkeley run of the day.
Well, it's an extraordinary trip, all right, Tommy. And basically, there's 2 ways to get down to Venice. You can run 100 miles through the Gulf of Mexico, but if that wind blows, you need to go through that entire inner maze to get down there. But one thing's for sure, unless you basically have 50 years experience running this, you are truly going off your GPS. And looking at Gary Clunn right here, a lot of these guys fishing dead-end canals. Gary Clunn said, if I can get in my area and have it to myself, I will knock their lights out.
Gary Clunn, of course, has had good success through the years on balance fishing in Mississippi River and tributaries of the Mississippi River, and it looks like he may be onto something here. A ton of confidence for this guy coming into the Bassmaster Classic.
And an interesting thing Gary said before this tournament, he said, I will not weigh in a 5-pounder in this event. There's just not a lot of true giant bass in Venice, but a load of 3s and 4s. And he said the key in this tournament will be catching 4-pounders. From there, we're going to head over to Mike Iaconelli, and he said an interesting thing about heading down to Venice. He said there are so many negatives to get to that positive. Basically, he said the run, the potential of getting stuck, a potential breakdown. But he said one thing is for sure, when you get down there, there's gold in that marsh.
I haven't tried out in the middle. Maybe fire a couple casts out here. Doesn't make sense, but you never know. There he goes. They're out in the middle. It's a big one too. Oh God. Mike, oh Mike, oh Mike. 4-pounder. Yeah. They're out in the middle. They're out in the middle. I just said, you know, the water's high. Doesn't make sense. They're out in the middle. You got to try it. You got to try weird stuff. I throw a cast out there in the total middle. 4-pounder. That's the kind that's gonna win the Classic, baby, right there. You heard me say that, right? Okay. You got that, right? Wes, what the? Out in the middle. I think I've been doing the wrong thing. I don't think that's coincidental. We're gonna find out here in 1 second. Gosh, that's the kind. There's a good one. We got him now. Big one. Big one. Oh, big one.
3-pounder, 3.5 pounder.
Never discount the queer stuff, because once in a while it works. They're out in the middle. They're out in the middle.
Mike Iaconelli with a huge adjustment late in his day of fishing down in Venice.
Well, that's what it was looking like down in the Venice area, but as we look at our leaderboard, looks like the area of Lake Catawatchee, the place that's playing right now. Kevin VanDam still on top, 16-8. Aaron Martins, Scott Rook also scoring big time in that place. We heard from Gary Clunn there back in 2003. He got very, very close to winning this thing. He would love to get that feeling back again.
11 pounds, 14 ounces!
I actually weighed my fish in on stage, and in my heart I thought I had it won. And I'll never forget it as long as I still get chills when I think about it. But for that little window, as Iaconelli was coming up on stage, putting his fish, and they weighed him, I, in my heart, thought I'd won the Classic. I mean, last night I had that dream, the feeling of holding that trophy. And hopefully, come Sunday, I'll get a chance to relive that feeling again.
Well, this is the big one. #1 prize in the sport of fishing, the Bassmaster Classic Championship. 2011, this is the 41st edition coming to you from the amazing New Orleans and Mississippi River Delta. Got 50 anglers out there fishing hard on this very first day. They say the old piece of advice is you can't win it on the first day, but you can certainly lose it. In fact, check out this fact. Of the 40 classics leading up to this, 37 times the winner's been in the top 10 after that first day of fishing. If you look at our leaderboard, not much change there. Still Kevin VanDam, Aaron Martins, and Scott Rook as we head back down to Venice, and Brent Chapman.
Brett Chapman making quick work of his day right now. Basically only an hour and a half of fishing, quietly going up our leaderboard.
Brent Chapman, the solid angler from Kansas, very quietly goes about his business, but has built a great career, $1 million club member, and now Bobby Lane. He's looking to make that $1 million club with his Bassmaster winnings, that's for sure. And Bobby Lane, we saw the good start early on today. 2 good, solid fish to start his day, and now, as we get past midday, the bite has picked up a bit again.
From Bobby Lane over to Edwin Evers. Actually has a Bassmaster Open victory here from last fall. Edwin Evers stopping in Lake Catawatchee in the last 30 minutes of fishing, landing this big O slounge.
Yes. Big one could be a game changer, at least a first day version of a game changer for Edwin Evers. Gerald Swindle of Alabama looking for a game changer himself. Flamboyant angler from down in Alabama, a huge crowd favorite year in and year out. He would love to break through and win a major title. This is the one he'd like to do it in.
One of the things going on here, Gerald Swindle had a very, very solid Wednesday of practice here, staying near our boat ramp, committing to time. He wanted to manage his time, not lose it running. And here's one of the deals going on here. Gerald Swindle, in the last hour of fishing, deciding, you know what, I'm going to get out there in the pack exactly where VanDam, Aaron Martin, Scott Rook is, looking for one more solid bite. Gerald Swindle in his last hour of fishing.
I've held her steady though, son. I knew there was a chance if I stayed close, if them big ones didn't bite pretty quick, you could have a long day. And I made the decision, and I'll sleep with it. I started all the way on another end yesterday. First set of poles I fished, I had a bite, just thumped it. Makes me wonder if man just couldn't have went back and forth down him all day and caught him more than what I've caught. But let's see if I can catch one more good one. Try to equal the score a little bit so I ain't got to dig out so much potpourri tomorrow. There he is. Big one. That and help. That and help. How about that right there? I missed him first. You got my bait in your mouth.
So Gerald Swindle find a little success there in Lake Catawatchee. Swindle needing to upgrade size-wise a little bit if he wants to be in that top 10. Kind of crucial to be up there on this first day of Classic competition. And now to Skeet Reese, the young man. Well, this is earlier today, encountering some shallow water. It should not be an unfamiliar situation for a guy who made his bones on another delta, the California Delta.
And basically, Skeet Reese has wreaked havoc down here with his Berkeley Havoc pit boss. He has literally caught 20 to 30 bass so far today, but an interesting scenario has gone on down in Venice. A lot of these guys would talk about catch so many 3.5 to 4 pounders. That has not been the case on day number 1. Judging by a lot of the catches we've seen down there so far, male after male, a 3 to 4 pound bite has been very hard to find.
I figured if I got in here, I had to at least give it a try. I mean, I know there's that many fish around here. You got all this grass. It's the only place I've seen this much milfoil anywhere. This stuff up here is looking good. That's a better one.
Good one there. Skeet Reese likes it. It is going into the live well, and Skeet Reese, we saw him earlier catch 2 good solid fish. That's been the best of the day for him. Meanwhile, when we've been away, he's been powering through catching numbers, and all these guys coming down to Venice say that's what you have to do down here. Got to catch a bunch of fish to arrive at the final 5 you want to take to the weigh-in stand. And look at this scene. Lake Catawatchee, all these boats congregated in this area. And as we look at our Bassmaster Advanced View presented by Humminbird, maybe we can see why they're all there.
Exactly. And if you go under the water and look at our side imaging right there, there's one thing that stands out, and we're going to highlight it. It is all of those cypress stumps. That's where these fish are setting up on. There's 2 more ingredients, though, Tommy, that make this flat perfect. We're looking at about 3.5 feet of water right here, but it's this. It's the grass. It's the grass that brings all these bass in. And the other thing, it's a hard bottom. Basically, you're looking at a 2-mile spawning flat. But the key deal to this, I'll say it again, where the clusters of cypress stumps are, wherever you've got 6, 7, 8 cypress stumps, that's where all of these bigger ones are being caught.
And the 2 anglers making the biggest splash there in Catawatchee, Aaron Martins and Kevin VanDam. 1 and 2 up on the leaderboard unofficially at this point as we watch them make their way in and where they set up on this very specific, special place.
We're going to get out to Aaron Martins right now, and basically Aaron Martins has 4 very solid bass in his live well right now. We saw him all morning throwing a spinnerbait for the first time today, making an adjustment, going to a lipless crankbait.
That's number 5.
All right,
Thank you,
that's
Lord.
the limit for Aaron Martins right now. Obviously, that switch has paid off for him. And now Kevin VanDam, who's been in there all day, wreaking havoc, as he always does in a Bassmaster Classic.
And here's the interesting dynamic of Lake Catawatchee. Basically, all day long, you look at VanDam and over his shoulder, here's the weird dynamic here. He's been able to watch every single one of our top competitors, Aaron Martins, look over at Scott Rook with a very, very solid bass. But if you listen to Kevin VanDam, he knows the big ones live here.
For me, it's one of those things, you know, I know they're here. You know, I've experimented with a few different baits. The only thing that's really changed since Wednesday's practice day is that the water's come up about 1 foot, and it's gotten warmer. So I think some of these fish probably have pushed farther back in the bay. There was a load of them right in this area before. And I'm sure new ones are moving in. And you know, I've tried a lot of different baits, but it seems like a spinnerbait is just, if you just keep with it, every now and then you get a bite. I can't get them to bite something slow, or haven't been able to yet, but I'm gonna have to make some kind of change. There's one. A little bitty bass.
All this water to fish in. Kevin VanDam and Scott Rook, you saw it right there. About 40 feet from one another. But you think about Kevin VanDam, those 20 years since he's won his first Toyota Tundra Angler of the Year title. He knows what's going on when he gets in places like this.
Well, he does, and I'm going to tell you, this is not vintage VanDam. He wants to be running all over this delta and hitting little areas, but one thing's for sure, if this turns into a winders tournament, a spinnerbait tournament, a crankbait tournament, nobody better in our field than VanDam. And looking at the size of the bass he's caught, Aaron Martin, Scott Rook, no giants, but solid 4-pounders.
In fact, we just saw Aaron Martins fill out his limit right there. He's got 5 fish that have us now with he, Kevin VanDam, and Scott Rook unofficially all tied at the top of the leaderboard. So Lake Catawatchee has won the battle of the 2 distinct areas that are taking up most of the fishing attention here in this 41st Bassmaster Classic. You know what they say about the Classic? No one remembers who finishes second place in the Bassmaster Classic, and our anglers who have been in that position before will tell you it is a painful, painful thing to have to endure.
And I'm going to tell you, I thought I was going to win. There was no doubt in my mind when I unloaded my boat that I was going to win. I couldn't believe that I felt so strong about winning, and I didn't.
You know, losing to Boyd on Lay Lake and, you know, watching him catch that big fish in the last few minutes of the day to beat me by, I think it was 6 or 8 ounces, that's crushing. You'd rather lose by a big margin to have the comfort in it than a small margin, definitely.
The 41st Annual Bassmaster Classic is brought to you by Skeeter Boats, Yamaha, Humminbird, and by Berkeley.
With fishing time wrapped up on this first day of the Bassmaster Classic 2011, the anglers are packed up and headed into town. They're in the Big Easy. You see the Superdome, and right next to it, the New Orleans Arena. New Orleans Arena, normally, well, the home of the New Orleans Hornets of the NBA, but today it is all about bass fishing. This crowd has come here to see their heroes, and one of the biggest of all time gives them what they want to see. Kevin VanDam coming out with 19 pounds and 3 ounces to temporarily take the lead on this first day of the Bassmaster Classic. How about Scott Rook, who finished second to him back in 2001? Rook putting up big bag on the scales. 19 pounds, 6 ounces for Scott Rook.
I've come down here and finished second in the Classic. I don't want to finish second. I'm going to gamble and be a hero or a zero and go to Catawatchee and just grind it out and try to catch big fish.
Rook's limit would get him second place, but the #1 effort of the day, Aaron Martins, the man on top after day 1 with 20 pounds, 7 ounces.
Giant bass! Boom shakalaka!
I mean, it's tournament fishing though. I imagine getting 4 seconds or something. I'd rather take second and third still. I mean, it's higher the better, but I definitely want to win. And way more in second.
Well, we're official now after day #1, and we look at the top of the leaderboard. There they are, the 3 amigos from Lake Catawatchee, Martins, Rook, and VanDam on top.
Check that out. Look at our leaderboard. 4 through 10th place. Every single angler running to Venice.
Brandon Palinuk, 23 years old in this thing, acquitting himself well, also representing the Bass Federation Nation.
Another angler favored in this tournament to do well, Tommy Biffle, sitting down in 18th place. And check this out. A past Louisiana Delta champion, Mike Iaconelli, all the way down in 21st place.
We saw Gerald Swindle a little bit earlier. He couldn't get it up above that 25 mark. Now, you got to make it above that on day #2 because that's where we'll cut the field.
We always say you cannot win this Bassmaster Classic on the first day, but you certainly can lose it. One of the favorites coming into this tournament, Bill Lowen, a huge favorite on a shallow water tributary, having a tough day in 40th place.
These men from 41st place on are going to have a lot of work to do. They've got to make something happen on day 2.
I hear you. Oh, I hear you.
People like it. People love that first day leader at the Bassmaster Classic. Aaron Martins, 20-plus pounds. You got a lot on your mind. You told us before this thing started, you said, I haven't even had time to prepare properly, to mentally prepare myself for this. Are you the most shocked person in this building today?
Well, man, that one day of practice we had, Wednesday, not like 30 bites. That built my confidence a little bit. You know, I don't know this place very well. I haven't been here, I think, in 7 years. It's intimidating when you come here. I just go out there and fish. I want everybody to know that I don't talk to anybody. I just go to the ramp and launch. I mean, I looked at the internet a little bit and kind of read some very public stuff, just to kind of get a feel for the place. And that's very little. And it's very intimidating getting out there in like 3 days of practice and try to figure something out. But luckily, I got some things going on. But
obviously,
yeah, it's going to be interesting. It's when everybody sees what's going on, it's going to get more interesting.
You have an unbelievable dynamic in your area. I'm not going to give names away. Let me just put it this way. The top 3 guys in this event right now after day 1 are within sight of each other. What does that do up here to Aaron Martins?
Well, I've been around for a while. I've been fishing quite a while. I guess I'm a veteran at this, so that part of it's not that big of a bothersome. It's more just trying to figure out how to catch the fish. I mean, there's a lot of fish there, and they're not easy to catch. It's definitely, if you've heard, it's a grind. It's definitely a grind. You know all about that. It's not like we're out going out there and catching them one after another. It's not like that at all. It's an hour or two without a bite, and that's all of us.
Is there 3 days of fish to win this tournament in that spot? You're not in a giant area.
No. Yeah, I think there is, yeah.
Aaron Martin's your first day leader. Let's hear it for him one more time. Greatest anglers in the world did not disappoint us today. Plenty of fish catches, a lot of stories working in this 41st Bassmaster Classic. And get ready for day number 2. We'll have coverage of that for you tomorrow, Sunday at 3 p.m. Eastern Time, right here on ESPN2.
There he goes. Oh, 4-pounder. 4-pounder. That's the kind that's going to win the Classic, baby, right there.
This has been a presentation of ESPN, the worldwide leader in sports. For more, log on to Bassmaster.com.
For everyone who's ever cast a line, for everyone who's ever kept score out on the water, it's the ultimate dream to stand on the stage after 3 days of fishing and hoist the trophy as the world champion of bass fishing to win the Bassmaster Classic.
Oh my God, it's the winning fish.
Never give up! Never give up! Game time! Oh my God! Never give up! Game time! Oh my God! Never give up! Game time! Oh my God! Never give up! Never give up! Now we're cooking with gas, boys! You want it, baby? Woo! You want it, baby? Woo! I got it! Yeah! Never give up! Big mama! Never give up! Oh yeah! Never give up! Never give up! Yeah, baby! That's what I'm fishing for! Yeah, baby! That's what I'm fishing for! Yeah, baby! That's what I'm fishing for! You want it, baby! That's what I'm fishing for! You watching the Bassmaster Classic, baby? Yeah! Oh, yes! Now we're cooking with gas, boys! Yes! Woo! Woo! Now we're cooking with gas, boys! Yes! Woo! Woo! Yeah! Oh, the money! Oh, my God! Oh, the money! Oh, my God! Oh, the money! Yes!
That makes me feel better. That makes me feel better.
Game time!
Stay hooked up, baby. Stay hooked up. Look at there. Whoa! Come here. Come here. Whoa! Whoa! That's what I'm talking about. Godzilla ain't got nothing on me right now. Game time! That's what I'm talking about. Look at that one. Game time! Bassmaster Classic, baby. Where's your Classic, baby? Oh! Yeah! Wow! Never give up! Oh my God! Never give up! Oh my God! Never give up! Oh my God! Never give up! Never give up! Ah! That's what I'm fishing for. Never give up! Never give up!
The Bassmaster Classic host city for 2011, New Orleans, the Crescent City on the Mississippi River. Not too far from the Gulf and right smack in the middle of this state that's always been known as the sportsman's paradise. A beautiful shot on the morning of the second day of the Bassmaster Classic, but that's downtown New Orleans. Meanwhile, at Bayou Signet, at the launch, the gateway to the Gulf and this playing field for the second day of fishing, a different scene. Cold water from the Mississippi meeting the warm air that's been in place during the days and nights for the past week has created a blanket of fog, almost impenetrable. These fellas barely have a chance to take a look at where they're going in a place where travel is already very complicated and very difficult. Tommy Sanders and Mark Zona here, and it's a waiting game, not what these guys wanted at all.
Well, it's a waiting game big time, but the one thing you can see on every single angler's face as they sit here and they bide their time, they've got their game plan. Tension right now is starting to rise in a very big way.
All right, anglers and Bassmaster Classic fans, once again at 9:45, the anglers will be leaving. Anglers, be cautious out there. Just because it's clearing here, it could be foggy down the lake, so be cautious on the water.
Fishing the Louisiana Delta there's always a lot of twists and turns in any strategy, but this one in particular, with the fog thrown in there, that's really throwing a monkey wrench into a lot of guys' plans.
This is the show, and we got to catch fish to win, and you know, just depends on what time we all get to go. I mean, yeah, we're all pretty tight right now.
This is it. Welcome, day 2 of the Bassmaster Classic 2011, the 41st edition of the Classic. Tommy Sanders and Mark Zona, this is the place where the weigh-in happens at the end of this very, very important day, a day when you just got to finish in the top 25 if you want to fish on. If you want to win the Classic, you've got to get your plan formulated, and you've got to be able to execute flawlessly. Mark Zona, these guys are wound up tighter than a drum right now.
Well, they are. You know, basically, there's a lot of obstacles here, and there's growing obstacles that we're going to get into. And the interesting thing is this is turning out to be a strategic tournament. What I mean, every single Bassmaster Classic that we've covered together, there's always strategy, but never like we're seeing here. There's really two things going on here. Do I stay close? Do I maximize all my fishing time, which your top 3 leaders have done after day 1? Or do I just gamble, bud? I'm in New Orleans. I'm going to risk it all, and I'm going to make the longest run possible. We're going to break this whole thing down. And throughout this entire show, we're going to get into how they're catching them, where they're catching them. But more than anything in this tournament, bud, strategy.
A fog delay today, as we just saw, lasting twice as long as it did on day number 1. These guys sitting there as the 15-minute increments tick off, thinking, okay, when will I get there now? How long do I have to fish? When do I get gas? It is a mental test for these guys, especially the ones making that long run.
And I think your leaders, Kevin VanDam, Scott Rook, and Aaron Martins, bud, I got news. They have no problem with there being a fog delay and minimizing the time of all the anglers running south.
There's our playing field, and it starts right there. Bayou Signet on the West Bank here in the greater New Orleans area. Gateway to this puzzling but beautiful and productive fishery down here in the Louisiana Delta. The boats as they move out right now, and these guys really, again, calculating, working, trying to think what's their angle, how are they going to make a big difference in this wonderful place. Robbie Floyd is with our leader after day 1, Aaron Martins.
Here we are, the second day of the Bassmaster Classic. You're the leader. You've been here before, but what about the pressure of knowing you have a shorter day to fish?
Lots of pressure. A lot of pressure. Not as much as some of the guys that might be still running down the Venice, but it's still a grind. It's a grind where I'm going. I need time to catch my limit.
Your thought process yesterday, you had some spectator boats. You were really in there with about 5 guys fishing. We're hearing there may be 50 people out there watching right now. How concerned are you with that?
Not concerned. I just got. The fish are there. I just got to figure out how to make them bite. They might not bite what we were doing yesterday, but maybe I have something else they might bite.
Are you committed to that spot?
Yes.
Good luck. Let's get there.
Thanks, Robbie.
Yes.
Aaron Martins running through the fog, as are the rest of these guys. Thicker in some places, opens up in other spots. This is day 2. If you weren't with us on day 1, here's the rundown on the guys we watched during that day. Skeet Reese, one of the top names in the sport. Not bad. A trip to Venice yields him 15 pounds and 1 ounce. He's in 9th place going into day 2.
Skeet Reese, not the only angler busy down in Venice. Bobby Lane maximizing his very short day. Right now sitting in 5th place with 16 pounds, 12 ounces.
On day one, Kevin VanDam committed to a plan of staying very close to the launch, maximizing his fishing time. He struck early, struck off a 19 pounds, 3 ounces. He's in third place.
That's how you want to start the Bassmaster Classic right there, boys. That's why I've come here, because there's chubs.
And fishing only 20 yards from Kevin VanDam, Scott Rook with a monster first day stringer. 19 pounds, 6 ounces, good enough for second place.
Classic on the Louisiana Delta.
And the big blast of day one of the Bassmaster Classic. The West Coast native, Aaron Martin's coming in with 20 pounds, 7 ounces, the leader after one day of fishing.
Giant bass, boom chakalaka!
The anglers did not disappoint on day number one. Plenty of good fish catching going on. We expect the same, maybe even better on day two as we look at that leaderboard. Martins, Rook, VanDam all fishing within sight of each other after one day. Brent Chapman, Lane, Hightower, Cliff Pace, Todd Faircloth, Reese, Paul, Elias all making the run down to Venice.
We did not have a lack of fish catches on day number one, but the theme of this tournament so far, start that engine and get rolling.
That right, as if the Classic isn't exciting enough. Well, Scott Rook is the first man into Lake Catawatchee this morning. He beat everyone else in there, and he's going to get things started early.
He is, and basically, if you listen to a lot of our anglers in the top three, Rook, Martins, VanDam, they said there was 2 windows yesterday where these fish bit, and they bit in a big way. Basically, between noon and 3 o'clock, there was a lot of bass caught, but these low light, these early hours, when all of our anglers got in there yesterday, they knocked their lights out. One thing to notice here right off the bat on day number 2, a lot of our anglers that ran to Venice on day 1 all came to the weigh-in and said, Bud, Lake Catawatchee, it was fantastic the first day. That place will not hold out. No way, shape, or form. Scott Rook right now obviously does not agree.
Yeah, Scott Rook proving him wrong. Now he's got another one on, so an early start, early on the board for Rook, and early into this hole also is our own Robbie Floyd. He's within sight of Rook, VanDam, and Martins, and he's ready to tell us about it.
Well, our top 3 have made it to their spot in Catawatchee. Aaron Martins to the far right. You have Kevin VanDam right here in the middle. And to my right is Scott Rook. Scott Rook had the lead. He was one of the first boats to go out today, about a boat length ahead of Aaron Martins, but he got the specific spot first. Now, Aaron Martins, Kevin VanDam had to watch him catch 2 fish right off the bat, but they're still firing in less than 100 yards.
Going to take a look at Aaron Martins right now, and the key that's going on in Catawatchee, very shallow water. These fish are very spooky, starting to set up to spawn. And one of the things with all of our anglers in this area, they said technique and retrieve was the #1 factor.
Well, in practice, you come through here and, man, they were eating it. You could reel it fast, like, you know, it wasn't, now, you know, you reel it through the water column, like in between the bottom and the surface. Now these fish have locked on the beds, and they're sitting down in the bed like, you know, typical bedfish do. And if you reel it too fast, you just reel right over the top of them. So I've slowed it down to the point where I'm dragging it through their bed, and you get a lot more bites that way. Those boys are sharp. Where there's fish, they smell, they can hear them, and they'll come if they're not catching them. You gotta be really quiet. It's all part of it. If you let them smell blood, they'll come like a shark. They'll come like a shark, dude. I don't think anybody heard it.
Sneaky.
Scott Rook and Aaron Martins, the two leaders, 1 and 2 after the first day of fishing, striking early in Lake Catawatchee. All these guys want to win every time they enter a tournament, but when they get into the Classic, believe me, it's something else.
19 pounds, 6 ounces, Scott Rook leading the Bassmaster Classic.
Who am I fishing for? For everybody that loves to fish and has dreamed of going to the Classic and just, you know, it's not about the money to me. I just want to win.
The 41st Annual Bassmaster Classic is brought to you by Yamaha, Evan Williams Bourbon, Berkeley, and Humminbird.
Day 2 of the Bassmaster Classic, moving day. Very, very important here in the 41st edition of this famous bass fishing tournament to crown the world champion of bass fishing. Toyota Tundra, rules of the game on this and all 3 days. You've got about 8 hours to fish, a 5-fish limit. Full field fishes for 2 days. We'll cut that field to 25 for championship day. The largest 3-day total at the end of it all will be crowned Bassmaster Classic champion. Look at that place, the Tank Ponds area, Lake Catawatchee, already starting to fill up with boats. It was a scene of a lot of big-time fish catches on day number 1, but we're seeing a lot more people move in today.
Well, and that was the one thing that our top 3 leaders were worried about after day number 1. As we get out of the water right now, we're going to take a look at a map of this area. It's only about, you know, you're looking at about 12 minutes from our takeoff there at Bayou Signet, over in the west end of Lake Catawatchee. And here's the interesting thing. Look at this map right here. Yesterday, there's about 4 or 5 anglers. Well, I got news. Right now, Lake Catawatchee is the most popular place in the Louisiana Delta.
Lake Catawatchee, of course, was the home of the top 3 finishers on day number 1. That would be Kevin VanDam, Scott Rook, and Aaron Martins. And you better believe those 3 went straight to Lake Catawatchee this morning. They've committed to this place for all 3 days of the Classic.
Lake Catawatchee very busy, as is our Robbie Floyd.
So our top 3 in the Catawatchee, but also 11 other Bassmaster Classic anglers are in this one area. The thing is, with the dense fog, you really can't see more than 2 or 3 at a time. Kevin VanDam looked like he tried setting the hook right there just past Derek Rimmets. Not much size for KVD early on this morning. Derek Rimmets already has a 2.5 pounder as well as a 5. So you get these guys catching 5s, they're probably not going to leave. But again, you can only see 1 or 2 guys at a time. They're here, about 14 of them, but the fog is still really dense.
Well, for all those guys that Robbie just mentioned, being in the same hole with Kevin VanDam is a two-edged sword. First of all, you might be in the right place if you're where Kevin VanDam is, but the backside of it is you got to go toe-to-toe with this guy all day.
Well, it tells you there's a lot of fish there, Tommy.
It does.
The one thing, though, on day number 1, if you look at Aaron Martin, Scott Rook, and Kevin VanDam, all of them catching their fish on spinnerbaits. But listening to VanDam right here, there's one major key.
The biggest thing that I saw yesterday is that you can see how slow I'm fishing this year. I'm fishing a 3/8 ounce spinnerbait, and just, you know, it's got a small Colorado with a willow blade on it, and I'm just trying to just slow roll it through the grass. And there's a lot of scattered stumps out here too, so if you can bump one of those. But these fish want it slow. I know a lot of guys came out here and fished, and they fished right through these fish because they just fish too fast. They want it real slow. There he is. Little one. Good start.
One in the box for VanDam, and the one thing he said I'm very concerned about is traffic in this area, and that's exactly what we're seeing this morning.
Good start for Kevin VanDam, and this fog, which was a real pea super when we started early today. In fact, we had, again, a 2-hour fog delay to start this day, is finally starting to break up. Ordinarily by this time of day, the wind would have come in, blown it out, but it just hasn't happened the last couple of days. Again, we've got other guys already late with their appointment in Venice, Louisiana, still on the run, haven't started fishing yet, so things, and we might be best served to stay with Lake Catawatchee because that's where things are happening. Aaron Martin started this day with the lead, 20 pounds pounds, 7 ounces on day one, but we saw already Scott Rook come in there, hit 2 solid fish. He's taken that lead away from Martins.
It's a different bait. I haven't turned this bait yet. 2 bites on it. A lot of vibration. See the rod tip? Something a little different too. This fish, I've seen a spinnerbait numerous times. Kevin's got one. It's like a big one. So-called most dangerous man in the water, right? Look at him go. Look at him, he's panicking. It's a 4-pounder he does that. Maybe 5. I need to borrow Kevin's horseshoe. I ate it good, didn't it? Sometimes putting these things on seems like it's a kiss of death sometimes, but I plan on catching more.
Well, while all of our anglers running down to Venice, the boys in Catawachi getting to work very quick, but the absence of the big bite so far this morning.
Aaron Martins, Scott Rook, Kevin VanDam, the 3 on top of the leaderboard after the first day, are the 3 on top on day number 2. Switching places a little bit, unofficial, I should say, leaderboard shows Scott Rook on top with 25 pounds. Also fishing in Lake Catawachi, young Derek Rimmets. When he came out here in 2007, he started his career off with a bang. Cooled off a little bit, but right now he is back in the Classic and mixing it up at the very top of the leaderboard, and he's ready for today.
I just, made up my mind that's where I was gonna, if I was gonna catch him, that's where I was gonna catch him, and just feel real good going into tomorrow. I mean, I don't know if I can beat VanDam or any of us can, but at least make a good showing anyway. What plays on you a little bit, and I didn't get a bite for about an hour, and I see him hit 3 or 4 in a row, and I'm like, what am I doing? You're not doing anything wrong. It's just a matter of he knows where to be, when to be. That's all, and I'm still learning that, I guess.
Day 2 of the Bassmaster Classic, and after a 2-hour fog delay, we've got half the field already fishing and the other half of the field, Mark Zona, running to Venice.
And imagine being in one of those bass boats right there, making that long run, knowing the entire run down there, guys are putting them in the live well.
The Bassmaster Classic 2011, and the second day is always called Moving Day because you have to move up that leaderboard on the second day. Me and Mark Zona are taking a little move up in class here. We have got a classy guest to help us break this thing down. One of the heroes of bass fishing, Mr. Byron Velvick. Who can forget him just knocking him out at Clear Lake this past season with the Elite Series. Still holds the record, 3 days of fishing with the Bassmasters. We need you here. We need your expertise, man.
Thank you, Tommy, for what an introduction is that. I need you around me more often. Come to the show with me.
It's not very expensive.
We're starting to hear something transpire in this tournament. Some of our guys saying, I am fishing in areas where they're coming to me. Exactly what happened to you last year.
That's a dream, man. When you're in a situation where there are coming wave after wave of fish, it's every night, that full moon, those warm nights, these fish want to spawn. It's been cold all winter, and here they come, and it's like unlimited potential of how many fish can invade this area. As you pick them off, they keep on coming. That's a dream situation, Z.
And it's a very small window.
Very small. What's happening there is that you have those waves coming, and once they're there, then it becomes a limited catch. Guys are catching them, you're catching them, they're going away, and guys worry, can my fish hold up? That ain't the case here.
3 of our anglers that are in an area where they say, guys, they are coming to me, and I mean lots of them, are top 3 contenders from day 1. Check this map out here. Basically, 20 miles from our takeoff. This is the major player at the top of the heap. Aaron Martins, Scott Rook, Kevin VanDam. But the other battle going on in this tournament, basically 2 2 hours down the river, Venice, Louisiana.
And what a run that is. I mean, how does it feel for these guys down here in Venice having to make a run, knowing every one of these guys have to worry about fish being caught before they shut their boat off? That's a long run. There's a lot of fog. They're down there in Venice, and even further down, Faircloth and Chapman are having to go even further and catch fish in places where, hey, I only got an hour to fish. I got an hour and a half on these fog days, and that's it. And so you got to catch all those fish early, and then after that, get home, and that's tough.
All right, one of the guys committed to up close to our takeoff point, Kevin VanDam. We've seen one fish from him already today, and of course, he's been looking like he's dialed in throughout this whole thing.
Oh, gosh, good stump right there. That's when you... That scared me. I love them stumps. You reel that spinnerbait along, it goes boom, boom. It's just like, boom, that's what you want. It's not easy in here, you know. I mean, it's a big area, and the water's dirty, so you can't see what's here. But I was in here when the water was lower, and you could see the stumps. And I mean, there's a stump about every 20 feet out here. And, you know, I'm sure there's hundreds of bass, and you just got to make the right cast and get that bait to go right by the stump that he's sitting on. And right now with them spawning on him, you know, probably 1 in 30 of them wants to bite. So, I mean, there's going to come a time, and the water's a little clearer today, that they start biting plastics or, you know, something slow moving. Where all the fog's here, and it's low light, though, I'm going to keep spinnerbaiting. There's a big one. Better one. 3-pounder anyways.
Help me out here, Z. Byron, coming into this thing, everyone said, catching these fish is no problem, no specifics on presentation. You don't need to have a big fishing mind to do this. That doesn't seem to back that up, what we just
We're
saw.
going to break down exactly how these guys are catching them, especially VanDam in Catawachi right now. It's very bait specific. He's using a light spinner bait. In fact, when is the last time we had a tournament where a guy won on a spinner bait? We could be going old school this week. Byron Velvick, I was watching you stare at that footage doing one thing. Shaking your head.
Oh, you know, that's like deja vu. To listen to that is clear, like same situation. It's that dream situation where he's got him dialed beyond dialed. You hear the talk of Kevin VanDam. It's one of those things where you realize how good this guy really is.
You think about that. That's happening. These guys know that's happening up there. Plus, they have all the unpredictables running all the way down there. These guys have got to be just wound tighter than a drum, who are still heading down there, still waiting to cast that first line.
That's the hardest part, is you're running all the way down there, and you got to know that Kevin VanDam is catching them, I mean, hour and a half before you even wet a line. You got the man himself starting to do exactly what he's doing on this day, and it's deja vu. It's that springtime deal. The bedfish are there. The stumps are there. It's going to be tough to beat that.
So that's the burning question of this Bassmaster Classic. Do you risk time, make the 2-hour run across Gulf waters all the way to the bottom of the Mississippi and fish in Venice, or fish close to the launch near Bayou Signet in Lake Catawachi? So far, as we look at the leaderboard, it's Catawachi with the advantage. A lot of things, a lot of attractions are keeping a lot of the field up here in the north.
It's one of those spots where there's a lot of fish around you. You're going, I mean, there could be 10 more boats in there and you'd still be catching them.
There were several big ones caught around me today. I just didn't get one of those, you know, 5, 6, 7 pound bites like that live there.
I got Aaron, he's got 20 pounds, and Kevin VanDam, he's got 19 pounds right there. I mean, we're within talking distance all day.
There's a couple guys that the leaders are in one spot. If a spot like that holds up, I'd be shocked.
I feel pretty confident in my choice now that this area, you know, if we can kind of manage that area a little bit, it's plenty big for the group of us that's there, that one of us that's there is going to win the Classic.
Our coverage, day 2 of the Bassmaster Classic, moves on, and here in New Orleans, battered by Katrina in 2005. Last year, the oil spill. We've been keeping in touch with the fishing community here. They abided by all the prohibitions on fishing certain areas, but as soon as they were lifted, everyone found out the fishing here is superb. And a plus for about half the field, starting and ending each and every fishing day with a wild ride to Venice, Louisiana, the ride we're going to call the Berkeley Run of the Day.
Sanders, I love the Berkeley Run of the Day. In fact, we're going to give props to every angler that is running to Venice in this tournament, but more so on this day number 2. Basically, these guys are going to run 2 to 2.5 hours, stop for gas, and then get to work. Imagine all the obstacles, a gas stop, and then all you need to do is get down there and catch them.
And these guys, even though they've been turned loose from a fog delay, still encountering patches of sometimes very, very thick fog on the way. They are stressing their equipment. All in all, they are risking a lot for a payoff in Venice, Louisiana. And now we see that Brent Chapman has made this trip successfully. Brent Chapman coming into this second day in 4th place, had a good day, 18 pounds in Venice on day 1.
And as you look at his track right here, Brent Chapman, he knows he's going to have 1 hour of fishing time. And I said, Brent, how do you commit to an area like this when you know you don't have much time to fish? And looking at this area he's in, he committed to this back in October. He was real concerned the oil could have devastated Venice, Louisiana. But the one thing he said, when I went there, I checked it out in October, if you're going to go to Venice, Louisiana, you better bring a lot of baits because you will use every single one of them.
Brent Chapman of Kansas is a guy who comes into this classic with a lot of confidence, a lot of build-up from last year when he notched a Super 6 finish down on Lay Lake in Alabama.
Got it that time. All right. Saw that little reed move. Oh, wow, he came off in the boat. Saw that little reed move, and I just kept shaking it, and he got it. Another 3-pounder. Oh, man, number 5. Now we work on getting some big ones. That was fun.
Fishing not too far from Brent Chapman, one of the 6 representatives from the Bass Federation Nation fishing in this classic. That would be Dale Hightower. He was the highest finishing representative, 15:09 on day number 1. He starts this day in the top 6. And Dale, well, he's convinced of the value of this Venice area.
One thing about down here in Venice, it can happen quick. It don't take long. When you get on them, and you find them, they'll bite in a hurry. There he is right there. Get in here. Ginaroo, who daddy? And Mark's 1.
Solid keeper for Dale Hightower. From Hightower over to a quiet and cool customer, Todd Faircloth. And Todd generally does not stress out, and he said, these fog delays are killing me. But I asked him, what is key about where you're catching them? If you look right there, look over his shoulder. Wherever that cane meets those hyacinths, basically, wherever you had an intersection of grass, that's exactly where you catch the bass.
About that.
Todd Faircloth, if you'll remember last year at the Classic, he was a big part of the story up until that final day. Hung in there very well at Lay Lake as we head on over to Bobby Lane. Faircloth with that catch puts himself into the top 10 on day number 2. Bobby Lane, who started day number 1 very quickly, looking to do the same, get back in the top 10.
Bobby Lane said the one thing that he is really concerned about down here, a lot of these guys in practice last week, when we had those cold temperatures, they were flipping these mats, very, very heavy cover, and they said the fish basically were bunched up. They knew exactly the flip to make, not to catch one, but to catch an entire limit. Tommy said, you keep your mouth off me.
That's
seriously, but the one thing that's going on here that Bobby Lane was concerned about, the warm temperatures. He said, we just don't have enough time down here in Venice to track down the females we were on 1 week ago.
Well, obviously the sight of water moccasins the size of your leg does not deter a fisherman of the caliber of Bobby Lane, probably used to it, all that Florida experience. Of course, Bobby Lane, you'll remember from day number 1, one of the first guys to put 2 big ones in the box, went on to almost 17 pounds on day number 1. Today he's been overtaken by the guys fishing early up north, so he's got a big job ahead of him. Got to catch a lot of fish in a short period of time. All these guys, it's all about choosing the way you want to win the Classic and committing.
I've put every egg in my Venice basket, so it's I'm all in as far as Venice and going for the win down there.
In the last probably 15 minutes, I caught a 5 and 2 over 4, and I think my last pitch I caught 1 over 4. Put that fish in the box, culled out that last 2-pounder, and I said, we got to go.
You know, it's a 2.5 hour run to Venice, and when you get there, you feel like you just hit a home run. You know, you're just sigh of relief that you made it. You know.
There's always pivotal moments in a tournament, and I saw my tournament going this way in a hurry, and I'm like, I got to make an adjustment now, and I felt like I recovered and salvaged the bet.
And I think that's what true winners do in these type of situations. They rise to the occasion and they keep you fishing. That's what the hat says. Sometimes you just got to bass up.
Yeah. 4-pounder. That's the kind that's going to win the Classic, baby, right there.
I saw what lives in that place during one of the practice days, and it's the kind of fish you need to win, and I don't think that I could do that anywhere else. Or, my chances of doing it someplace else aren't as good.
I feel pretty confident in my choice now that this area, if we can kind of manage that area a little bit, it's plenty big for the group of us that's there. That one of us that's there is going to win the Classic.
If a spot like that holds up, I'd be shocked. It's 2 completely different strategies, so we'll see which one wins this week.
I'm like everybody else. I'm here to win. I'm not here for second. I'm not here for third. Second place is first loser. I'm here to win this thing, and I'm going to give it every shot I have to do that.
It's what I fished for all my life, to be Classic champ. It just means a lot to me to have the opportunity to win.
I'd like to win the Classic just for my family, to tell you the truth, because of all the tears that have been shed for it. They've actually cried more than me. I didn't really cry for the Classic. I was bothered by it.
Make some noise for Aaron Martins, ladies and gentlemen.
That bothered me, but I wasn't in tears. And my family, Jordan and Leslie are crying, my mom.
Giant bass, boom shakalaka!
So I'd like to win it just to, regain that, get back to them,
There's the Bassmaster Classic, and then there's every other tournament. Nothing else even comes close in terms of importance for defining your career, in terms of financial success. $500,000 to the winner here in New Orleans. That comes your way in round 3 coverage, which is coming up tonight, 10 p.m. Eastern Time, right here on ESPN2. Meanwhile, our second round coverage continues. Most of the fishing so far being done in Lake Catawatchee North, very close to our launch. These guys spending the whole day in there. The other guys running the long run down to Venice, Louisiana, really just now getting into the rhythm of their fishing. So as we go down to Lake Catawatchee and take a look at this scene out there, more and more boats with each passing hour, spectator boats in there, and we're going to pick up Derek Remitz in this place.
And here's the deal. Derek Remitz said, I had a miserable practice in Lake Catawatchees on days 1 and 2. But day number 3 of practice, he got 2 solid bites in this area. He said, basically, I'm going to live here. And if you look at this map where all these guys are fishing, in 3 weeks, that will be a solid grass mat. Truly a story of timing. But timing with Derek Remitz right now, he is getting to work very quietly.
So far this morning, everything's come on its crankbait. And it's kind of like yesterday morning, I caught all my best fish cranking until the fog lifted, and then it seemed like the spinnerbait was better. And for whatever reason, I caught a 5-pounder this morning, and I just never caught a fish that big yesterday. So kind of hoping I could put something together today, because that's a good way to start the day so far. So
Derek Remitz currently sitting in 8th place. Kevin VanDam fishing not too far from him in the lead. You talked about this window of opportunity that's working for Remitz right now. Talk about the other things that make this place possibly preferable to Venice.
Here's the reason there's so much quality in Lake Catawatchee. Years ago, they planted Florida strain bass in here, and basically what that is, that's a bass on steroids. Venice does not have that. Basically, whatever you catch at Venice, it's what has grown since Hurricane Katrina. The largemouth were literally almost wiped out of that area. And if you really look at this footage of what's going on in Catawatchee, think of lakes like Okeechobee, think of lakes like Toho. When you get that initial warm-up, you get the initial wave of largemouth, and that's exactly what Derek Remitz is capitalizing on.
It looks as though Derek Remitz has got a rather massive largemouth. Now, the situation well in hand. Look at that catch right there. Should put Derek Remitz right up into the top 5. And Robbie Floyd just a few feet off his bow right now.
That one's going to help the cause.
Well, the sun has come out, and boy, it's a bright future for Derek Remitz. 6-pounder just caught, and he has a 5-pounder to add to that. He now has 5 fish for about 17 pounds. He's in the same area as Scott Rook, Aaron Martins, Kevin VanDam, Polaniuk. I see the Federation angler over my shoulder. A lot of people are in this area, but he's catching the big bites. A 6 and a 5, he keeps adding 3 more of those. He's going to have the big sack today.
Derek Remitz, big move right there. In fact, he's in 4th place unofficially, right behind the man who started this day with the lead and has, well, maybe lost a little ground and maybe a little confidence. Aaron Martins.
It's like Kevin might win his, how many classics? 7? He's got a good one on. Incredible. About a 6-pounder, isn't it? It looks that big from here. Oh gosh. Rook's catching him, man, just, I can't get a bite, dude. Unbelievable. I'm getting ready to go try down here to see if I can get 2 in the boat at least. I'm not too far back. Well, that one ate it. Oh, that's how long it's been, right there. There you go. I went to go in an empty live well. That helps a little bit. Gosh, finally, man. It's been way too long. Jeez. One more, come on. Give me a chance.
Aaron Martins looking for something to maybe perk him up a little bit. That keeper did help, especially when you look at the leaderboard. He came into this final day with the lead. But during the course of the day, he'd fallen down as far as 3rd place. That one there puts him now a pound ahead of Kevin VanDam. But there is so much more fishing yet to come. And all these anglers are really only aiming for one thing in the Bassmaster Classic.
I'm good. I'm glad where I'm at. I just, just stay focused. Try to just worry about fishing.
I'm hungry for it. I'm ready to take the next step. A Bassmaster Classic would definitely be it.
I'm not fishing for points. I want to win.
I'm like everybody else. I'm here to win. I'm not here for 2nd. I'm not here for 3rd. 2nd place is first loser. I'm here to win this thing, and I'm going to give it every shot I have to do that.
It's time for the Evan Williams Bourbon Bassmaster Classic Flashback.
10 years ago marked the 2nd time the Bassmaster Classic would come to the Louisiana Delta. And the 45 pros who fished it in 2001 would have to contend with not only the size and complexity of the place, but the weather angle, with a tropical storm named Barry bearing down on the Bayou State. There may also have been a storm brewing in the mind of 33-year-old Michigan angler Kevin VanDam.
Got him.
At that point in his career, he had already won 3 Toyota Tundra Angler of the Year titles and 6 tournaments.
There's one big one too.
But the best angler to have never won a classic was on a mission.
Now we're getting places.
A limit weighing 10 pounds, 2 ounces on day 2 gave him a 10-ounce lead going into the final day.
Look at there.
A misstep on that final day might have extended KVD's streak of winless classics to 11, but it was not to be this time. 5 fish he brought to the weigh-in at the Superdome. The weight, 10 pounds and 14 ounces, and Kevin VanDam wins the big one at last.
Mr. Kevin VanDam!
With a 3-day total of 32.5 to begin a decade which he would go on to win 2 more Bassmaster Classics.
Kevin VanDam is your classic champion. He's done it. He did it.
Bet I know where you got that Bassmaster Classic trophy. You got it on Bourbon Street in New Orleans, Louisiana. Fourth time for New Orleans to host the Bassmaster Classic. There it is, the Big Easy, the Crescent City. You're on the banks of the Mississippi River, not too far from the Gulf. Not such an easy thing to figure out. In fact, all kinds of challenges for these anglers. But the ones who figured it out the best, day one leader, Aaron Martins with 30 pounds, 8 ounces unofficially right now. Brent Chapman basically fishing the other end of this fishery down in Venice. Right behind him at 30 pounds, 1 pound back, Kevin VanDam. What's happened so far? Derek Rimmets, we think of him as a deep water guy. He can do it obviously in the shallow water as well. A great day too.
Story of today, though, Aaron Martins, he is clawing and scratching to hang on at the top. But right now, Aaron Martins just not getting a lot of bites.
Kevin VanDam, we saw him starting to get this place dialed in on day number 1. Day number 2, it's been all about him refining, dialing it in even more.
And here's the scary thing. VanDam was actually disappointed in only catching 19 pounds on day number 1. But over to Scott Rook, and here's the interesting thing. Scott Rook, unlike Aaron Martins, pulling the trigger a lot, catching a lot of bass. But if you listen to his mannerisms right now, everything right now, VanDam is in Rook's head.
I watched Kevin catch them. I mean, it was really frustrating because he was catching them, fishing the same stuff, fishing the same baits, and I catch a 2-pounder, he catch a 4-pounder. You know, and it was kind of that way all day, so it was really frustrating. That's all I can catch, dude. I got him foul hooked. He passed me one time and said, dude, I hadn't caught one in like, on a spinner, I hadn't had a bite on a spinnerbait in like 2 hours. And he sat around and dug around in his box and tied something up, stood up, and he catches a 5-pounder. I was like, mighty, you know. I said, I need to put a crankbait on. So I sat down and tied a crankbait. I thought maybe it was the one, his KVD 1.5 is what it looked like he was throwing. I tied one on, stood up, threw it out there, and boom, I catch one first cast. I said, I got it. Hung on that stump and popped it loose and he ate it. I'm gonna come back there. A little better.
So Scott Rook, who took time off from his job at the tackle store in Little Rock, Arkansas back in 2001 to come down and fish the Bassmaster Classic and wound up finishing second to Kevin VanDam. A little bit of a breakthrough in his toe-to-toe battle with VanDam here in Lake Catawatchie. Special place, this Lake Catawatchie, and we know for a fact that it gets a steady, more or less steady supply of fresh water from the Mississippi River. But Mark Zona, besides that, when we go under the water, as we take a look at our Bassmaster Advanced View presented by Humminbird, what are we looking at?
Well, these guys aren't just kind of milling around and aimlessly casting. As we go under the water here, you look at one individual stump here or a little stump or over here, it's the clusters of cypress stumps sitting in about 3 foot of water. Every one of these anglers, their boat, basically it's in about 3.5 foot of water, but listening to VanDam, listening to Aaron Martins, it was that little 6-inch rise. Wherever it made that little subtle change, that's where you'd have the clusters of stumps. Here's the interesting thing about Lake Catawatchie, okay? Basically, when you go under the water, you'll see all of these cypress stumps, okay? But listening to VanDam, he said the key, the absolute key was finding those massive, massive cypress stumps. And I looked at him and I said, oh, how do you know where in the heck those are at? And he said, well, earlier in the week when we had a north wind, it pushed the water out and I could visually see them and drop a GPS on them. The next key was basically repetitive casts. What I would do is I would take my crankbait and repetitively cast at those key cypress stumps, and eventually it would trigger a big one to bite.
So obviously a classic spawning flat with all those attributes you talked about. No wonder so many anglers are saying this is the place where the classic is going to be won as we go to Kevin VanDam.
And VanDam said after day number 1, he was kind of sneaky quiet about this. He said, I know the spinnerbait bite is closing. The reason why, he goes, I would keep my eye on Rook. I would watch Martins to my right, and I missed over a dozen bites on a spinnerbait on day number 1. Right now we're seeing that transition happen. VanDam going to a crankbait. And the other thing he said, when you make a cast, if you miss one, you need to throw at that same stump dozens of times.
Well, I said this morning, I knew, you know, the one thing about this time of year during the spawn, I mean, from hour to hour, the fish can change as the water warms up, especially on that mood. They'll go from a mood where they'll eat and be real aggressive to where they don't want to do anything but think about spawning. And sometimes the only way to catch them is with a reaction bait. And that's what we've been doing with a spinner bait. And to me, they've gotten off it, especially with these conditions. It's, you know, it's still slick and hardly any wind or anything. Even though the water's colored, they just weren't reacting to it. And they can't help but when you bounce this crankbait off a stump or pull it out of the grass to bite it. So right now, they're on this KVD 1.5 pretty strong. Oh, come on. Got him. Good one. Now we're getting someplace. He pulled it off a stump.
Oh no. Do you want to know the last thing you want to see in Lake Catawachi right now?
I know the answer to that question. Kevin VanDam with a crankbait.
Pretty much.
Nobody likes to see that in this field except for Kevin VanDam. Fun to watch though. Kevin VanDam doing what he does. Looking for his 4th Bassmaster Classic title. Leaderboard shows us Kevin VanDam on top with 35 pounds and 8 ounces. Aaron Martin's a good ways back. Brent Chapman making some noise down in Venice. We will continue to keep our eye on him. And how about some news for these guys, well, regarding Kevin VanDam and career plans? Guess what? He's not planning to go anywhere soon.
I love the competition. I'm a long ways from ending my career, so, you know, I mean, each year, you know, you focus on goals, and, you know, winning the Classic is a goal every year. It's something that you strive for. You know, I've won 3, so 3 out of 20 is not a very good record in reality, but as far as how hard it is to win the Classic, you know, it's something that I'm definitely striving to try to continue to add to it.
Slam the door, 19 pounds, 7 ounces, Kevin VanDam, 3-time Bassmaster Classic champion.
This is the 4th time the city of New Orleans has hosted the Bassmaster Classic. Last time was in 2003, but a lot has happened since then. 2005 was Hurricane Katrina, and last year the big oil spill, and some were even wondering, could we have this tournament here? But the thing to remember about New Orleans, not only is it unique among all the cities of the world, it's also a very resilient place.
Welcome to the city of New Orleans. Who dat?
South Louisiana is the richest of the rich southern cultures that we have remaining.
The motto of the city and the culture is Laissez les bon temps rouler, which means let the good times roll.
It's a miracle of a place. I've never seen such abundance of life.
Growing up here and fishing with my father and my grandfather. Oh yeah. Oh, it's a little bit better. Everybody enjoys the same thing. Everybody wants to do this. Believe you me, this is one of the funnest fish to catch.
We're going to make a statement that this Delta system is alive and well, especially after they see the catches that come in today.
When Katrina happened, did you think we would be here today?
The city is still beat up and struggling, but the fish didn't leave, you know, beyond all expectations, as the oil spill recently showed.
This area supposedly got gutted by the oil spill. I'm going to tell you, the fishing, what I've seen, it's way better than when I fished the Classic here before. The fishing's unbelievable.
What do you think it says that Bass has said, okay, New Orleans, we're sticking with you, we're going to have the Classic there?
I think it says that Bass is showing lots of sense and lots of courage a sense that this is a great place to have it, courage that we're going to stay with you even though there's a chance it might not work out.
I think that one of the greatest things that's happened to this city in quite some time is us having this event back here. It's an amazing place, it really is. I mean, it's the most unique fishery we have in the United States.
South Louisiana has been and continues to be one of the best places in the world to go fishing. You just feel like you are in a totally magical world.
Our second round coverage continues here at the Bassmaster Classic 2011 in New Orleans. 50 anglers reaching for the most prized trophy in their world.
And in a nutshell, basically to wrap it up as a whole, this is the biggest one in bass fishing.
No doubt about it. No other event in the sport of fishing even comes close to this one in terms of a single event, the Bassmaster Classic. It is all or nothing. No single tournament gets the attention of the best fishermen in the world more than this one. It commands everything. Sometimes it even gets blown completely out of proportion. We're here to help do that just a little bit, but it is the biggest one here at the New Orleans Arena. We stand getting ready for weigh-in time, which is coming up later, but plenty of fishing yet to come. We had a fog delay today. These guys, some of them still, well, just now getting to their fishing spots, while in another spot very close by, the top 3 after the first day of fishing are at work.
Finally, some of our anglers getting to their fishing areas down in Venice. And here's the deal of this tournament. We're going to hammer this. Quantity versus quality. If you are fishing near our takeoff in Lake Catawatchee, you are fishing for quality and not a ton of bites. But the major reason our anglers are going to Venice, Louisiana, as we take a look at this map here, 6 out of our top 10 anglers yesterday, we look at Todd Faircloth. You see Brent Chapman, our Federation Nation angler, Dale Hightower. Here's the deal that's going on down here. They have to catch a lot of fish to upgrade, to get to that 15 to 20 pound mark. And the reason they've gone here, if you listen to every one of these anglers, tons of 3 to 4 pound fish, but they all say there's not a lot of 5 to 6 pounders down there.
Which of those two groups, those two schools of thought had the upper hand on day number 1? Of course, it was the guys who stayed close by. Fished Catawatchee. They occupied the first few spots in that leaderboard. These guys down here, including Bobby Lane, who was really started the fastest yesterday, I think got something to prove today.
Well, and each one of them said to us, they said catching them is not an issue, but I can blast their doors out, and they definitely have to make very, very quick work today.
And Bobby Lane being one of them, let's see how he's getting it going. He's got to get it going faster on day number 2 because he has less time.
Exactly, and as we look at Bobby Lane right now, here's the interesting thing he said at day 2 takeoff. He said, Bud, I am frustrated in a big way, and the reason why, like Skeet Reese, like Cliff Pace, like Brent Chapman, he put all his eggs in the basket, and the worst case scenario, now he is sharing his water with another angler, and he said, basically, I did not prepare to fish this fast down here. I really game planned for 3 hours of fishing, and he's really only got about another 10 minutes to get it done right now.
Again, the fog delay, 2 hours this morning, just cut these guys in Venice, just cut them in half on their time. Bobby Lane, though, always a good bet for any classic. He's fished 3 of them so far, and he's never finished below 16th place.
Maybe. Bobby Lane with a just keeper right there. Going to move over to Cliff Pace, one of the favorites coming into this tournament. So much knowledge of all these Venice waterways. And basically, looking at his last few minutes of fishing, listening to Cliff Pace right now, he knows his back is against the wall.
Situation like this, you just have to do the best you can, and you know, and if it works out, it works out. It's fish bit that bait twice. They're just not in the right frame of mind right now.
5 fish, a limit for Cliff Pace, but he's got to do something to upgrade his size. Started in 10th place, and now he's fallen out of the top 10. The other side of the coin is Brent Chapman, who's come down here and fought very, very hard to stay in touch with the leaders.
Brent Chapman concentrated on the very, very thick mats at the start of this tournament, starting to realize a lot of these fish, they're getting out, they're roaming around. One of our only anglers in Venice right now that is catching the quality to come back to Bayou Signet.
When they're biting in here, I mean, it's just, you know, yesterday showed it, and even yesterday wasn't that good, I didn't think. And especially if I could have 4 hours in here. And it could literally happen in 3 pitches here. This place has been good to me, but I honestly thought the way that they were in here last week, with the water being as cold as it was, that there'd be just that many more in here now. But and they may be, and it may just be the tide. There's one. Maybe you just got to talk about it. Now it's time to start calling. A little bit better.
Give it up to Brent Chapman. Less than an hour and a half of fishing time, getting the job done big time on day number 2.
Brent Chapman and all these guys, that fog delay cut into their time so much you'd think half of them would bail out. It's amazing the percentage of them that said, no, we're going. That's our plan. We're going to stick with it. Leaderboard shows us Kevin VanDam on top. Aaron Martins, who started this day in first place, has fallen all the way down to third. He's about 3 pounds back, but check out Brent Chapman, working very, very hard, getting some good results down in Venice. He's committed to that place for the day. It is not an easy trip. It's not an easy decision to make, but the guys who make it, obviously, are determined to stick with it.
You have to approach it with a good, calm, level head. That's the one thing this Delta can spin you around. You can make a 2.5 hour run and get there and things are not what you thought they should be. And you got to realize if you run 2.5 hours, that gives you roughly 2.5 hours to fish this tournament.
Normally you get to a fishing area and you might look and you got 5 or 6 hours, so you can kind of take a breath and relax a little bit. But when you've only got an hour to put 5 fish in the boat and you know you got to have 5 good ones, there's never any rest.
You don't have time to make adjustments. You don't know what this warm trend that we've had, if the fish have moved 50 yards from where you found them. You don't have time to track them down. You got to know what you're going to do to make a run like that and pull it off. You got to know what's going to happen when you leave the boat ramp.
Second day coverage continues here. The Bassmaster Classic from New Orleans, Louisiana, and the Louisiana Delta here at midday. Few clouds hanging around, but a different story early this morning. A thick bank of fog delayed the start by 2 hours. That certainly kept a lot of our anglers from their appointed round, some of them making a 2-hour run to Venice. They are still trying to recover from that. Who has prospered today? How about young Brandon Palaniuk from Idaho, representing the Bass Federation Nation? He has moved up the leaderboard today. Of course, he's fishing in a different spot, fishing in Lake Catawachi with all of our leaders.
Solid day for our Federation Nation. Brandon Palaniuk down to Venice again. Gary Clunn favored to win his 29th Bassmaster Classic. A very slow first day, barely over 12 pounds, starting to make a run on day number 2.
Gary Clunn needing to make up some serious ground here on day number 2 and perhaps getting a little bit better result from down in Venice, Louisiana. Another angler making the run to Venice, Louisiana. Well, he was right in the thick of it, had his shot on the final day of the Bassmaster Classic 2010 on Lay Lake in Alabama. One of those guys who qualifies as one of the better anglers who's never won a classic. Get ready for Todd Faircloth.
There ain't no other way I'd rather catch them than doing this right here. It don't get no funner than this. You get the big stick, the big hook, the big line, and swing hard. How about that? My daggone reel come off my reel seat.
Tommy Sanders, we have to do this. We got to have a little fun. Keep your eye on his rod right now. Uh-oh, there went my reel, man. Tommy Sanders. And I'm not going to lie. You know what? That right there is the fish catch of the Bassmaster Classic so far. And if you think I'm done, you are sorely wrong. After a fine fish catch right there, let's take a look.
Nice fish.
Yeah, well, it is. Actually, Todd Faircloth and I went down to Bourbon Street. He said, you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to get a tattoo of my check-in time on my hand.
That's not a tattoo.
I'm
you
sorry,
just
I'm
wrote
sorry.
it on. I mean, you don't miss checkout.
No,
you
I
get
lied.
penalized
I lied.
in terms of pounds if you're late to check in. We got to remember that. Dale Hightower. Let's go out and visit this Federation Nation angler from Sand Springs, Oklahoma, home lake, Keystone Lake, which is a far different place than the Louisiana Delta.
There he is right there.
Not big fish. I gotta somehow come up with some better fish. I don't know if I didn't catch them all yesterday. But you gotta get a limit first, right?
of that size going in the box. Obviously, Dale Hightower has some big fish to catch and not much time left to do it down in Venice, Louisiana. Meanwhile, back up at Lake Catawatchee, Scott Rook, we saw him start his day well. He started in a great position, second place, right behind Aaron Martins, but today the fish haven't been as big for Scott Rook.
They haven't been as big, but Scott Rook has definitely pulled the trigger a lot today. Basically, Scott Rook, over 24 keepers so far today, but the size has eluded him.
Scott Rook now has fallen down to 5th place, started his day in 2nd place. Of course, Rook the runner-up back in 2001 here in the Bassmaster Classic. Aaron Martins started in the best position today, 20 pounds and 7 ounces for 1st place. He's been a runner-up in the Classic in 2002, 04, and 05. That's not something he wants to think about at this point.
And unlike Scott Rook, Aaron Martins, unlike his first day of competition, barely catching a 5-fish limit right now. And only 20 yards away, here's the most incredible thing about day number 2. VanDam, almost everything he's put in the live well, 4 to 5.5 pounds. Literally, it's like he's in another tournament, another lake, another planet right now.
Kevin VanDam started this day in 3rd place. He now has a 5-pound lead over his nearest pursuer, Brent Chapman.
If you look at VanDam right here, getting to work, basically it was the transition early this morning. He said he felt that window closing. We said it earlier in the day. He felt the window closing on his spinnerbait, changing over to the crankbait. He felt the fish were literally getting conditioned. As we go under the water right now and we look at what's going on in this world, he's just not randomly throwing out here on this flat in Lake Catawatchee. There's clumps. There's clumps of cypress stumps all over. And the other 2 key ingredients, grass and a hard bottom for these fish to set up and spawn on. And here's the deal. If you watch VanDam, repetitive casts with his crankbait to 1 key stump. Basically, I think, Sanders, you can call that an alpha stump. The biggest stump is where the biggest bass would relate to. And there's another key little thing you never hear VanDam talk about. If he would hang that crankbait up, if he would hang it up on a stump, he would never go in there and disturb that pristine area.
And we know, we've seen other anglers do exactly that. They'll hang up on that stump, they'll try to get it off, but they will go in and that will mess up their fishing for a prescribed period of time. VanDam's not a guy who's going to take that chance.
And like we said before, late in day number 2, VanDam is in another world.
That's why I really like cranking this flat, because I threw out there and I hit a stump and it felt like a pretty good stump. So, you know, with a spinnerbait, it's hard to get back to that exact same spot. You got to fish it a lot slower. With this crankbait, I can throw another cast and throw right to that stump again. When they're spawning like this, you got to do that. That's been one of the keys for me this afternoon. It's just to hit a stump and then blister it.
There he is. And probably the most asked question we get throughout a year, what makes that guy right there different than the rest of the field? And if you listen to and watch all these key little adjustments, obviously, looking at Lake Catawatchee today, it has made a monster of a difference.
Kevin VanDam with about a 3-pound fish right there, and we watch it. He's not sure whether that one's going to go in the live well or not. That tells us that he's approaching 20 pounds. Kevin VanDam, another stellar day to put himself in position to win another Bassmaster Classic.
And as a lot of anglers said this morning, they were thinking this area in Lake Catawatchee was going to get burned out with pressure. And VanDam kept saying, Bud, quality, it is coming to me. And looking at the results right there, he was dead on.
Boy, that big one could have been a big turning point in this Bassmaster Classic. Kevin VanDam won his first one here on his 11th try back in 2001. Followed it up in 2005 in the toughest classic ever in terms of pounds and ounces. Won again last year in 2010. And look at him on top of the leaderboard. Brent Chapman, working down in Venice, has pulled up closer to Kevin VanDam. And Aaron Martins, our leader coming into today, has fallen back into 3rd place. This year, like every year, winning the Classic is all about decisions. Decisions on how to manage your time and where to fish.
I think it's going to be hard to find one spot that's going to hold up for 3 days.
You know, coming into this Classic, I thought, would it be possible to win the Classic in 12 hours of fishing? Because I figured I'd have 4 for 3 days, and that was it.
You're constantly looking at the time. You're nonstop looking down, trying to see the time, making sure you've still got plenty of time. And you know, it's hard to concentrate on fishing when you know you're against the clock.
The fishing here is just nuts and bolts fishing. I mean, it's basic pitching, flipping, spinnerbait, and whatever. It's not magical techniques or secret lures that's going to win this Classic. It's all going to be location.
lot of fog to start this second day of competition, but things have cleared out nicely now. 50 anglers doing their very best to get as many fish, as many pounds in the boat as they can on this second day of the Bassmaster Classic 2011. What a scene here in the Louisiana Delta. These guys have a lot of challenges. Some of them have met the challenges. Others are still struggling. Today, though, is moving day. You've got to improve your position among these 50 anglers because on the final day, day number 3 of competition, we will cut the field down to 25. Again, $500,000 on the line and the single most important title in the sport of fishing. What happened on day number 1? Well, Bobby Lane making a long run down to Venice, Louisiana, and striking hard. 2 good fish in the early going down in Venice.
Yeah, let's not be scared of our takeoff area with Scott Rook slamming over 19 pounds of bass on day number 1.
Day number 1, Kevin VanDam started to get dialed in on Lake Catawatchee, an incredible fishery, and this is the place where a lot of people say this Bassmasters Classic can be won. We're seeing evidence.
Coming into day number 2, your leader, Aaron Martins. Basically, he owned Lake Catawatchee on our first day of competition.
We move to day number 2, and Brent Chapman, handicapped by a severe time shortage. The day cut short by a fog delay, but really doing his best to hang in there down in Venice. He moves from 4th to 2nd.
Baby. One quiet angler maximizing all of his time today. Derek Remitz getting away from our 3-headed monster in Lake Catawatchee and getting the job done.
And how about Aaron Martins and Scott Rook started the day 1 and 2 in Lake Catawatchee. They've had to watch Kevin VanDam all day long. Had to be a little bit demoralizing to see VanDam advance so much. Martins and Rook sort of holding their own at best and at many times slipping backwards over the course of the day.
From those 2 anglers over to the man KVD, everybody wondering if the big Florida strain females would show up during this event. Basically, they have, and they're all in VanDam's live well right now.
So there you see at the top of the leaderboard, Kevin VanDam, Brent Chapman, Aaron Martins, but let's go down to page 3 of that leaderboard and something important to watch. 25th place, that is the cut line. The last position available, and Jeff Creed is holding it down right now. Matt Herron, Mark Davis, Edwin Evers, the guys on the outside looking in, but there's still time to get the job done. Venice has been the destination for the guys wanting to gamble, to fish a short period of time. For some, it's paid off. For some, it has not,
I give it up to every single angler that made that run. Guys like Brent Chapman, Todd Faircloth. You look at Gary Klein, Bobby Lane, literally saying, I am going to gamble on this, and I'm going to give myself 1 hour to take this title down in Venice. And another angler, Cliff Pace, the one thing he said, the cold, cold weather helped me. And if you look at today's conditions compared to last week, Venice is a new playing field.
Boy, I hope that fog got gone.
By the look of it, another keeper for Cliff Pace. Of course, we saw earlier Cliff Pace had filled out his 5-fish limit, but by his own admission, they were not 5 big ones at all. He needs something big time to happen if he wants to get right in there. Started the day in the top 10, and he has fallen out of that top 10. He's got to get back in there if he wants to challenge for the Classic title. Brent Chapman, on the other hand, started the day in 4th place, made the long trip to Venice, only an hour and 15 minutes to fish, and he's moved all the way into 2nd.
Chapman said after day number 1, basically all these little outcroppings, a little point, a notch in those reeds, he said you could almost call your shot. Judging right now, VanDam is not the only angler having a big day.
There's another good one. Yeah! Baby! Look at that. That's how you stick them, and these are the ones that win the Classic. $4 1/4. Nothing like making every second count. One more like that and we'll be trucking back. Winning the Classic is what this sport's all about, and days like today are, you know, what win it for guys. I mean, that's what all of us as anglers strive for, that and Angler of the Year. And you know, career-wise, I think it tends to solidify your career a little bit better, a whole lot better. You know, I've got so much support and prayers from friends and family. There he is. Oh. Yeah, baby. We are right there now. You boys better be catching them, because this is what I can do in an hour and a half. Imagine what I could do with a full day.
Brent Chapman with a nice keeper right there, and we heard him thinking about the possibilities. How much could he and all the anglers making this long trip to Venice get done if they could have a full day or as much as the long trip will allow? That's going to take a fog-free day, and we may have that tomorrow. But look at the leaderboard. Brent Chapman unofficially, we've got him as your leader at this point on day number 2. But the decision to run down to Venice, as Brent Chapman admits, is a decision that has a lot of moving parts. Requires a lot of thought on the part of these anglers.
This body of water has too many variables. There's areas on this system that you can only access on certain tides, and there's areas that are great on some tides and bad on other tides. Now, that's my biggest fear, is to analyze it too extreme.
I'm not seeing the conditions that I'd like to see where I feel like I could really catch them. I'd love to see the water come up. The water's about a foot low, and I think it's got the fish not biting as well as what they would if we get the tide to come up some more. And if I could have some more fishing time, it would really help, and I think I could catch an even better bag of fish.
What I want to do is I want to launch my boat. I want us to get to fish 8 hours, and I want to focus on the fishing and not all the variables. I want the variables to go away. I've been worried about them for 5 months, and that's long enough.
The Bassmaster Classic, the World Championship of Bass Fishing. Our continuing coverage of day number 2 action from New Orleans and the Louisiana Delta. And the fishing moments have dwindled down to a precious few. For these 50 anglers who are in there, not all 50 will make it into the 3rd day of competition. The field is cut down to 25 after these first 2 days. A lot of stories working, especially the story of the guys who choose to fish close to our launch, have all day to fish versus the ones making the long 100-mile-plus run down to Venice. One of those choosing to stay close, Brandon Palnick from Idaho, representing the Bass Federation Nation, 23 years old, and he started this day way down, but he has moved definitely up the leaderboard.
And Gary Clunn with a tough day number 1. Hats off to him. He is already on his way back to our weigh-in, but he has managed to get himself back in the top 10.
Super disappointing day number 1 for Gary Clunn, looking for a little redemption down in Venice on day 2. The big story today, Lake Catawatchee and our leaders.
And 2 anglers that have definitely gone at it with each other. Kevin VanDam, Aaron Martins trading blows here in Catawatchee. You can't help to rewind time and know that these 2 have gone head-to-head before.
As 2 of the most dangerous anglers in the sport of bass fishing square off this classic day 2 in the Louisiana Delta. It's hard to put aside memories of a time when the Classic came down to a grim battle between Aaron Martins and Kevin VanDam. 2005, Pittsburgh, where the record would be set for the smallest weight ever to win the Bassmaster Classic. Martins had the lead on the final day, but each angler struggled mightily to boat the few available keepers.
Oh my God! Oh my God! No!
3 pounds, 8 ounces, and that makes Kevin VanDam a 2-time Bassmaster Classic champion.
In the end, it would be Aaron Martins who would fall 6 ounces short and watch from 2nd place as VanDam collected his 2nd Bassmaster Classic title.
Brutal ending to a Bassmaster Classic of the past. Judging Aaron Martins' day so far, it has been a brutal grind.
Yeah, Aaron Martins has had to watch Kevin VanDam all his successes all throughout this day. Martins had 20 pounds 7 ounces on day number 1, and it's very plain that he is getting nowhere near that total, at least so far, with only a few minutes left in this fishing day.
Definitely struggling, bro. I hate struggling. It's the worst feeling. Jason Williamson just caught him. It's just me, dude. I mean, literally, it's just me. That solid fish hit the spinnerbait. Let me get in there, Brett. I saw him eat it. It's just weird. It came off the top of a stump. I might be reeling under him. Gosh, man, I saw him come up on it. I was like, he ate the skirt part, you know. Like typically they can focus on the skirt better than the blades. I watched him eat this part of the skirt was hanging out of his mouth. I watched everything. I kind of pulled on, hoping it had. Well, take what I can get right now. This ain't a limit.
Definitely not a positive vibe in the boat of Aaron Martins right now. And Kevin VanDam, this is the show he's had to watch all day long. And now he's not been catching them one after the other all day long. They've come in flurries, but VanDam's been catching the good ones.
No, but if you rewind a little bit, VanDam's whole game plan was to avoid Venice, where everybody said they were catching. He said, Bud, what if there's fog? What if there's cold water meeting warm air? He goes, I want to put myself where the bass are coming. Obviously, Kevin VanDam has done that. Not only that, Kevin VanDam knows the exact mood of every bass he's catching.
Well, I've just seen it too many times when you have this transition from cold to warm, how the fish change, you know, from morning to afternoon. And, you know, there's times to be hard-headed and just stick with it. And, you know, yesterday was one of those days that I just felt like you keep grinding with that spinnerbait and you're gonna catch them, you know. But the water's 5 degrees warmer than it was yesterday, and it's another day past the moon. So I know a lot of the fish that are here have set up, and a lot of the females have already probably even dropped some of their eggs. So they get in a whole different mood, and you know, that crankbait deflecting off a stump is hard for them to pass up. This one especially, I mean, it wanders all around. It's real erratic, and that's what it takes to trigger them, you know. I mean, they go from that mode of eating to spawning to thinking about guarding, you know, those stumps that they're going to spawn on away from brim and things like that. So that's what that crankbait resembles. Here's a big one. Yep, giant. How about that, huh? 5-pounder. That gets rid of one for sure.
Good, substantial fish right there for Kevin VanDam, and they say every fish in a big-time tournament is important. This particular fish important? Well, for a lot of reasons, mainly because it gives him, unofficially, the lead back from Brent Chapman. This Catawatchee area has paid so far for Kevin VanDam, and we heard him running down the reasons and the ways he's going to manage these fish through an entire fishing day, and hoping that this place is going to pay for 3 full days. Kevin VanDam has got a plan, and he's sticking to it.
This area it's the premier spawning area. There's a handful of anglers around there, and I feel pretty confident in my choice now that this area has everything you need to support a huge population of fish.
That one. Yeah! It was harder watching Kevin catch them, absolutely. 4-pounder, 4-pounder, 5-pounder. Yeah, it's tough. We were all watching, so I looked up and see Kevin. He looked right at me, we looked down. It was just to try and see if other guys are getting bit, because it was flurries, and if the other guys are getting bit, you kind of want to be on the good stuff. You look at him, you say, man, I'm throwing my spinnerbait, I'm chunking it out there, and I'm winding it in, I'm watching him do his retrieve, and you know, what's he doing different? Oh, catching 4-pounders. I mean, I don't know, I can't explain it.
The 41st Annual Bassmaster Classic is brought to you by Skeeter Boats, Dick's Sporting Goods, Bass Pro Shops, and Toyota.
Fishing time is over. The second day of the Bassmaster Classic 2011. All the anglers made it back to Bayou Signet. We're thankful for that. First of all, loaded up and moved all the way back into town here. The New Orleans Arena, right there in the center of your screen, is where it's all going to happen. We're going to weigh them in, see who makes it to day number 3. But an important story. I want you to listen to the story of Kevin Ullman, the Chicago firefighter. His lifelong ambition to be a part of the Bassmaster Classic, but he's battling serious health issues. He is battling cancer. Angler Gerald Swindle got a hold of this story. He heard about it. He said, I'm going to make something happen on the second day of the Classic. And listen to this.
Kevin, tell me how cool this is.
Opportunity of a lifetime. I can't even express how cool this is. This is opportunity of a lifetime, man. Especially riding in with this guy. Unbeatable. Unbeatable.
Gerald, what does this mean to you? I'm going to tell you something, ladies and gentlemen. We all know Gerald got a big win a month ago. But right now on this stage, we have 2 champions. Let's hear it for them.
I don't know if I get much out, but to the fans, this is a boy that's beating cancer. It ain't going to win again. I wanted him to experience what I experience every day because I've been blessed. From my family to the fans, you guys are awesome. To Trip Weldon, Jerry McKinnis for letting this happen, it means more than winning the tournament.
An incredible moment, and Kevin Ullman's got more fans than ever now pulling for him, and good news for Kevin. Now time to weigh in the fish, and how about Brandon Polnick, representing the Federation Nation, a great day too.
Federation National Championship, and he is representing 17 pounds, 14 ounces.
I mean, I'm here for the same reason these guys are. I'm here to win, and I mean, like you can see, my area got a little bit better today. I know some of those guys caught them good again today, but tomorrow's a whole nother day, and I'm hoping to get this crowd on their feet, the whole thing, not just my section.
Aaron Martin's left the takeoff this morning in the lead, had 20 pounds, 7 ounces on day number 1. A definite struggle on day number 2.
11 ounces. Gonna fall short of the lead, but puts you in second place. Aaron Martin from Leeds, Alabama, sitting in second place at the Bassmaster Classic. When that came out of my mouth, I noticed that's been said a few times before. But you know what? It's not the last day. So you gotta be, let me ask you, finishing second in the Classic as many times as you have, is it a relief to know that you don't have that lead going into the final day and you can just chill out and get the job done tomorrow?
Yeah, it feels great.
Brent Chapman would be the hero of Venice today. Started out in 4th place, only had an hour 15 minutes to fish, and moves up into 2nd.
There's always pivotal moments in a tournament, and I saw my tournament going this way in a hurry, and I'm like, I got to make an adjustment now, and I felt like I recovered and salvaged the day.
And only Kevin VanDam would think that his 19 pounds 3 ounces on day 1 would be a disappointment. Day 2, he's right where he wants to be.
22 pounds, 8 ounces! Kevin VanDam takes the lead once again at the Bassmaster Classic.
2 words necessary at this point. Watch out, Kevin VanDam with the lead going into the final day of the Bassmaster Classic, just under 4 pounds.
And basically, there's one story there. 5 of our anglers in the top 10 in Venice, 5 from Lake Catawachi.
Page 2 of the leaderboard, and Kevin Worth, one of the names who has made a move up during the course of this day. 2 guys going in the opposite direction, Cliff Pace, Dale Hightower.
And basically, you have to be in our top 25 to get to day 3. And there's our guy, Jeff Creed, clawing and scratching. He will fish on the final day.
We look down at the guys who did not make the cut, and we see, well, names like Kelly Jordan and Bill Lowen touted as a guy who's going to be one of the favorites at this Bassmaster Classic.
Basically, I got to do it for no given reason. Because he's just from Michigan, Ryan said 40th place.
Greg Hackney in 42nd place. He will not be fishing on day 3 either. been a big day. The 25 who are going to make it to day number 3 are pumped. So is our leader, KVD.
Yeah, absolutely, absolutely. It doesn't stop here. You heard it. I mean, absolute bedlam just when you drove in today, KVD. You put 22.8 down, and the roof goes off the place. Is there any better feeling than leading the Classic on day number 2? I can think of one day.
Yeah, you know, you want to lead on the final day, but today was pretty special without a doubt. You know, it didn't start that way. It was kind of a grind out there, but, you know, I just kept my confidence up, kept my concentration up, and, you know, it worked out. I ended up having a real good day. And, you know, yesterday I didn't get a bigger bite. Today I got 2 of them. So, you know, you never know about tomorrow, but today was awesome.
So many anglers running 2 hours, 3 hours. You said to me 2 months ago, I'm not going anywhere, dude. How do you know that stuff?
You know, I just took a gamble, just like everybody. You know, everybody has to go out there and pick an area here and just gamble on it. And I just chose the area that I'm fishing based on the time of the year that we're having, typical cold winters. The Mississippi River's cold. We're going to have a lot of fog. You're going to take a long run. You're going to lose a lot of fishing time. And, I mean, lo and behold, I just got lucky and the conditions played where that exactly happened.
You just made a comment to me. You said, I have to be careful. What does that mean going into the final day?
Well, you know, I've had 2 really good days, but, you know, things can change. You know, the weather's going to be a little different tomorrow. It's still going to be warm, but there's going to be a lot of wind. And a lot of what you know, where I'm fishing, it's hard to position the boat if it gets real windy.
You always say wind is your friend.
The wind is usually your friend, but I'd like it to be just nice and slick, just like it's been the last couple days.
Better part of a 4-pound lead. They say nothing is bulletproof on the final day of the Classic, but when it's KVD, you got to think things are headed that way. One more time for him. Second round leader at the Bassmaster Classic, Kevin VanDam.
Kevin VanDam will take his 3 pounds plus lead into the final day of the 2011 Bassmaster Classic. Looking to be the first angler to go back-to-back at the Classic in 35 years and also looking for his 4th Classic title. We'll have a lot of company where he's fishing, and we will show you all the fishing. We will show you the way in the crowning of the champion that comes your way tonight at 10 p.m. on ESPN2. We'll see you then.
How about that?
Bang, bang, double gun loaded. And he is loaded for bear here in New Orleans. I'm carrying for you.
This has been a presentation of ESPN, the worldwide leader in sports. For more, log on to Bassmaster.com.
This is it, the final day, the day when you can close the deal and grab yourself a big measure of greatness in your chosen sport. The final day of the World Championship of Bass Fishing, the Bassmaster Classic.
Each year, you know, you focus on goals, and you know, winning the Classic is a goal every year.
You got it, another 3-pounder.
I'm pumped. I'm just going to try to stay focused and, you know, focus on what I have to do tomorrow to go win.
Finally, get a big one.
You know, don't worry about the other guy. Just try to do what you know, try to do the best you can.
was fortunate, you know, the first bite I had was a 5-pounder, the next bite was almost another 5-pounder, and yeah, there's 10 pounds right there with 2 fish.
For me, I don't want to win just my 4th. I want to win 5th, 6th, 7th. You know, I want to just, you know, every time I go out there in any tournament, I want to win.
For it to become a reality right now is unbelievable.
23 years old here in the Bassmaster Classic. 20 pounds and an ounce, Brett Chapman.
I mean, it's just been very, very intense, and I couldn't ask for it to have gone any better.
Bang, bang, double gun loaded.
To win this one here would be real special just because it's where I won my first one.
That's what I'm fishing for.
Never give up! Never give up!
Welcome to New Orleans, Louisiana, the Big Easy, our host city. And the fishing taking place on the Louisiana Delta, not a very easy proposition, but a great test for these 25 anglers who have a single goal in their mind, to stand atop the world of bass fishing and claim the World Championship title, winning the Bassmaster Classic. As we look at our leaderboard, we see the name at the top, the man trying to repeat as champion, Kevin VanDam.
Not only repeat, the old Bassmaster Classic weight record, 56 pounds, 2 ounces in big-time jeopardy. One thing's for sure, our leader is ready for this final day.
Final day of the Bassmasters Classic. I mean, it's what we live for. No fog. Gonna get a full day of fishing, boys. It's game time.
That's all right. I don't need confidence. I got it.
Biggest day of the entire year of 2011 in the sport of bass fishing, just about to get underway. Takeoff time, Bassmaster Classic, the 41st edition. Tommy Sanders, Mark Zona, here in the New Orleans Arena. Everything we see today will lead us to this place where on that stage, one man will hold up the trophy, the most prized thing in the sport of bass fishing, the Classic Trophy. We got a lot to look forward to. So many stories we've seen developing so far through this. We have a leader and a strong one as we go into this final day, but he is not untouchable.
A way different dynamic going into this final day. Basically, the worst thing that could happen for the rest of the anglers, Kevin VanDam taking the lead after day 2, and he said, Bud, I am dialed in. I got a bunch of them coming to me. But besides that, this tournament is by far not over. Brent Chapman, a huge day 2, a monster sack, and did all of that damage in 1 hour, making a massive run. And the great thing about that, Brent Chapman is going to have a lot more fishing time today. This one is not done, buddy.
The nature of the fishery, nature of the fish catching has been changing with each and every day. Volume generally trending up. As we take a look at the launch at Bayou Signet on the West Bank here in the greater New Orleans area, we see some guys, 25 of them left from the original 50, who are ready to go. There's Bayou Signet. They're the gateway into the Louisiana Delta, this amazing place full of canals and ponds and sloughs, so many intersections and turns you can take rightly or wrongly. A lot of things to kind of mess a guy up and sort of interfere with his quest to win a Bassmaster Classic trophy. All right, we're going to take you right out to our takeoff here. Robbie Floyd is going to be following through the action all this entire giant playing field today. And Robbie Floyd now set up with our leader, Kevin VanDam, as they prepare for the launch.
Here it is, already the 6-time Toyota Tundra Bassmaster Angler of the Year, 3 in a row. Now you're going for your 4th Classic and 2nd in a row. Do you even think about these stats as you take off?
You know what? I'm just glad to be leading the pack. You know, it's where you want to be going in the final day of the Bassmasters Classic, and I'm going to give it my all. Today, it's game day.
How much concern do you have? Yes, they're getting more time to fish down in Venice. The wind come up. It could have muddied up your area a little bit. How concerned are you with that?
I'm not worried at all. The area I'm at is got giant fish in it, and a lot of them. So we're going to go there and see if we can make it happen. I've just got to execute on the bites. I know that I can make it happen there.
Yesterday, you were whacking them with a KVD crankbait, the 1.5. You had to make a change. Do you think it's going to be the same today?
I think the crankbait's going to be the deal. When the wind gets up, the spinnerbait might be back on, though, too. Those 2 baits, though, catch big fish.
Spinnerbait and crankbait.
Spinnerbait and crankbait.
All right, good luck, buddy.
Thanks, buddy.
Robbie Floyd with our leader, Kevin VanDam, and when VanDam came in, laid down the big bag of fish on day number 2 to take over the lead, he said, yeah, that's nice, it's solid, but I am far from locking this thing up. I am not bulletproof at this point.
And here's the deal with VanDam right now. Basically, if you look at what's going on in his fishing area, a lot of other contenders, 10 to 15 yards away from right where VanDam is fishing. Brent Chapman in 2nd place, making that long run, extra fishing time today, has his area all to himself. But if you listen to a lot of the anglers in this tournament, a lot of the locals, they're still looking for those very, very big Delta bass. A lot of solid ones so far, but not many giants.
Yesterday, day 2, was the big moving day. That's what they call the 2nd round of the Bassmaster Classic. Let's take a look at the anglers on top as we finish 2 days of angling and head into this final championship day. Brandon Polinick from Idaho, representing the Bass Federation Nation, that amalgamation of bass clubs all around the world. And this young man is 23 years old, going toe-to-toe with the best in the business. He believes that dreams come true.
I've been dreaming to make it to this level for so long that, I mean, I'm kind of stuck in that dream. And for it to become a reality right now is unbelievable.
Aaron Martin's originally from California. He knows all about being in the thick of it in big days. He's got 20 pounds plus on day number 1. Setback on day number 2, but he survived some disappointments in the past, especially in Bassmaster Classics. Can he put it all behind him?
I'd like to win the Classic just for my family, to tell you the truth. I'd like to win it just to, regain that, get back to him,
Brent Chapman from Kansas, strong, solid, a guy with a reputation for solidly, quietly getting the job done. And he has been going every day to Venice, Louisiana, taking all the risks, trying to pick up the advantages, although with a small time to fish. And it's a ride that plays in his mind, to be sure.
Imagine driving through neighborhoods at the fastest speed you can in the fog, and trying to get somewhere as fast as you possibly can. That's what it's like. I mean, it's unbelievably intense.
Kevin VanDam, our leader going into the final day, trying to achieve so much. Trying to win the first back-to-back Bassmaster Classics in 35 years. Trying to tie the record for Classics with 4. He can do it if he wins here in the Delta. Kevin VanDam is prepared and ready to take it on.
I think it's really going to come down to Brent or I. He had an unbelievable day for just a short fishing time. I'm not sure that I can catch another big bag or not. The fish live there. I'm pretty confident in the area, and I'm going to go out there and give it my best.
25 anglers left in the game at this point, split up between 2 important areas out here. One of them requires big travel time, gives you a few hours to fish. The other, very close by, but crowded and stressful.
5 of our top 10 anglers making a 2-hour run down to Venice, Louisiana. The other 5 in our top 10 fishing very close in Lake Catawatchee, basically only 12 to 15 minutes from our takeoff. And one of them, a Federation Nation angler, 23-year-old Brandon Polinick. And here's the interesting thing. He's basically said, "Bud, I'm fishing right next to VanDam, so I know my area is solid." And the other thing, he said, every single day, he's really, really dialed in this spot. Brandon Polinick getting ready to go to work early on day number 3.
I've been in this dream since I won the Federation Championship on the Red River.
There we go. Oh my gosh. Oh, that is a tank. Oh, come on, baby. Look at that thing. Oh my gosh. Oh, I'm freaking out right now. Come here. Come here. Come here. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. Look at that thing. Look at that thing. Oh, man. Oh, that right there is why you gotta stay focused. Holy cow. Oh my gosh. I'm shaking so bad. Look at that thing. I don't know how big that is. Oh man. Oh. Whew. Whew. I'm shaking now. Oh. I can't believe it. Oh man. Whew. Gotta shake that one out of my legs. Oh. I can't believe it.
About that catch on the final day of the Bassmaster Classic, a major bomb for the Federation Nation angler.
Brandon Polinick, and based on his effort on day number 2, rockets into the top 4, and he starts his day 8 pounds behind Kevin VanDam, but he caught a huge deficit cutter right there. What a great catch to start the final day of the Bassmaster Classic, and we are just getting started. More final day action coming up.
The 41st Annual Bassmaster Classic is brought to you by Dick's Sporting Goods, Humminbird, Skeeter Boats, and Toyota.
Well, this is it, the big one, the most anticipated day in the sport of bass fishing. Final day of the Bassmaster Classic 2011. This is the 41st edition, and like all final days, we got 25 anglers left in this thing. each one of them with a dream to stand on top of the world, to say they've beaten the best in the world, and to be the #1 person in the sport of bass fishing. Our Toyota Tundra rules of the game. We had the full field of 50, fishing for 2 days, a 5-fish limit each one of those 2 days. After the 2 days, we cut the field down to 25 for this final day, and at the end, the angler with the biggest 3-day total will claim the $500,000 first prize and the most desired trophy in this sport, the Classic Trophy.
And really, if you look at our map right here, 3,700 miles of water here, but there's only 2 major players left on this final day's where to fish. A lot of our guys running down to Venice, and the thing about Venice, you are going to get many shots, quantity, constantly upgrading your catch, or do you stay close, fish the area Lake Catawatchee, and fish for quality, not as many bites? We're going to get on the water right now and take a look at Derek Remitz. Basically, he said, Bud, I am not getting a lot of bites, but they're definitely good ones. And the key thing here, the key thing to know, while all of these anglers are still running down to Venice, Derek Remitz is getting to work in a big way.
Giant. He's pretty damn close. God. I can't talk right now. That's pushing 10 right there. That helped cause a lot. That's pretty exciting. I might not show it, but...
Well, I'm pretty confident I would collapse. The biggest bass we've seen so far this entire Bassmaster Classic. And if you look at what's going on right there, basically, VanDam just got pickpocketed by Derek Remitz.
And Derek Remitz says, hey, this whole deal is a great setup. I'm in the right place, but the only thing wrong with this, I look up every 30 seconds and there's Kevin VanDam catching a 4-pounder. And Kevin VanDam, when he laid down 22.5 pounds to finish up day 2 at the New Orleans Arena, the place went wild. But Kevin VanDam knows there's plenty more work yet to come on this final day.
And if you really listen to him at the end of day 2, he said, Bud, I got the lure, I've got the retrieve, and more than that, I've got the best spot on this whole waterway.
Here's a good one.
Yeah! Wow, in a way different situation on day number 3. Basically, the first 2 days of competition, all of our anglers would get to this area. They would catch a lot, but not a lot of quality fish. Here on day number 3, the giants are starting to bite.
Kevin VanDam with that fish moving farther away from his nearest pursuer. He started with a 3.5-pound lead. Also within earshot, within a casting distance of him, Scott Rook of Arkansas, and there's a little bit of psychological warfare going on out here.
And now got another one on. Scott's got one on too. It's a little one. I catch a 2-pounder, he catches 4-pounder. Look at that. Unbelievable. I won't even go 2 pounds and his is 4. It's gonna be another KVD show today, it looks like.
Well, it was duly noted by Scott Rook. He gets a catch as well, but it is nowhere near size-wise to that of Kevin VanDam, and he's going to have to watch this scenario play out all day long. But what a view of this relatively small area known as the Tank Pond area of Lake Catawatchee, and so much going on in a tiny place.
And what a dynamic for our final day of the Bassmaster Classic. 3 of our top 5 anglers fishing in earshot of each other. Aaron Martins, Scott Rook, and Kevin VanDam watching each other's action. And the difference here right now, basically, the first 2 days of this tournament, fog, very calm. And a lot of these anglers, they didn't get to this area till 9 or 10 in the morning. And you can definitely tell the conditions today are playing on Aaron Martin's mind.
It's like not cool. It's, you know, it's cool, but it's no means cold. It's enough breeze to put a little chop on the surface, which aerates the water, makes the fish more active. I mean, they should be just plowing baits, right? Everybody should be just catching them. I don't know, you know, it might be the noise, all the motors coming in here. I'm just sure if you came here at like first light, when a lot of guys are fishing here, you could put some hurt to them, like, you know, first light before the sun crests, you know, comes up. First 45 minutes of light, which we're, you know, sitting at the dock every day, that would have been. You know, you catch, I'm not saying you'd catch a bunch, you just catch 2 or 3 real quick. But that's when the big ones bite too. Those big ones, you know, if you catch them before all the commotion starts, they're a lot easier to catch.
So Aaron Martin's getting some hookups in this first hour or so of fishing on the final day of the Classic. But as we look at what he's bringing in now and think about that first one, just not the size, at least as yet, to make up that deficit, that lead he gave up on day number 2 when he only brought 12 pounds and change to the weigh-in stand. We look back at Kevin VanDam, what we've seen from him, spot on, right on to achieve all kinds of goals. Resetting the new record for 3 days of fishing in the Bassmasters, tying the record for wins with 4. He can do it all here, and he looks like he's right on track. Big surprise. Looks like Kevin VanDam chose Catawatchee, and it may be the right place.
Well, the one thing that was said about this area from a lot of our competitors where it will never sustain all the pressure from the contenders and the local pressure. It's a very popular area. But judging into this final day right now, not only is it sustaining that pressure, it's actually getting better.
It's one of those spots where there's a lot of fish around you. You're going, I mean, there could be 10 more boats in there and you'd still be catching them.
The chance to catch a giant stringer of fish is there. You know, the opportunity to catch a 25 or 30 pound bag of fish is there.
I feel pretty confident in my choice now that this area it's the premier spawning area. I mean, it's got the best habitat around it. I mean, it has everything you need to support a huge population of fish. And it's got a big population of big fish. The quality's there. You know, there's a lot of 10-pounders in this area. Just catching one is the trick.
Coverage continues of the final day, biggest event in the sport of fishing, the Bassmaster Classic. And for the 4th time, our host city for the Classic, well, this unique city, no place like it in the world, New Orleans, Louisiana. All the pleasures, all the fun in the French Quarter, all the other attractions of this great place. They're serious about the food here as well. That's a big news flash right here. And for this special week, another big attraction. The Bassmaster Classic Expo presented by Dick's Sporting Goods. All sorts of tackle, everything having to do with the world of fishing. Folks like to come out and the big crowd show up to see what's next in the world of fishing tackle. And right after that, everyone heads over for the weigh-in right there at the New Orleans Arena.
And here we go. Big surprise right here. Bassmaster Classic contender, the only contender from the state of Louisiana. Greg Hackney, thank you so much for being with us.
Glad I could be here.
We're also very sorry that you're here with
Yes.
us. I mean, you had bigger ambitions for this tournament, but things don't always work out the way you expect them to.
Interesting thing on day number 1 on Bassmaster.com. Sanders, we're checking out the Bass Trek scene where all the anglers are. We look at Greg Hackney literally within 30 yards of Aaron Martin's and Kevin VanDam, then you were gone.
You know, I just decided I had a better area, so I left.
Hey, it's a different experience for everyone, but being from here, you have definitely experienced both of the places that we know now are the players in this tournament. Up north, near the launch at Bayou Signet, of course, the Catawatchee, and down south, Venice, Louisiana. What do these two places have in common?
You know, that right there, the Mississippi River, that, you know, the most fertile body of water in the United States is draining through both of those areas. And that's the reason they're, you know, producing like they are.
And they put in a freshwater diversion a few years ago, and you say that is the key to Lake Catawatchee.
Oh, yeah. Without that diversion, without that fresh Mississippi River water, a constant supply of it going through the lake, it wouldn't be there.
What has that done?
Well, the biggest thing it's done, it's any saltwater intrusion that we might get later on in the summer, it keeps it out.
From there, we're going to go down to Venice. You say same situation, just different down there.
Well, the deal is down there, it's the natural flow of the Mississippi River. So you have a lot more flow, I should say, all the time. Those areas are deeper. It's a different type of marsh from up in this area where it's flatter.
And at times, that river can actually keep that water colder down there.
Oh, yeah, without a doubt. That water on average stays much colder than up here. And the reason for that is there's so much more of it. And, you know, that water's coming all the way from Minnesota, so all the ice melt and everything.
So cold.
The main river is a lot colder here.
Well, that good source of constant river water in the Lake Catawatchee area has made the difference for a number of anglers. Again, Derek Rimet's definitely one of them.
Derek Rimet's had a monster 2010 season on the Bassmaster Elite Series. And whether it's the Elite Series or the Bassmaster Classic, Derek Rimet's will tell you it's all about adapting.
I mean, growing up, like 4 years ago, I could take a Cinco and fish it for 15 hours a day and make like 8 casts. But after like fishing 4 years on the Elites, you just can't fish slow anymore. I mean, you have to. I mean, it's just the way it is. You have to be throwing a crankbait or a moving bait. You know, just stuff you learn over the years. You know, after you get beat a couple times, you know, and you figure out, well, I guess, you know, look at him, look what he does every time. So I mean, it's just a matter of getting comfortable doing it, and over the past 3 years I've really gotten a lot of confidence, you know, cranking. It's become my favorite way to catch them by far. So it's just a little RC 1.5. It's a perfect crankbait for what I'm doing here, shallow grass and stumps. You know, it's got the square bill, so most of the time it'll deflect off the stumps. Basically what I'm doing with it is just trying to cover water, but I'm really trying to hit those stumps with it because those fish are setting up on those stumps to spawn. And just basically trying to bang it off the stump and get a reaction bite out of them. You know, main thing is just making as many casts as I can, trying to cover as much water as slowly as I can with this bait because, you know, you can drag a worm and a Cinco around and catch some fish on it. If you can get that reaction bite, you know, deflection off the stump is really what's key to getting those big females to bite, that's what I think anyway, so.
Well, you would tend to think Derek Rimet really does know what he's talking about. A phenomenal angler. His very first event he fished in the Bassmaster Elite Series, he won, and doing something completely different than what we see him doing right here. And as he's grown through the years, we've seen him become adapted to all different types, different techniques. This is a guy who is really coming around.
If you listen to Derek Rimet's, what he's talking about, making sure that bait deflects off of stumps. If you look over his shoulder, this is a spawning flat that's basically about 500 yards long. And the key deal on this thing, major stumps, grass, and a hard bottom. A hard bottom for bass like that to spawn on. And it kind of, you heard it after the day 2 weigh-in. A lot of our anglers in Catawatchee saying, I know another wave is coming to me.
Well, we saw Derek Rimet earlier today landing one in the 9. He said pushing 10-pound range with that solid fish. He's really getting a good limit started here on the final day of the Classic. Now Scott Rook, basically known as a river angler from Arkansas, has proven throughout this week he knows how to get it done down here with this Mississippi River water, essentially.
Where's the 5-pounder? How can VanDam catch that many 5-pounders and I can't catch one? 5-pounder, I'd be happy. I'm talking about that sucker clobbered it now. He knocked slack in it, he hit it so hard. That no help. But he ate it too. Where he's got that bait. They all bite like that. That'll help. Not a giant, but it'll help. Good call.
So Scott Rook obviously feeling a little positive, more positive anyhow, about that last keeper, and he's doing everything he possibly can to make up that 10-pound plus deficit he has to this man, Kevin VanDam.
And think about this dynamic going on the final day of the Bassmaster Classic. Basically, these guys all know their own score in Lake Catawatchee, but this entire morning thrashing is going on while a lot of anglers are still running to Venice.
There's a cluster of stumps right here, and one of the things that I learned yesterday is that these fish, you know, they're spawning. It's real dirty in here. And you can't see the stumps
But with this crankbait, I can make a lot more casts, and when I hit one, I just mentally mark that spot, and I want to keep throwing at it. Most of the fish I caught yesterday, especially the big ones, you know, I had to throw 3 or 4 times to the same stump to get them to eat. So that's going to be a key today. I mean, these fish don't want to eat, they're reacting to this bait. There is. That's the kind right there that's the kind that win the freaking classic right there, boys. Yeah! Look at that chub. That is what the New Orleans Delta is all about. When you catch bass like that, dude, you can't help it. That's a stud. That fish is 6 pounds. I've got 2 good ones. You know, I mean, a 3.5 and I just need 5 good ones and game over. So I'm a long ways from it. I know how hard it is to get that kind of bite out here, but this place right here, 25, 30 pound bag is not out of the question at all. I mean, there's thousands of them like that swimming out here.
Well, after that bass right there, the Bassmaster Classic all-time weight record definitely in jeopardy now. And you kind of look at that guy and think, dude, that's the Bassmaster Elite Series boogeyman.
He knows where to be, when to be, that's all, and I'm still learning that, I guess.
It's frustrating, you know. You know you've got to beat the best in the world, and they're just catching them, and you know, it's just
plays on you a little bit, and you know, I didn't get a bite for about an hour, and I see him hit 3 or 4 in a row, and I'm like,
you know, it used to be pretty special just to be here, but I want to win, you know. So I mean, this is the biggest focus every year, you know, and this event is it. I mean, this is the Super Bowl.
Welcome to our coverage. If you're just joining us, this is the Bassmaster Classic, the World Championship of Bass Fishing, coming to you from the Louisiana Delta and host city, New Orleans. As we look at our leaderboard, there's our man on top who's trying to defend his title from last year, Kevin VanDam. Also making a serious run today at breaking the all-time record for 3 days of fishing in a Bassmaster Classic, 56 pounds and 2 ounces. He's on track to eclipse that in this place that is so large, but a place that all through this coverage we've been talking about it has boiled down to 2 little specific places within this giant area.
Exactly, in the Berkeley run of the day. Bud, this is a no-brainer this week in Louisiana. Any angler that made the run down to Venice, Louisiana, literally, look at this footage right here. A lot of these guys making a 2 to 3 hour run and only getting an hour's fishing time, and that right there was the major factor the entire week, running through massive, massive blankets of fog where at times you couldn't see 100 feet in front of your boat.
And if you've been out there, you know that fog can be a terrifying thing if you're running across a flat reservoir with no obstacles. This place is full of obstacles, including big, oh, you just got to look at it and shake your head. This has been a terrifying run. Let's not sugarcoat it. Robbie Floyd's been out. He's made the run, and he's going to tell us about a piece of equipment you absolutely have to have here.
One piece of equipment you'll need if you ever go to fish the Louisiana Delta is a GPS. Boy, with over 3,700 miles to work with, these guys have been plotting their course, especially if you've been running from Bayou Signet all the way down to Venice. That's about an hour-and-a-half ride. But how you get there, boy, it can get crazy. This place is like a maze, a labyrinth, a lot of little channels, canals, the river to deal with. Also stuff that's happening below the water as well, like stumps and shell beds. Yeah, some of them are posted. Some move around every day, every week, every second for that matter here on the Louisiana Delta. I made a run earlier this week in practice from Bayou Signet down to Venice, and let me tell you, Mike Iaconelli's track from 2003 did not line up to the track for 2011. You turn left where you thought there was a canal, now they had a wall in front of it. These guys have to make adjustments along the way. They have to time how far it takes to get from point A to point B, and if they follow that line on their GPS, they know exactly how long it's going to take them to get there.
Well, they're there today, and today they'll have more time to fish than ever before in these 3 days.
Well, basically, days 1 and 2, these guys had an hour to an hour and 20 minutes to dissect Venice. Gary Clunn said at the day 3 takeoff, finally in this Bassmaster Classic, I can get to Venice and I can pick that thing to pieces.
Yeah, it's kind of nice to not feel rushed. I can fish slower and pick it apart. And, I mean, I'm gonna turn around and come right back up this bank. But I know what's here. I just, there's a good bag here. I just got to keep picking it apart. And these guys are gonna stroke them today. I mean, this is gonna end up being the best fishing day that we've had because we get a little bit more time. We got a little bit more water in the system. And these fish are biting. That's what I'm looking for. That right there will hunt, buddy. I don't know if it's the same fish, but I had another one just as big right there. 5 of these, and I'll have a shot at it.
That fish will move Gary Clunn 1 position up the leaderboard. He's looking very comfortable, relaxed in Venice today. Let's go over to Todd Faircloth now. Also fishing in Venice, a place that couldn't look any more different from Catawatchee.
The number 1 key in fishing in Venice is any of these dead-end canals. The reason why, if you find a dead-end canal that faces north, it warms up very quick. The other key, if you look at all of this grass right here, any little outcropping.
Well, we definitely more relaxed knowing I've got plenty of time to catch, you know, what I feel like I can catch. But I'd say 85% of the time the fish will hit it on the initial fall as it's going down. But for some reason this week, I really had to soak the bait, and what I mean by that is leave it in one spot for a while. And I don't know if it's because the fish are just lethargic or if it's taking them a little while to find the bait. That's been really a key for me the last 2 or 3 days, and that's when I've been getting most of my bites. There we go. That's more better. About that.
Todd Faircloth, like Gary Clunn, looking more relaxed down in Venice on this final day of the Bassmaster Classic. Let's go over to Brent Chapman, the angler highest on the standings, also fishing here in Venice. Chapman's a good bet for any classic. This is his 10th one, and only once has he missed the cut in a Bassmaster Classic.
It just, I mean, it is what it is. It's the classic. I mean, you know, it's me going somewhere and catching 12 pounds or whatever. You know, that maybe in an elite series event or something, you know, I might be a little more conservative or something, but this, I mean, you gotta step up to bat, and so we're ready for that nice fastball right down the middle. There's one. Golly. Talk about on the bank. Man. There's always a game changer type of fish. We're just needing a couple of those right now.
Brent Chapman doing well in Venice, like Gary Clunn before him. We also saw Todd Faircloth. All of these anglers getting more fishing time down in Venice today because of no fog delay, more freewheeling. It looks like they're more in their element.
And one thing's for sure, any angler that made that run right there, Venice, it's not dead yet.
Venice versus Catawatchee. This drama is going to play on there. You see our Venice anglers, Chapman, Faircloth, Gary Clunn, Bobby Lane, all prospering down in Venice on this final day. But we got to get back up to Catawatchee because that's where our leader, Kevin VanDam, is to be found, looking to eclipse the record for 3 days of fishing in the Bassmaster Classic at 56.2. These guys get up for every tournament, but this one is more important.
The classics today mean a lot more, especially with the competitive field that I compete against. I mean, these are truly the best anglers in the world. You know, in fact, I'm probably more excited to fish my 29th than I was my first Classic, because I know what it really means now. I mean, again, you're talking to a kid that started my career as, basically out of sophomore out of high school. And I've never had another occupation but competitive angling, and I started in 1979. I mean, last night I had that dream, the feeling of holding that trophy. And hopefully, come Sunday, I'll get a chance to relive that feeling again.
It's time for the Evan Williams Bourbon Bassmaster Classic Flashback.
He had hit a rough patch in his life, and like many of us would in the same situation, he was thinking career change. Michael Iaconelli had, in fact, decided that the 2003 Classic would be his final competition as a Bass Pro. But why not go out in a blaze of glory? After all, he had fished a Classic on the Louisiana Delta before, in 1999, as a Federation qualifier, no less. And it shown that he was a serious contender, finishing in the top 6. Iaconelli had found a terrific spot in practice, and it yielded enough weight to get him into second place after day 1. On day 2, mechanical trouble set him adrift for a while on his way to the Venice area, but he recovered, caught enough to get the lead over former Delta Classic champ Davey Height and veteran Gary Clunn on the final day.
What?
And who can forget the final hour of that final day?
Oh my God, it's the winning fish.
Never give up! Never give up!
A blaze of glory, yes. But the Classic win meant that there would be no going out. Welcome back to our final day coverage of the Bassmaster Classic, and that great memory, Michael Iaconelli winning his first Classic here in the Louisiana Delta 2003. Actually fished in his first Classic here in 1999 as a representative of the Bass Federation Nation, and in that tournament, Iaconelli made the top 6. We got great representation from the Federation Nation here in this Classic. In fact, 2 of those competitors have made the top 25. They've made the cut. One of them, Brandon Polinick.
And what can you say about 23 years old from Idaho? And if you look over his shoulder, Brandon Polinick fishing within sight of the biggest names in professional bass fishing.
Brandon Polinick doing very well on this final day, and all of these Federation Nation guys sort of fishing with respect to the memory of Bryan Kerchal, the only Federation Nation member to ever win a Bassmaster Classic. He did that High Rock Lake back in 1994, blowing his famous fish whistle there. And sadly, Bryan Kerchal, just a few months later, would lose his life in a plane crash. But his memory is big and still alive at this Classic 2011.
When Kerchal won, that was a big deal. And to be here and have some of the comparisons that he had, in his honor, I wanted to do one thing. I have one of his fish whistles, and I wanted to blow that for him.
Definitely a memorable moment right there, and the Bass Federation Nation always so well represented in person at each and every Bassmaster Classic. And Polinick doing a great job of carrying that banner through this edition.
If you look at this tournament so far, Brandon Polinick every single day in Lake Catawatchee raising his weights. And judging right here, Brandon Polinick holding his own against Aaron Martins and Kevin VanDam.
Whew, that's a good one there. Come on, pull down here. Whew. There we go. That's number 5. That's a good one for number 5.
A nice limit for Brandon Palaniuk. Brandon Palaniuk has held this dream a long, long time, fishing at the very highest level, making it to the Classic, but much to his delight, everything has accelerated and happened a lot earlier than he thought it would, and things are happening big time on this final day of the Classic as we head just a short distance away to Scott Rook.
We said it looking at this footage. Basically, Lake Catawatchee is a different playing field. These guys caught good ones in here day 1 and day 2, but nothing like we're seeing today. But unfortunately, Scott Rook has not been in on that action.
Yeah, there's some 5-pounders here. They're all in VanDam's live well. Gonna break the record. Another record that Kevin VanDam will hold. He'll have them all before it's over with. God, he's on there. Get it right there. Bump that stump and you eat it. I'm gonna come back there by you. Yeah, that's one I was looking for right there. That helps. 5-pounder.
A good keeper for Scott Rook. His problem is he starts his day 10 pounds behind Kevin VanDam. He needs something seriously miraculous to happen during the course of this day. And we look at this sport of fishing, ideally one man alone against the water, against the fish. But when you get everyone who can see everything you're doing and all three of the leaders in the same spot, it's a different game.
It is, and there's probably nobody better in the world at this than Kevin VanDam. What I mean by that, he will do, and I don't want this to sound the wrong way, but he will do anything he can to get in your head, to intimidate you. And having 5 bass in the live well right now, but it is almost impossible to stop that momentum.
How about the possibility of sitting there and watching the guy you're fishing against eclipse the record for 3 days of fishing in a Bassmaster Classic? Kevin VanDam most certainly has a shot at that very, very soon.
I've got a limit in the box, a good sack, and Brent's probably not even made his first cast yet. I got all day to work on him here. And we're gonna do it. That big one I caught first thing this morning told me the story. That fish is a fresh fish. It just got here. You can tell by the color and the size of it. It hadn't spawned yet. I mean, they're swimming in here by the minute. There's literally thousands of big ones in this area right here. No question about it. There's a big one. Yep, biggin. Game over. Lights out. It's a 5-pounder. Now we got 20. Bassmasters Classic, catching 5-pounders on the final day. Made a great change yesterday, and of course the whole field saw me do it, so everybody's catching them good today. I mean, this place is just getting better and better. Now let's just keep racking it up. Foot on the gas. Don't want to kick a dead horse or anything, but.
Yeah, well, you're kicking it, KVD. You're a bad, bad man.
When Kevin VanDam says game over, well, you'd better pay attention. I will tell you, though, one game that's over. Previous record for 3 days of fishing at a Bassmaster Classic, 56 pounds, 2 ounces. Luke Clausen, Lake Toho, 2006. We've unofficially got Kevin VanDam now, 57 pounds and 8 ounces. That record has been shattered. So it's Kevin VanDam right now and for the rest of this day, sitting on top of the bass fishing world.
I try to win every single year. And if you're fortunate enough to have won the year before, it doesn't put any more or less pressure on me to want to go out there and win it. I mean, that's my goal. That's the kind that win the freaking classic right there, boys. Yeah! There's so much, that has to go right for that to happen, but I can tell you I'm going to be giving it my best.
Final day of the World Championship of Bass Fishing, the Bassmaster Classic, coming to you from the Louisiana Delta and host city New Orleans. We have seen a lot in the past few minutes. Just moments ago, Kevin VanDam bringing in a 5-pound plus bass that eclipsed the record for 3 days of fishing with the Bassmasters. Kevin VanDam now unofficially 57 pounds and 8 ounces and an unofficial lead over the rest of the field of at least 10 pounds. We've seen all this happen in Lake Catawatchee, and right now Robbie Floyd with another angler who's come into this winning area.
Well, we've been waiting for the big fish to move into the Catawatchee, and Derek Rimmets caught a 6 yesterday. Kevin VanDam catches an 8 or 9 during practice, but Boyd Duckett, just a few hundred yards away from the massive anglers, catches an 8-pounder today in competition. He misses another big one, and he comes back and catches a 5-pounder. So the big ones, they're starting to move in, and now they're starting to catch them.
Well, Mark Zona, this has been the magic place since day number 1. We've seen great fish catching, but today it's just getting silly.
Nothing like this, and we're going to look at a couple of the big fish from earlier this morning, and there is a reason why. Basically, it's a perfect storm. You see it all the time going on down in Florida. You have a perfect spawning flat, a full moon, and a warm night. Those things combined right now have shown there is a giant wave of big bass moving into Lake Catawatchee.
We saw it very early on this final day. Brandon Polinick with a giant bass in the early going, and not too many minutes after that, there came Derek Rimmets with another monster.
A huge bass from Derek Rimmets, but none bigger than this bass right here from Kevin VanDam. This bass would put him over the all-time weight record for Bassmaster Classics, and basically lights out.
Game over. Lights out.
Definitely a turning point moment in this Bassmaster Classic. And remember, all these guys fishing Lake Catawatchee have had a full day of fishing to exploit this place versus the anglers who traveled to Venice, who had at best half that amount of time. That's where we're headed right now.
Well, Tommy Sanders, I don't want to head back down to Venice.
Go.
I want to stay up in Lake Catawatchee. How can you not? But seriously, if this tournament was 1 week earlier, 1 week later, we could see a total different turnout. And basically, Brent Chapman, he does not know the massive beatdown going on up north. Brent Chapman doing anything he can to upgrade his catch.
Man, they are just not doing it in here today. There he is. Golly. What'd I say? Little over 3.
See there? Venice isn't bad.
Oh, I like Venice. That's a cute bass.
Brent Chapman doing his best to keep up with the anglers elsewhere in the Louisiana Delta, but you got to remember again, Venice, a 2-hour drive each way from the ramp at Bayou Signet. They just don't have the time to do the fishing that these guys are doing way back up north here at Lake Catawatchee. This place has been the place that's paid.
And we've never had a Bassmaster Classic dynamic like we have right here in Lake Catawatchee. Basically, all of your leaders on this final day fishing within a cast of each other. Imagine that, seeing the entire story of the Bassmaster Classic play out in front of your eyes. And for Aaron Martins, a perennial second-place finisher in the Bassmaster Classic, well, he's been watching the Kevin VanDam show this entire day, and somewhere that has to play on your mind.
Aaron Martins was our day 1 leader, 20 pounds and 7 ounces, but the weights in this place have gone up each and every day.
I don't know, I must be a magnet because every time I get around you, you come right to me.
Been here. What do you got? You got like 30 now?
I got plenty.
You are a funny guy. I wish I could go somewhere where I couldn't see you.
I say that about you a lot too, Aaron.
Uh-huh. How big was the last one? Like 4, 4.5? I mean, the one over there, that nice one you got.
Oh, that's a 5.
It was a 5, huh? You're funny, dude. Gotta find that piece of wood. I gotta hit it one more time. Where's it at? That's a good one. Coming by you, dude, coming by you. There's one of those fish, dude. There's one of those fish, barely hooked. Oh, finally get a big one. It's about time. I miss you guys. I caught a couple of you the first day, and I didn't see any yesterday. And today you've been eluding me and biting all Kevin's hooks. Now I got one, so I feel a little better. Take that, Kevin.
No, that ain't gonna work. I'll get out of your way. I'm gonna go over here and catch a 6 or 7.
I know you are.
I caught a 10 right over here in practice.
Hey, let's go fishing sometime.
I'm sorry, but that is so brutal to watch.
And we got to point this out. Aaron Martins is a legendary, one of the all-time great anglers.
Phenomenal, one of the best on earth.
He's just got to be the unfortunate recipient of this beatdown, as you call it, from Kevin VanDam, and the beatdown goes on. He's eclipsed the record for 3 days of bass fishing here. He's on trying to tie the record for total wins. What a great week it's been. So many great moments, including, how about Brandon Polinick, for the Federation Nation, 23 years old, carrying the banner at this Bassmaster Classic with class.
Bryan's dad sent me 2 of the whistles that they remade of Bryan's original whistle that he blew. I wanted to do the best that I could do here this week so that I would have the opportunity in honor of him to blow that whistle on stage. He's the only guy to ever do it. And just to have the opportunity to do it here this week's just another part of that dream.
Coverage continuing of the final day of the World Championship of Bass Fishing, the Bassmaster Classic 2011, in this amazing place, this blend of fresh and salt water, all sorts of beautiful wetlands known as the Louisiana Delta. And the #1 man in bass fishing on top of the field at this point in the day, past the halfway point. Getting closer, ever so much closer to the time when we crown the world champion of bass fishing, but we have much more fishing yet to go. A lot of different things can happen before we reach the point where someone takes that championship. Tommy Sanders and Mark Zona from the New Orleans Arena right here. The big story all through this competition, of course, the 2 different ways you can choose to approach this tournament. You can stay close. You can fish all day long, just about 20, 15 minutes away in some cases, or you can make a long run down to Venice, Louisiana. These are the 2 choices they have. With Venice, you don't get much fishing time, and you got a lot of hazards to deal with. But what's the real difference between these 2 places?
The real difference is if you go down to Venice, basically, you get to set the hook a lot. There is a lot of numbers of fish. The only thing missing is those giant bites. You don't get a lot of 6 to 8 pound bites down there, but you're going to have your shots at a lot of 3 to 4 pounders. But if you listen to Greg Hackney, something he said about that freshwater diversion there in Lake Catawatchee, the main reason Kevin VanDam said he's going to stay there, when they made that diversion, they released a lot of Florida strain bass, basically bass on steroids, bigger bass. And as we're seeing right now, the worst thing that could happen to any angler that's down in Venice, the bass in Catawatchee are starting to bite.
You've been saying it since before this tournament started, and on day 1, Mark Zona, we got a chance at seeing the big ones who rarely show themselves showing up here in Lake Catawatchee. This is coming true as we get back to Derek Remitz. We saw him catch probably the biggest bass of the day so far early on. Could be plenty more fireworks on the way for this young man from the farm country of Minnesota. Remitt strikes again. The hits just keep coming from Lake Catawatchee here. And, you know, these guys are the best in the world, though. And it's not likely that the average guy could come out and do this. There's something very specific they're doing to make these big ones, Bud.
Well, if you're just joining us, basically on days 1 and 2, this area was saturated and thrashed with spinnerbaits. A lot of our anglers in that area said the fish basically just became conditioned to that spinnerbait. They nip at it, swat at it, and that was the transition in this event. When all these guys went to shallow crank and basically 1 to 3.5 feet of water, that is when they started knocking their lights out.
Yeah, watch out now, Rimmets. We have unofficially within 6 pounds of Kevin VanDam, so you never know what's going to happen. As we go back down to Venice, Louisiana, I got to put it to you, Mark Zona. These guys, having seen what has gone up here in the north part of this fishing area for 2 days, what are they counting on happening by going to Venice?
Well,
what are they basing their hopes on?
Well, basically, Todd Faircloth said, no way, shape, or form do I think Catawatchee will hold its own. I think it'll run out of fish. That has not been the case today. And so far, Todd Faircloth making it down to Venice, getting to work. But the problem, he has been plagued by small fish. And actually, he's been plagued by running out of baits.
I've been having to do surgery on my baits. I'm running low. These are some that I have patched together. You can take a lighter and heat a knife up, melt them back together. That's what I've been working on at night. Eventually I'm gonna have to change color because I'm gonna run out of those. There we go. How about that? Look at that. That's a good one.
Todd Faircloth, Brent Chapman, all of the rest of them have said all along, going through a bunch of fish is what it's about here in Venice. You've got to go through a bunch of them to get the 5 right ones, and they're getting that part of it right, even on this final day here. But we're going back to Lake Catawatchee. We cannot keep our eyes off this young 23-year-old Brandon Paulin.
And here's an interesting story. I said, Brandon, when did you know in this Bassmaster Classic you were in the right area, potentially the winning area? He said, basically on the first day, when I rose my head and saw VanDam, I knew the spot had potential of winning.
Oh, hey, look, there's Kevin VanDam. Not every day you get a fish against a guy like that, the best, on the 3rd day of the Bassmaster Classic. This right here has been a dream of mine for a long time. It's what the Federation does for you. Oh my gosh, did you see that thing? That one's over 10. Come on, baby, come on. Come on. Oh!
And on a day where everything has gone right for our Federation Nation angler, one of the biggest bass in this entire event, basically, Lake Catawatchee just punched back.
A brutal lost fish, especially magnified by the fact this is the final day of the Classic. But you got to think this guy, from what he's shown us today, will recover very, very quickly. Brandon Paulin at age 23 is very impressive. Skills beyond his years. He's got big-time enthusiasm as well, and here we see him going toe-to-toe with the best in the business and not blinking.
I try not to get starstruck by him because I think that loses the concentration from fishing, but still remain humble and have the respect for those guys because they are the real deal. I mean, you'll watch VanDam come across the stage and he'll prove that he's the real deal. I think it's possible to win. Those guys are the best in the world, no doubt in my mind. They are the best, and I'm fishing right next to them. But somebody's got to win. Somebody's got to win, and if it's meant to be, it'll happen. Whether one of those guys stumble and I have a solid bag, or if they catch them and I catch 30 pounds. I mean, if it's my time, it'll happen.
final day of the World Championship of Bass Fishing, the Bassmaster Classic 2011. 25 anglers left in the field, left in the game on this final day. And the man on top, the #1 man in the sport of bass fishing, Kevin VanDam. Still some more fireworks to come our way. We feel fairly certain about that. Again, 2 major areas playing throughout the 3 days of this tournament. Lake Catawatchee to the north, very close to the launch, and farther south, much farther south, Venice, Louisiana, about half of our top 10 casting their fortunes down there today, including this man, Gary Clunn. Started this day in 7th place. He's down to 10th now.
These are chunks that are in here.
Well, Gary Clunn basically dropping down to 10th place before that, Bass, because of the beat down up north. But right now, if you look at all of our anglers down in Venice, Louisiana, Gary Clunn is starting to rise to the top of that list.
I need a big bite. And I'm running out of time. This one little corner right here is where I had some vegetation move. And I caught my biggest one right there off that corner. But I think there's some more here. And sometimes it wouldn't be uncommon to catch 5 or 6 fish out from underneath one deal like that. That one here will call. That's what I'm looking for. That right there is just a pretty place. I mean, right on the corner. Man, when I flipped in there and saw that stuff move, me, my heart stopped beating. Now, these fish down here are eating machines.
Gary Clunn getting to work with the limited work time he has allotted today down in Venice. But the interesting thing, did you hear what he said about those grasses as we go around the corner right there, a couple miles away to Todd Faircloth? The key to Venice the entire week, all of these guys would say they would follow mats around. And what I mean by that, wherever those floating hyacinths were, wherever the wind would push those into a corner and it would meet the cane, that was the spot to fish in Venice.
Get in the boat. Boy, I don't know what's going on with that. That's the second time I've had to do that this week. How about that one? That's a nice one. Oh, cool. We call that whale roping man in Texas.
Well, Todd Faircloth, we're going to rewind that and show one of the best fish catches of the entire day. Here's the best part about this. Watch his reel right now. Oh, yeah. And, Todd, don't try to hide that reel. We see everything going on.
Lay off on Todd Faircloth. Twice in 2 days we have seen this, maybe seeing a pattern develop. I believe that's his best fish of the day right there. And Todd still got that limit in the boat. He's basically where he started on the leaderboard to start this final day. And guess what? So is this guy. Kevin VanDam started his day on top of the leaderboard, and he remains there still. Made the right decision where to fish on the very first day of this tournament, and he's made every right decision since then.
Take a look right now at our advanced view presented by Humminbird, and we're going to go under the water and take a look at the image of what these guys are concentrating on. They're not just flailing around here, and if you look at this image right here, they're not concentrating on isolated cypress stumps. It's where you see those clumps, those little clumps of cypress stumps. And VanDam said the major key, wherever you'd find these clumps of cypress stumps, was finding the biggest one in the middle. That's where a lot of the big bass would set up to spawn. And as we go under the water right now, looking at this area, he said there was a 6-inch rise, just a little depth change, and all these cypress stumps, he said, I would concentrate on that major, basically, it was the alpha stump with a bunch of knees, and he said I would make repetitive casts, cast after cast after cast. Even if I would get my crankbait hung up, I would either try to get it unhung or I would break it off. I would never go into the key clusters of cypress stumps.
Scott Rook, who's Rooms with Kevin VanDam on the road. He's been fishing against him for 12 years. He says, I've been watching this guy again and again, and I've watched him all 3 days here, and I'm still amazed by what you were just talking about. The guy will throw precise casts in a certain place at that stump again and again and again. So no matter how many times you think you've gotten the lesson from Kevin VanDam, he shows you how to do it and how to do it better with each and every outing.
Last year on the final day of the Bassmasters Classic in Birmingham, it was the same kind of thing. You know, early in the day, you know, I caught a 5-pounder, and just looking at that fish and looking at his color and seeing that, I mean, he had just moved in there, and I knew it was going to be one of those kind of days right then. And this morning, it's kind of the same thing. I caught that first good one, and I thought, you know, that's a good sign. And then I caught that big one, and I'm like, it's just going to be one of those special days. And you just have to learn to appreciate them, because they can be far and few between out here. These guys are the best in the world, and you never know what you're going to get. I've been trying to do this for a long time. You know, everybody wants to win a classic, but it's so hard to do. There's a big one. Giant. Giant. Biggest one yet. Look at there, boys. Look at that one. Yeah! That's what it takes right there. That's gonna be a good call right there. That's a 6 for sure. Old orange. Lights. Out! We gotta have probably got 24 pounds now. I mean, I told you today with the wind, it could be good. Let's see if we can catch 30.
Oh, he is other competitors' nightmare that will never end.
Got to be a rough day for all of these guys pursuing Kevin VanDam here in Lake Catawatchee, but that bass right there, just extraordinary. And now, as we look at our leaderboard, Kevin VanDam, almost a 10-pound lead over his nearest pursuer, Aaron Martens. He's definitely putting on a clinic, having a killer day on the final day of the Bassmaster Classic. Well, to borrow a phrase from Kevin VanDam himself, like he says, that's what we do.
I love the competition. That's the kind that win the freaking classic right there, boys. Yeah! I'm a long ways from ending my career, so, you know, I mean, each year, you know, you focus on goals.
Kevin VanDam!
Winning the classic is a goal every year. It's something that you strive for, and it just gets better. You know, I've won 3, so 3 out of 20 is not a very good record in reality, but as far as how hard it is to win the classic, I'm definitely striving to try to continue to add to it.
New Orleans, Louisiana, the site of the 41st Annual Bassmaster Classic, the World Championship. This is it, the final hours of the final day. Your last chance to reach out and grab the most treasured thing in the world of bass fishing, the thing that puts you in the book of legends, the career maker. There's also the matter of a $500,000 first prize for the winner of this Bassmaster Classic on the Louisiana Delta, which has provided us with so many stories. Not half of our field making long runs, 100 miles or more during the course of a day, down to Venice, Louisiana, where the Mississippi River hits the Gulf, casting their fortunes that way, but the most productive area, Lake Catawatchee, and that's where we're headed right now to take a look at, well, our leader, Kevin VanDam, and all the rest, including Aaron Martens, who's having a fantastic day.
Basically, a monster day 3 for the Bassmaster Classic. He needed to have the big day and have VanDam stumble, but here, in the last hour of the tournament, Aaron Martens basically just trying to chisel on VanDam's lead.
Oh gosh, it's a big one there. Oh God, no.
Oh, I think that was as big as the biggest one I've caught so far, or bigger. I got a headache. That was really big. I wanted to see that fish so bad. Oh man, I feel like a tree. Oh my gosh. The grass is unbelievable. It's not this, it's a grass that's floating that's so bad. Stinking grass? You can't even get 20 feet without getting some. Oh, God, no. Oh, it's a big one, dude. Gosh dang, man. It's 2 in a row. Oh. I'm not slacking it. I set the hook and dang, I haven't missed any fish like that at all. Nothing wrong, man. I can't change anything. Woo, dang, dude, that's a big one. Ah, Kevin, dude, he just lays into him and gets him every time. I mean, that's ridiculous. That fish knocks slack in it. Loser tournament, dude. Kevin's all talking to the camera. I saw him the last big one, the 5-pounder he caught. He wasn't even paying attention. He's like, oh, it's another 5-pounder. Maybe I'm trying too hard. Jeez, man. Well, that's a good one. I don't know if it's gonna help. This could get tricky, dude.
Some really impressive fish catching in the final moments of this Bassmaster Classic for Aaron Martins, but you got to know that time is quickly running out. You have spent a lot of time with Aaron Martins. He is a remarkable angler. What can you give us extra about him? What's he really going through now?
I mean, you feel bad for him. I mean, yeah, you look at him and VanDam, they're having fun and stuff like that, but you feel bad. He's one of the most talented anglers we have on the Elite Series.
And now to Kevin VanDam, this incredible display he's put on today, and when you go to break down the classics, you want to start at the very beginning. Talk about the decision to fish in this place on through the thing.
Well, VanDam is a guy that has to be in control on the water and off the water. And he said, no way, shape, or form will I make that run to Venice. I need to control my tournament. I'm not going to let time, gas, possibly getting stuck, that will not control me. I want to maximize my fishing time and put myself where I know the biggest bass of this delta live. And if you look at his final day performance, we've covered him so many events where he's blew it away, but basically he has annihilated this one.
The first time that I won the Classic was right here in New Orleans. And I mean, it was a nail biter. You know, today I had a 4-pound lead going in, and I knew I'm gonna have to catch him. Brent's gonna catch him down there in Venice, and this area here has the potential to catch a giant sack. And I'm gonna tell you, we have just caved their heads in today. I mean, I've got a big sack in the box right now. I can't wait to go in that Coliseum and show them out. I know Remit's caught a giant one. I mean, the potential's here, so I'm gonna go to a bigger crankbait, try to catch a, I mean, the smallest fish I got is 4.5 pounds right now. What else are you gonna do? So it's a big difference from the nail biter in Pittsburgh and in New Orleans in 2001. So I feel pretty good about my day right now. There he is. It just gets better. That'll call. Dudes, talking about an exclamation mark on the Bassmasters Classic. And what else can you do? How you catch anything bigger? You get lucky and catch a 6, 7, 8, or 9. The other two on the other side are bigger. Woohoo! I mean, I don't know what else you can do. That's catching them right there, boys.
And after what we've witnessed today, there is no doubt He is the best that has ever played this game.
One more thing to consider. We measure pro athletes in many sports by their performance vis-a-vis major titles. In the Bassmasters, the major titles are Toyota Tundra, Bassmaster Angler of the Year, and the Bassmaster Classic. Kevin VanDam stands on the verge of taking 5 of the last 6 major titles. Search your mind and see if you can think of another athlete with a record like that. We'll be right back for the weigh-in and the celebration. New Orleans, Louisiana, the site of the 41st Annual Bassmaster Classic, the World Championship. This is it, the final hours of the final day. Your last chance to reach out and grab the most treasured thing in the world of bass fishing, the thing that puts you in the book of legends, the career maker. There's also the matter of a $500,000 first prize for the winner of this Bassmaster Classic on the Louisiana Delta, which has provided us with so many stories. Not half of our field making long runs, 100 miles or more during the course of a day, down to Venice, Louisiana, where the Mississippi River hits the Gulf, casting their fortunes that way. But the most productive area, Lake Catawatchee, and that's where we're headed right now to take a look at, well, our leader, Kevin VanDam, and all the rest, including Aaron Martins, who's having a fantastic day.
Basically a monster day 3 for the Bassmaster Classic. He needed to have the big day and have VanDam stumble. But here, in the last hour of the tournament, Aaron Martins basically just trying to chisel on VanDam's lead.
Oh gosh, it's a big one there. Oh God, no. Oh, I think that was as big as the biggest one I've caught so far, or bigger. I got a headache. That was really big. I wanted to see that fish so bad. Oh man, I feel like a tree. Oh my gosh. The grass is unbelievable. It's not this, it's a grass that's floating, it's so bad. Stinking grass? You can't even get 20 feet without getting some. Oh God, no. Oh, it's a big one, dude. Gosh dang, man. It's 2 in a row. Oh. Knocked slack in it. I set the hook and dang, I haven't missed any fish like that at all. Nothing wrong, man. I can't change anything. Woo, dang, dude, that's a big one. Ah, Kevin, dude, he just lays into them and gets them every time. I mean, that's ridiculous. That fish knocked slack in it. Loser tournament, dude. Kevin's all talking to the camera. I saw him the last big one, a 5-pounder he caught. He wasn't even paying attention. He's like, oh, it's another 5-pounder. Maybe I'm trying too hard. Jeez, man. Well, that's a good one. I don't know if it's gonna help. This could get tricky, dude.
Some really impressive fish catching in the final moments of this Bassmaster Classic for Aaron Martins, but you got to know that time is quickly running out. You have spent a lot of time with Aaron Martins. He is a remarkable angler. What can you give us extra about him? What's he really going through now?
I mean, you feel bad for him. I mean, yeah, you look at him and VanDam, they're having fun and stuff like that, but you feel bad. He's one of the most talented anglers we have on the Elite Series.
And now to Kevin VanDam, this incredible display he's put on today, and when you go to break down the classics, you want to start at the very beginning. Talk about the decision to fish in this place on through the thing.
Well, VanDam is a guy that has to be in control on the water and off the water. And he said, no way, shape, or form will I make that run to Venice. I need to control my tournament. I'm not going to let time, gas, possibly getting stuck, that will not control me. I want to maximize my fishing time and put myself where I know the biggest bass of this delta live. And if you look at his final day performance, we've covered him so many events where he's blew it away, but basically he has annihilated this one.
The first time that I won the Classic was right here in New Orleans. And I mean, it was a nail biter. You know, today I had a 4-pound lead going in, and I knew I'm gonna have to catch him. Brent's gonna catch him down there in Venice, and this area here has the potential to catch a giant sack. And I'm gonna tell you, we have just caved their heads in today. I mean, I've got a big sack in the box right now. I can't wait to go in that Coliseum and show them out. I know Remit's caught a giant one. I mean, the potential's here, so I'm gonna go to a bigger crankbait, try to catch I mean, the smallest fish I got is 4.5 pounds right now. What else are you gonna do? So it's a big difference from the nail biter in Pittsburgh and in New Orleans in 2001. So I feel pretty good about my day right now. There he is. It just gets better. That'll call. Dudes, talking about an exclamation mark on the Bassmasters Classic. And what else can you do? I don't know how you catch anything bigger. You get lucky and catch a 6, 7, 8, or 9. The other two on the other side are bigger. Woohoo! I mean, I don't know what else you can do. That's catching them right there, boys.
And after what we've witnessed today, there is no doubt he is the best that has ever played this game.
One more thing to consider, we measure pro athletes in many sports by their performance vis-a-vis major titles. In the Bassmasters, the major titles are Toyota Tundra, Bassmaster Angler of the Year, and the Bassmaster Classic. Kevin VanDam stands on the verge of taking 5 of the last 6 major titles. Search your mind and see if you can think of another athlete with a record like that. We'll be right back for the weigh-in and the celebration.
The 41st Annual Bassmaster Classic is brought to you by Mercury, Berkeley, Yamaha, and Evan Williams Bourbon.
They have wound them in. You saw the guys crossing the bridge from the West Bank into New Orleans, headed for the New Orleans Arena, and we are getting ready for that magic time, the #1 weigh-in in the course of a year in the world of bass fishing, the Bassmaster Classic. Magic moment is here.
It is time. Let's bring up our first angler. Can the Wolverine strike again? Derek Remitz. Giant bass! Boom shakalaka!
Derek Remitz, fishing in only his second Bassmaster Classic, found himself a load of big ones on this final day. Look at that weight, 26.5, 3-day total, 56.8. That too eclipses the 3-day record set back in 2006. And now the Bass Federation Nation members on their feet, clapping and stomping for 23-year-old Brandon Polinick.
Loaded for bear. Needs 24-1 to take the lead. 22 pounds, 15 ounces.
So Brandon Polinick getting his brand new pro career off to a blazing start with a top 5 finish in the Bassmaster Classic. And how about Boyd Duckett? We saw him out there for a brief moment today. We know big things are coming.
Needs to have giant fish to take the lead. Come on, New Orleans, get loud for Boyd Duckett. Are you kidding me? Needs to be 32 pounds, 4 ounces. 28 pounds, 13 ounces.
Boyd Duckett changing his game plan in midstream at this Classic, and boy, did he ever find the big ones.
Put your hands together for Brent Chapman!
Brent Chapman, coming off a good classic finish last year, committed early to go to Venice to make the difficult run and work the numbers down there. He was confident and worked it better than anyone else. Brent Chapman will wind up in the top 6 again, a 5th place finish for him. And Aaron Martin's our first day leader, who fell off his horse on day number 2, comes back big time on day 3.
25 pounds, 14 ounces. Aaron Martin.
You know, I'm friends with everybody here. I mean, everybody I know, we're all friends, and you know, even on the water, we're friends. There was nothing, no bad feelings at all on the water. It was all good. Even when he'd leave his spot and I'd go there and catch one, it was more like I would leave his spot and he would catch one, you know, for a while. But it's exciting. I'm leading it again.
Then there were 2. Put your hands together from Kalamazoo, Michigan. 6-time Toyota Tundra Bassmaster Angler of the Year. 3-time Bassmaster Classic champion, Kevin VanDam. Before we put these fish on the scale, come on over here, Aaron. One of you guys is gonna walk away with the title. Can Aaron get his first Bassmaster Classic, or can Kevin VanDam do what only one other angler has done and get 4 classics? He is 41 pounds, 11 ounces. He needs 17 pounds, 6 ounces to win this. 28 pounds even! Kevin VanDam shuts the door on number 4! Ladies and gentlemen, your 2011 Bassmaster Classic champion, Kevin VanDam! KVD slams the door on number 4. Rick Clunn's alone no more.
Kevin VanDam and classic win number 4. With number 4, he's tied with Rick Clunn for the record. Kevin VanDam, who came here in 2001 to notch his first classic victory, went on to win the classic in 2005, and again last year in 2010. When he returned to New Orleans, he began making the right decisions almost from the start. Most important, perhaps, the choice of Lake Catawachi and the surrounding area to focus his attentions, fishing near the ramp, fishing full days, proceeding to put on a clinic by the best in the business, according to Mark Zona, on how to win bass fishing's #1 prize, the Bassmaster Classic Trophy. 2001, Kevin VanDam, you came here for your 11th shot at the Bassmaster Classic. You won that one right here in New Orleans. Here you are now in New Orleans 10 years later with 4 classic wins. You've been having fun for a decade, man.
Man, it's been incredible. You know, going into this week, it sure didn't look that way at the beginning, but I just kept hoping with the weather changing and, you know, just looking around at the habitat that was here, I said, man, it's got potential. It's got potential. There's got to be some big fish around here. And unbelievable to be standing here today.
You're notorious for running all over, running and gunning, covering a lot of water. Last year, you went about 200 yards, won the Classic. This year, well, you decided to burn more gas and go, about 15 miles. What was the deal?
Well, Lake Catawachi is just a really incredible place. You know, they put that freshwater diversion in from the Mississippi, and there's just thousands of acres of grass there. And, you know, when you see all that good habitat, and that whole back area there that has all those stumps, there's so much of the bottom here is just mud. And you look at the time of the year that we've got, and with a full moon on the first day of competition, you know the bass are going to want to spawn. You know, when it gets in the 70s like that. So I just knew that area was going to be the perfect storm for big fish. And today, man, it was lights out.
It was something to see. Let's recap one more time what we have just seen. This incredible final day effort. Watch and listen.
There is. That's the kind right there that's the kind that win the freaking Classic right there, boys. Yeah! Look at that chub. That is what the New Orleans Delta is all about. When you catch bass like that, dude, you can't help it. It's a stud.
Next time around, he's going to be hunting for the record 5 classics.
Bring it up, folks.
Bring it out one more
Bring it
time
up,
for
folks.
our champion 2011 Bassmaster Classic, Kevin VanDam.
Game time. Ladies and gentlemen, your 2011 Bassmaster Classic champion, Kevin.
This has been a presentation of ESPN, the worldwide leader in sports. For more, log on to Bassmaster.com.
Listen, I'm just going to tell you, I am not kidding about this. This may be the biggest of the big bass events ever in the history of the Bassmasters. Why should you believe me? You know this guy. Let him show you what's happening here at Falcon Lake.
You ask 109 of the world's best professional bass fishermen where the best professional bass fishing lake is, they're going to tell you, numero uno en todo el mundo, Falcon Lake, Zapata, Texas. This is it. The Bassmasters making history here today, and stop number 3 of the Trail to the Trophy, the Lone Star Shootout, presented by Longhorn.
These guys have fished everywhere, but this week they may just have made it to the bass fishing promised land.
Ladies and gentlemen, how about 13 pounds and 2 ounces?
I fished all over the world, and this is absolutely the best fishing I've ever seen in my life.
There's no doubt that Falcon Lake on the Rio Grande has got the numbers to rewrite every record in the book.
I think you're going to see some record setting. Wouldn't surprise me one bit if it goes up to 130 pounds, you know.
The population is just gigantic, you know, and you can catch them in 30 feet of water, or you can catch them in 3 feet of water. It really doesn't matter.
They are going to smash them, guaranteed. And we may see the biggest tournament catch of all time.
Steve Kennedy, watch your back. Somebody's coming for you this week.
Man, I broke 80-pound braid. I've had to break them off and leave them in the bushes. It's unbelievable. I might move down here, man.
If the wind lets us fish, and today was marginal, we'll break all the records we've ever set.
Fish a body of water like this, and you know, and to have the amount of fish here, it's awesome.
Get ready for the Lone Star Shootout.
It's the Bassmaster Elite Series Lone Star Shootout, presented by Longhorn.
Hey, welcome to Falcon Lake. Special thanks to Mike Iaconelli for starting our show off right here. This thing is unbelievable. We're starting our show with the second day weigh-in. I want you to tell us, Mike, what's going on Falcon Lake, and what can we look forward to over the next couple of days?
I got to tell you, I've never seen a bass lake better than Falcon. Tremendous fishery for giant bass. You're going to see more 30-pound stringers, possibly 40. Records being broken.
We have got a heck of an hour on the way here. Incredible, amazing stuff. Mark Zona is working today as well, no doubt about that. He's with our day one leader, Aaron Martins, right now.
Yeah, Tommy, here he is. Your day one leader had 42 pounds. Show me, look at that thing. That is the man bear pig. That is the swamp donkey of Falcon Lake. Get him back in there. I need to talk to you, Aaron Martins. End of day 2, and you have slammed him yet again. What is going on out there? Just give us a taste.
We're just on a lake full of 5 to 10 pounders, man. That's incredible. I mean, it's an incredible lake.
Literally, you're busting over an 8-pound average right now. How are you catching them? Just dial us in a little bit.
Heavy line, big baits, real big. I mean, you can't really throw something here too big. Fish want big stuff. You know, you go out there and drop shot or throw a small worm, you catch small fish. You throw something, the bigger stuff you throw, the bigger fish you catch.
You're not going to give me much right now, are you?
Not yet.
Tommy Sanders? That's all I got, man. That's all I got.
All right, Z and Aaron Martins more than on track to set the all-time record for 4 days of fishing with the Bassmasters. Now let's take a look at our Pure Later Big Bass so far in this tournament. Scott Campbell, Springfield, Missouri, day number 1,
13 pounds and 2 ounces. That's the kind of big old monsters this Lake Falcon is kicking out here. Lake Falcon, where are we? We are in Zapata, Texas. Zapata, Texas, kind of halfway between Laredo and the Rio Grande Valley, McAllen, Brownsville, and so forth down there. We are on the Rio Grande, just like Lake Amistad, but unlike Lake Amistad, which is very, very clear, a lot of color in this water here. That's what gets these fishermen so charged up. It is a wonderful place to come and catch fish. Obviously, it hasn't had the pressure of a lot of other reservoirs through the years, and it's just an incredible place, and certainly on that record-breaking pace right now. Okay, Mike Iaconelli, you saw him pull out those 2 big ones a moment ago. We'll see how he fares here on day 2.
He sits in 53rd, but not for long, as he's 34-3 out of the lead. 31 pounds, 10 ounces, and Iaconelli right back to 3rd place. He started the
All right, so obviously the trail to the trophy has made us stop in the all-time land of the giants right here. These are words
I don't
defy.
even know what I'm seeing here. In all honesty, you've got guys that are weighing in a 5-pound average and walking off the stage, and they're disappointed.
Defies
Incredible.
description. We saw Mike Iaconelli talk to him earlier. He said one guy's going to have to catch one super whale of a bass to separate himself and win this big thing here. What else are we looking forward to this
Well,
week?
there's one underlying story that's going on in this tournament. If you really look at your leaders, the guys that are catching those 30 to literally 45-pound bags, somewhere in that range, they're all guys fishing offshore. And during this show, we're going to really break it down.
All right, that would include one Aaron Martins. Let's go back to coverage from today, day 2 of this tournament. Watch Martins in action.
And we have an amazing dynamic going on in this event. We're going to take you down right now where Aaron Martins and Byron Velvick are literally fishing within 10 to 20 yards of each other, fishing an area known as the Tigers. And well, before this lake was flooded, there was old villages that now have about 20 to 40 feet of water on them. And these guys found the exact same house foundation that has a massive school of giant bass. And Tommy, all of these guys are using giant plastic worms, plastic lizards. But like I said, a 4 to 5 pound bite will mean nothing.
Well, the numbers sure bear it out. Aaron Martins caught 42 pounds even on day number 1 to establish what would be a huge lead. In any other tournament, it was a tiny lead, 5 pounds over the next closest competitor, Byron Velvick, who on day 2 would catch 41 pounds at 11 ounces.
And the one question I had is, can these guys get along the entire week fishing this close?
So let's look at the leaderboard after 3 rounds of competition. There it is, Aaron Martins, an unthinkable number, 109 pounds and a half. Mark Davis, 7.5 pounds behind him. Byron Velvick in the mix. Scott Rook as well. Think about the top 12. All of these guys are going to break the century mark. And believe it or not, looking at the numbers from this week, they've all got a shot at breaking the record for 4 days of fishing. We got a big battle coming up, and the records will fall.
That's the way to get things started right there, brother.
It's the Bassmaster Elite Series Lone Star Shootout, presented by Longhorn. And brought to you by Purelator, Toyota Tundra, and by Yamaha.
Our Skeeter Boats rules of the game for this Lone Star Shootout. We have 4 days of fishing. We started with 109 anglers. We cut the field to 50 after 2 days, down to 12 on this final day. They will fish for a little more than 8 hours. Biggest 4-day total wins the tournament, the $100,000 first prize. And it's Aaron Martins who starts this final championship day with 109.5 pounds. We take it out, though, to the number 12 man, Terry Scroggins of Florida.
Oh, I got to catch me about 60 pounds to catch up, I think, because Aaron and Mark Davis both are going to have over 35 pounds today. It's a good day. They're going to really catch them, and I'm 20-some pounds behind, so I'd have to have a huge sack, and they'd have to break down for me to catch them. What my goal is today is just move up 4 or 5 slots and get some critical points today. There's no way to catch the leaders. They're just way out there, but I can move up 4 or 5 places. That's what we're going to shoot for. We got another one here. That's a better one. I'm about to get down there where you're at. Hopefully I can get this sucker up here. Man, that's a hog. It's just the average fish at Falcon, though. Oh my goodness. I feel like line Fred on this deep. Come here. Ugh, boy, that hurts when they do that. Whew, look at there. That fish eat it too. Golly. 4 more in would be okay. Put her on her own side over here.
Terry Scroggins with a giant bass to start day 4, fishing a road bed in about 20 to 27 feet of water. And Terry Scroggins said his morning bite has gotten better throughout the entire week. Terry Scroggins will need to be watched this entire final day.
Need to be watched at 21.5 pounds behind the leader. That has never been said before in the history of the Bassmasters. But folks, here, believe it or not, it could happen. Now out to Aaron Martins, our day 1, day 2, and day 3 leader, and a man with company.
And the one thing, you know, Aaron Martins was a little bit rattled after the day 3 weigh-in. And we said to each other, can Aaron Martins keep the wheels on?
Can't believe Byron's on my spot. Should be my spot completely. No spectator boats, all by himself on my spot. Caught a big fish there every the first 2 casts every more I've caught a big one there. Last 3 days. I mean, it's both our spots, but I can call it my spot. He can't because I was there first. Better watch your movements there, Byron. I'm watching you. It's like this. You know?
These guys have been sharing water for 3 days. What's different about this final day?
Well, everybody was getting along great, you know, man. Everybody was having a big time on days 1 through 3. But they're not the only 2 that found fish together. There's a lot of other groups of guys that got on the same school of fish. But when you're on the final day of competition, you know, suddenly all the joking ha 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 kind of goes out the window.
So far, no big fish yet for Velvic or for Aaron Martins.
That's 5 pounds, dude.
Dude, that ain't no 5. How big is that fish? 3?
No.
Whoa, Aaron. Dude, it's right where I just caught that fish. I can't even cast back to where I caught him up on top, bro.
I need anything. It's just to settle my nerves.
Big one?
No, leave it to me to catch the 3-pounders. That's all right, dude. I'll let you get the 4s and 5s. I'm leading the tournament. I'll let you catch the 5-pounders off my spot. That's cool. Look at this little rat.
Off your spot? If you say that one more time, I'm gonna come over and slap you.
I was telling the camera it's my spot because I was here first.
Holy cow! I've only known him 20 years, folks, but this might be the end of a friendship today.
Technically it is, but it's our spot, but I could say
our
it's my
spot. I pull up the first day, I drop a buoy, I start catching fish. That's called our spot. Fired up, boys. I'm gonna get in his head.
There's a sign of things to come, bud. Yeah, bud.
Is that what's going to happen out there on the water today? Well, this bear's watching. You can bet your life. We will be on it now. Our first look at Paul Elias, who has made a big stand at this tournament.
It's a long, thin point running out here. And the fish have been hanging right at the end of the point on the east side of the point. They've been in 16 to 18. I believe from up there on that 14 and 15, that's about as shallow as it gets up there. There he is. That might be a better one. Yep, big one. Ooh, giant. Nadine, come to Papa. Dig, 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 dig. Don't think about jumping. Golly, why do y'all do that so much? These are the baddest fish. Now look, you're not gonna go to no bushes. Would you stop all this nonsense and just come here, please? Oh, God. Paul? You know what? I might have a heart attack before I leave this place.
Yeah, me too, Paul Elias. Unbelievable start to day 4. And for the folks at home, all of our guys that are catching them this morning, one word: deep rock. Well, that was 2 words, Tommy.
Huge bass off that deep rock. Jumps Elias ahead now of Scroggins and Rook all the way into 5th place behind this man, Mark Davis. And Mark Davis has done exactly what everyone thought he would do when he rejoined the Bassmasters this year. He's a player every time.
Pretty good in there. Yeah, it's a big old fish. Look at her watering around out there. There we go. That's over 6. That one might make the team. Man, was she hooked or not? Look at that. We're not gonna get real excited today unless we catch one about twice that big. Well, first 2 fish, we got about 10 pounds. My gosh, we've been fishing for 15 minutes. Pinch me. Is this real? Is this for real? Is this like really this good? Am I here or am I dreaming?
I think we are dreaming. You start with a 7.5-pound deficit, you catch a 7-pounder, and look at you. You're right up there with the leader. Martin's still in charge, Davis right behind him, but look how this thing has swapped around, and we're just getting started. Byron Velvick's still in the mix, Paul Elias and Scroggins making a move as well. It'll change more when we come back. Welcome back to Falcon Lake in the Lone Star Shootout. Our Toyota Tundra fishing forecast, sunny, a high of 90 degrees, pretty dry, the wind blowing 5 to 10 miles an hour, just perfect on this lake that is kicking them out like no place the Bassmasters have ever seen before. Aaron Martin still in the lead on this final day, just a shade ahead of Mark Davis. While we were away, Paul Elias knocks out a 5-pounder. That's just going to keep happening and happening all day long. The lead will change, the battles will change. Everything is going fast here on Falcon Lake. Let's take a look at some of the other guys in our top 12. Aiken, South Carolina's Jason Williamson found a great place just across the lake from the Tigers, where we saw Martins, Elias, and Velvick doing battle out there. Jason Williamson made his first cut of 50 to the year and now in the top 12.
There's our guy, Hemp Hill, Texas, Ben Mitsubu, a monstrous day 3, 34 pounds. Look at that thing right there. Come on now, Ben. Unofficially sitting in 10th place.
The man who started this day in 12th place, but all of a sudden has become a player, is Terry Scroggins. Back out to him.
Yeah, I'm gonna throw 3 different baits today, but this big worm seems like it's been catching the bigger fish for me, so I'm trying to stick with it this morning. The best fish bite early in the morning here seems like, and then it gets a little tougher throughout the day. I'm just trying to catch the most big ones in the shortest amount of time this morning. It takes a while to work your bait bite though. You gotta work it extremely slow to make them bite. That's another big one. Man, that hook's just gonna fall out. That's about a 5.5. Now I'm only about 15 pounds behind if they haven't caught one, but I know they have. They probably done caught 30 pounds by now.
Big move right there for Terry Scroggins from 6th place all the way up into 3rd place behind Mark Davis. And now the man who had to win the wild card tournament before this season started to even get into this field, but boy, this year he has really been knocking them out.
And the amazing thing is this spot is still kicking out fish. After day 3, you had to wonder, of the hundreds of pounds of fish taken off here, how many are left?
You know, I don't need to get a lot of bites today. I just need to get those big bites, and the big bites are here. My 10-10 came here. Aaron caught a 10 here. I lost one over 10 yesterday here. You know, that's what keeps you in this area. I mean, I'm kind of hovering around this buoy in this little corner here, but then I'm going to really push around on it. There he is. Are you watching? You ready? He's not that big. Come on, fish. Yeah, I'll take him. 105. Oh, he's better than I thought. Come here, dude. He's about tired.
Byron Velvick right there, another big move. One fish, a big mover again from 6th to 3rd place. The guy who's moved up big time so far this early in this championship day is Paul Elias, 1982 Bassmaster Classic champion with the Kneel and Reel.
Old school kneel and reel. What Paul's doing, haven't seen it for years, getting his crankbait down deep, trying to make it ricochet off all that rock.
There he is. Don't jump. Oh gosh. Oh my God. Did you see the size of that thing? Golly. That fish is just strong. All right, come here, baby. Heart murmur fish. Oh gosh. Oh my goodness. They're not that big, but I think I got a pretty good sack.
Dr. Crankenstein coming out of nowhere.
Look out for the veteran from Laurel, Mississippi. Look at that leaderboard right there. He's definitely right there in that knot at the top on championship day. It'll change more. We'll be back with more from Falcon Lake and the Lone Star Shootout when we come back. Welcome back to Zapata, Texas and Falcon Lake. 3rd event of the year for the Bassmaster Elite Series, and Falcon Lake has turned out to be the big bass body of water of all time for the Bassmasters. Look at that leaderboard, not even halfway through the competition on championship day here. And Aaron Martins with over 120 pounds. Davis right there, Elias, Velvick, Scroggins, Rook. The top 6 are all within a fish of that lead as it stands right now. We have had a heck of a tournament, 12 guys out there thrashing the water on this final day. Among them, how about Casey Ashley? Had a great day, number 3, 34 pounds and 1 ounce to make this 12-man final. And Casey Ashley, in his sophomore year now, looking more and more like he's going to be one of the big players.
How about a little New Jersey justice? Mike Iaconelli with a monstrous day 1. 34 pounds, 11 ounces, unofficially sitting in 10th place.
Someone else who had a huge day on day number 3 of this tournament, Virginia's Rick Morris, 36 pounds on day number 3 here. And Rick Morris having a fantastic 2008, the only angler to have made the top 12 in every tournament so far this year. So Rick Morris definitely on the trail to the trophy.
There's our guy. Yeah, check out the shirt today. That's why we call him the Fruit Bat. Scott Campbell, and he has your Purelator Big Bass of the week. Caught a 13-pound, 2-ounce salon.
Scott Rook has been the man for the last 3 years on the Bassmaster Tour. Really caught fire. Look at this action from here. Days 1 and 3, over 35 pounds for Scott Rook. Started the day in 4th place today. So now back out to our tournament leader. Aaron Martins again started this thing with 42 pounds even, and 120 pounds is the number he's hit so far. Did you also notice on that scoreboard that every one of these top 12 have now joined the Century Club? They've caught 100 pounds of bass in a Bassmaster tournament.
What I've noticed more than anything probably, Tommy, is Aaron Martins is rattled out of his cage.
Ah, God, I'm feeling sick. Why does this tournament have to be like this? It was so fun and easy. I'd go somewhere else, but the only problem is you get a bunch of 3 and 4 pounders. If I even catch those right now, they've been hit by so many boats.
Aaron Martins just keeping that running dialogue going. The situation is very much in his mind as he tries to boat what looks like another keeper, but not a big one.
Terrible. It's depressing, man. That's totally wrong. That is depressing.
All right, he doesn't like the size of that fish, but unofficially we have now Martins breaking the record of 122.14 with that one. Over now to Terry Scroggins, started this day in 12th place. He's the one that's been hitting the home runs in this derby today.
I wonder how many big ones are here. That's not even the spot I found. I'm saving it for later in the day. Yesterday, this got tough after about the first hour and a half, 2 hours. I couldn't get bit, but the sun come up real high. We got A lot of cloud cover this morning. I think it's going to be good for a while. And these fish are strong. I feel like I'm out in the Gulf saltwater fishing or something. Over here. That's my third smallest one right there.
This is out of control. Now Scroggins over 120 pounds. Back to Paul Elias. And what makes this lake so fantastic?
I'm going to try to make sense, but cover and food. There's a ton of cover and a lot of bait for these fish and tons of spawning habitat. But trust me, the big bass have all been in key areas. A lot of guys were throwing a curveball, getting 4 to 6 pound bites. But guys like Paul Elias and Terry Scroggins are on the right bites.
There he is. I don't know how big it is. What is it doing? Oh gosh. Oh my God. Look at that. Golly. I don't know how big it is now. Look at this. Coming back up. Don't do it, don't do it. Come here now. Oh, don't do that. I thought you were gonna do that. This is amazing.
Oh, good heavens.
Paul Elias then, that puts him all the way up into second place, and unofficially, now he too has broken that record for 4 days of fishing from Steve Kennedy a year ago.
And what's going on here today, it's amazing. We're gonna jump now back to a guy hammering them. Terry Scroggins is the speed these guys figured this lake out, this deep bite. And it's a true testimony of how good they are at picking a lake to pieces.
They're not biting very aggressive this morning. They're just coming up there and taking their sweet time by hitting it. And I fish this spot so much, there's a little bit of rock down there. When you get around the rock, you know that's where you're gonna get your bite at, so you can kind of get ready for it. Oh, I didn't hit that one good. I wished I'd have hit that one a little bit better than what I did. Good night. I thought it was 9 or 10 when it jumped. I'm not quite sure. Yeah. Maybe a little bit bigger than that. Come here. Man, open your mouth. Whew. Good night. That there'll work. That's a good cool. That one's probably, I'm gonna say 9 anyway. I can take it. Pull that one. That's a pretty good trade, isn't it? Yeah. Maybe a little bit bigger than that. Come here. Whew. Set you free.
Yeah, come on, Terry. Get that 4-pounder out of there.
Get those little ones out of there. That one was good enough, though, for Scroggins to break the all-time record for 4 fish. He holds it now at 125.2. Unofficially, he's atop Martins on the leaderboard, coming all the way from 12th place to start the day. A crazy day on Falcon Lake. No doubt it will get crazier yet. We'll be right back with more of the Lone Star Shootout.
Byron, no!
The Lone Star Shootout on the trail to the trophy Bassmaster Elite Series, and that leaderboard looks nothing like the one we started this championship day with. Now we got Terry Scroggins up in his lead over Aaron Martins, and now Paul Elias and Byron Velvick have also eclipsed the old record for 4 days of fishing. Back out to the water, Velvick and Martins still sharing that one little spot.
You know, every tournament fisherman across the country right now is saying, man, that just happened to me last weekend.
Yeah.
But the unfortunate thing that's going on right now, if you really watch these guys dividing fish, it appears that it might cost both of them the victory.
I wish you'd take your flotilla and get out of here.
If it wasn't for you catching so many fish, they would probably.
Dude, they're small.
Yeah, but they thought they were big. They were watching. They looked like big ones from a distance.
Little ones are way up on top, dude. As far up as you can throw it. But they're little. Dude, he's not that big.
I don't know. A little sandbagging. Not too little to me, Tommy Sanders.
Yeah, the little ones are all up on top. That one was probably somewhere else. Byron
no.
Velvick putting on a show that Aaron Martins doesn't necessarily want to see. We'll leave that drama out there right now and head over to Paul Elias, who's got his own major theatrical production going on right here, snakes and everything, as he tries to load that live well with the biggest fish he can find out here. And he's doing a great job of it so far today.
All right, Paul. You got them located now. Just catch them. That's all you got to do. Ned, Nadine, and family live down there. Catch them. Where are you going? Oh. Be big. Be giant. Thinks it's a tarpon. Yeah, you're getting tired. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Come here. Say ah. Uh-huh. Uh-huh. This is unbelievable. This is absolutely unbelievable.
It almost seems like we keep playing the same fish catch over and over.
That's what I was thinking. We were out there on the water watching this, and I said, this is just going to look like Land of the Giants over and over on a piece of tape, but it's fun to watch. Now, Terry Scroggins, the man who has put the most giants in his box so far today. Terry Scroggins, with 5 wins with the Bassmasters, could make his most dramatic win of all time, coming all the way from 12th place to take over the lead in this tournament and win this thing.
I just need one more than bigger. If I catch one more, I just start going back to the ramp. There ain't nothing else you can do. That's the one right there. That's him. Oh my. Woo, that's the one we're looking for. Just get in the boat. Oh my. Ain't no telling how big this one is. I think it's bigger than anything I got. Good one. Oh my. Come here. Get my hands on you. Woo! Yeah, Lee. I don't know. It's every bit of, I'm gonna say 10 anyway. My gosh. We got a bag now. That's the smallest one. Goodness gracious. We got over 40 now. Golly.
Terry Scroggins started his day 21.5 pounds behind the leader, Aaron Martins. How do you wipe out a deficit like that? Oh, I guess you go out and catch 40 pounds. That's what he has done. This has been a day not to be believed. What planet are we on? We've still got some more big fish catches yet to come as we wrap it up at Falcon when we return.
Unbelievable.
It's the Bassmaster Elite Series Lone Star Shootout, presented by Longhorn.
We're back. You've never seen a leaderboard quite like this before. The trail to the trophy in the land of the giants, and now Terry Scroggins has gone all the way from 12th place to start championship day into first place with a limit of over 40 pounds of bass. How did he do it?
Unbelievable, 20 to 27 feet of water on the corner of a roadbed, 10-inch plastic worm, 3/8 ounce weight, and Terry Scroggins has blown their doors out today.
Give you that number one more time for Scroggins, 132 pounds and 4 ounces. Aaron Martins started the day with the lead right here, sharing the water with Byron Velvick as he had been all week long, but today the pressure just got ratcheted up.
You know, and unfortunately, you look at Aaron right now and it's almost to the point where you feel sorry for him.
He doesn't know about that spot. It's my spot. He just knows I want to get on it. He knows I was fishing yesterday and caught some 5-pounders off it. Byron, no! Come on, bro. That's all I got left, dude.
Aaron, you want to come look at my waypoint? I got 2 spots on here. I found this in practice right on these waypoints.
I know I got 3 waypoints right here.
I got 2 waypoints and I got bit here every cast.
You need 38 pounds to win this tournament. That's sad. You know, old Mark.
Don't tell me not to fish, dude. Seriously. Aaron, I didn't come anywhere near you when I saw you catch one off your spot. I didn't come near you.
I remember
the whole lake is not yours, bro.
I told you about this spot. You look surprised.
You didn't tell me about it. It's on my GPS from the last day of practice.
I've been fishing for 3 days.
Would you like to come look at the waypoints?
You might cost me this tournament, though, dude. I mean, the biggest fish you have is 6.5 pounds. Those aren't gonna win it for you. They would for me.
Tommy, I've been working at this desk all week long. Would you let me? Just seriously.
I found the desk myself.
Seriously, bud. I've been working here all week.
Tough, unfortunate situation for these two guys. And what you said earlier about neither one of them going to have a shot at winning this tournament is becoming more and more likely. Another, well, substandard fish for Aaron Martins right there.
Chasing shad, aren't they?
From Martins and Velvick, look at the shad coming out. We'll head back over to Paul Elias, who started quietly in 5th place today and has just knocked their lights out.
These jelly worms have been out in the sun. They're getting real soft. Tender morsel. Lake Falcon special. 12-inch man's jelly worm. Hooking them on one hook, I don't get too worked up, you know. I mean, you can still lose them, but that crankbait stuff gets to you. Come on. There he is. Oh, golly. Oh, God. How big is that? Oh, that's a fat one. That is a fat one. Don't you jump by the boat. Oh, she's gonna. Golly, that might be the biggest one. Look at this. Come on, girl. Come on, girl. Give up, please. Please. Just dog it down there. That's the biggest one yet. Oh, mercy, mercy, mercy. Sure, I'm glad I went to that 6/0 hook. That's a giant.
An unbelievable finish for one of the veterans of the game, under the radar all week, and there is his conclusion.
Elias starts the day in 5th place. Scroggins starts the day in 12th place. And now these two, unofficially, are tied for the lead.
I'm believing it. We're going to go. I'm not going to chance. You know, I mean, I'm leaving 20 minutes early, but I think that's a smart thing to do. I've had the best tournament fishing day of my career. It was just totally amazing. God bless Paul today.
Paul Elias, 30 years fishing the Bassmasters, 30 years that led up to this, his biggest fishing day ever with the Bassmasters. He's tied with Terry Scroggins unofficially for that lead. Now it's time to get it all set up, weigh these fish in, and decide the winner of the Lone Star Shootout.
Numero uno en todo el mundo, Falcon Lake, Zapata, Texas.
Number one of all time, you bet. Zapata, Texas, the little town turns out big for this weigh-in. And guess who they get to watch? First up, first boat to the weigh-in stand, Terry Scroggins. Terry Scroggins, who absolutely caught the big ones on this final day.
44 pounds and 4 ounces, less than a pound shy of the single-day heavyweight record.
How about that? Almost bust that 45-2 set by Dean Rojas back in 2001. And now Paul Elias, all those years put in it, that classic win, more than 25 years in the past, has a chance to make a big splash right here at Falcon Lake.
An unbelievable set of circumstances on Falcon Lake. Paul Elias knocking their lights out one more time. 37.5 pounds away from the lead. 37 pounds, 11 ounces, and a brand new all-time heavyweight record, 132.5 pounds. Paul Elias, your brand new leader at the Lone Star Shootout presented by Longhorn. Take a look at this, ladies and gentlemen. 132.5 for Paul Elias.
With weights like that, how does a guy come 4 ounces short?
Incredible tournament we've ever covered.
And it's not like the other guys in this top 12 didn't catch him. How about Scott Rook? Started the day back in 5th place, fell one spot, but still caught 125 pounds. Byron Belvick, 131, almost 132 pounds of bass. And Mark Davis, well, it was a bit of a disappointing day for him.
Yeah, bad deal.
Yeah, his big fish did not bite. How about that? And now Aaron Martins. Everyone here in the arena does not know the story, what's been going on exactly out there on the water today. It has been a trying one for Aaron Martins.
I just didn't find those big ones today. We'll see what I got, but it's been an interesting day, I'll tell you that.
For the all-time heavyweight record, which at this moment Paul Elias holds with 132.5 pounds, he needs 23 pounds and an ounce. It would be his smallest weight of the week, looking for 23 pounds and an ounce. 19 pounds, 15 ounces, 129.7. With that, it becomes Paul Elias's day. Paul Elias, 132.5 pounds to set the record straight. An all-new, all-time heavyweight record.
Elias is the champion, and when we come back, Mark Zona has the baits, he's got the techniques, he'll tell us how they did it this week at Falcon Lake.
B.A.S.S. It's been America's leading bass fishing organization for over 40 years. Call now and join over 500,000 proud members who enjoy the great sport of bass fishing. Your membership includes Bass membership credentials, discounts on bass merchandise, a voice in conservation, tournament eligibility, and 11 issues of our award-winning magazine, Bassmaster. Call 1-800-380-2394 to start your membership in B.A.S.S, America's leading bass fishing organization. You get it all when you join B.A.S.S. With each issue of Bassmaster magazine, you get expert advice on how to catch the big one, insights on the latest and greatest equipment and lures, and exclusive features like Bass Basics, A Day on the Lake, and Pro Pointers. And now you can get a 1-year membership in America's leading bass fishing organization for 52% off the annual rate. You'll also receive this commemorative 40th anniversary hat with your paid membership. Call 1-800-380-2394 to join B.A.S.S. Call now.
It's the Bassmaster Elite Series Lone Star Shootout, presented by Longhorn. And brought to you by Berkeley, Skeeter Boats, Mercury Marine, and by Lowrance.
We just watched the most incredible bass fishing you will ever see on television. I might want to make that prediction right now. We just wrapped up the Lone Star Shootout at Falcon Lake in Zapata, Texas. Quickly now, our Yamaha lay of the lake. Just to give you one last look at it, about 80,000 acres of water here on the border between Texas and Mexico. And most of that fish catching you saw was right here in this place called the Tigers, the 3 branches of Tiger Creek. Just a few minutes boat ride from down there on the dam on the U.S. side. And Paul Elias goes out there.
Well, wait, hold on, Tommy,
unbelievable.
what went on here today? What, seriously, what went on this
I
show?
still don't believe what I'm seeing. I'm a little bit in denial about it. We do know that he came within ounces of breaking the existing record for 4 days of fishing with the Bassmasters.
Unbelievable.
By 10 pounds. So we're going to break down the lake right now in the fishing. Do you want to start with Paul or general terms?
General terms, there really was one primary technique. These guys were throwing the biggest soft plastics they could find. In fact, guys like Ben Mitsubu, he was gluing 7 to 8 inch baits together. And if you really break it down, giant soft plastics. In fact, this plum colored worm, that's exactly the worm that Terry Scroggins used to catch his giant bag today. But all of these guys, they were keying on one thing. On all these points, these road beds, these foundations, one word, and that was rock. And by the end of the tournament, wouldn't you know it, it took a different bait to get Paul Elias over the top. Paul Elias deep cranking. We saw him, literally on his knees trying to bang these deep crankbaits on that deep rock. And if you talk to Paul, the one thing he said angles were the key. Days 2 and days 4, he said, sometimes I'd crank that bait, I'd throw that crankbait up shallow, bring it out deep. Yes. Then I would turn around on this key structure, throw it out deep, bring it up shallow. He said the angles of his cast were key.
I think that last good one we saw, he was bringing it up, was he not? Yeah. Okay, Terry Scroggins, it almost broke the single-day record. Anything special about his spot on a spot?
All of these guys, you heard them say, I'm fishing a spot on a spot. And if you kind of apply this to your own lake, say there's a major point. You look at that whole point and say, man, they're going to be somewhere on here. Well, they are. Whenever you get a bite like on a point, all of these guys would put the brakes on and just saturate these little 10-yard stretches of rock.
Everybody thought this was going to be the most incredible tournament ever.
It was.
We were not disappointed, and these guys just picked it apart like no one even predicted that well.
I'll say it, man. I've been to Lake El Salto in Mexico, one of the best big bass lakes in Mexico. This lake, honestly, is the Lake El Salto of the United States.
We're all worn out from rewriting the record books
I'm
here.
Wore out from this one.
Let's hit the big numbers right now. First up, Toyota Tundra Bassmaster Angler of the Year. This is the trail to the trophy. There's a new leader on the trail. Check it out, Mark Davis there. 3 solid tournaments so far in first place, but not a very wide margin. A sneaky Dean Rojas right there in second place. Advance Auto Parts Bassmaster Rookie of the Year standings. Bobby Lane fell down from the top of the list down to 12th on Angler of the Year, but boy, he's still got the commanding lead. I'm going to make this prediction right now. This is a co-angler record that will never be broken.
Unbelievable.
Randall Jackson fished with Martins the first day, Velvick the second day, Williamson on
Good
the third
draws.
day. 83 pounds and 3 ounces. I'm saying that one never goes down. Anything else we need to talk
It
about
is
fantasy?
time to honor a co-worker. ESPNOutdoors.com, fantasy fishing. Yes, Jerry McKinnis has been cheesing all week long. Look at those standings. And Tommy Sanders and Mark Zona lapping up the bottom of the barrel.
Couple of losers right on the bottom, but we're going to turn it
Always
around.
have been, Tommy.
Next week, we're headed to Amistad. We're going to see more big fish and more action out there in Texas on the border for the battle on the border. We'll see you then.
This has been a presentation of ESPN, the worldwide leader in sports. For more, log on to Bassmaster.com.
Paul Elias, an all-new, all-time heavyweight record.
Sunrise near Birmingham, Alabama. 55 anglers have qualified to fish these 3 days, each one of them with high expectations and hopefully a game plan to beat the best in the world and emerge as the world champion. In the 43 years of this tournament, all the records that have been set are in danger of coming down here at Lake Gunterville.
Hey folks, Mike Iaconelli, first day of the Bassmaster Classic. The sun is shining, the boats are launching. Man, this never gets old. I got the shakes. It's always an awesome feeling. The guy that can change with the fish every day is going to be the guy that wins this tournament. Hopefully, it's going to be me.
You ready? I'm ready.
I think 2013 was the hard part, just to get here to my hometown in Gunterville. And right now it's laser focused, go do my job and enjoy this moment because, you know, it might not happen again.
I got no preconceived notions right now. I'm just going to go fish what I feel like I got to fish today.
There's going to be a little bit of trying to figure it out, and then once you do, lights out.
This is my dream, you know, come true to be, you know, on this lake and fishing the Classic, you know, so I'm just having fun.
You know, when you come home and you see everybody here, that's what it's all about, dude. It's pretty amazing. As tired as we could be in the mornings, you drive up the ramp, everybody's screaming. You get that kind of boost of adrenaline, you're ready to fish again.
You just go out there to win, and that suits my style. I've always been that way. It's either hero or zero, and I'll find out here, you know, like I said, shortly. By the end of the day today, we'll know how this thing's gonna turn out.
Here we go. Welcome to you. Welcome to this place, our new headquarters, the Toyota Bassmaster Studios. Tommy Sanders, Mark Zona with, everyone knows it, the most anticipated event of the year in the world of fishing. But for some reason, Z, this year, 2014, when you walk up to this takeoff here, you can feel the earth shaking, the ground underneath your feet. The anticipation here is just jacked up off the charts this year.
Definitely. You ask any of these guys in this tournament right now, the one event to win in bass fishing is the Bassmaster Classic. And we always try to handicap this tournament. Who are we looking at? Probably the most stacked field we have ever covered in a classic. Some of the best veterans in the sport of bass fishing splashed in with some young guns that are on fire right now. And, well, a few FLW champions in the mix on probably the best big bass fishing lake in the country right now, backed up with one of the coldest winters that we have seen in decades.
All those factors figuring in here. Of course, Gunterville on everybody's top 5 of the top bass fishing lakes in the country. And of course, we talk about picking a winner. We talk about local knowledge, and one of the local favorites, the best known Toyota Bassmaster Angler of the Year, Aaron Martins. He's with our own Robbie Floyd right now at the takeoff.
He's the 2-time defending Toyota Angler of the Year. You live in Alabama. I mean, these are your waters. You've won here before. A lot of stuff runs through your mind, typically on any day, but what about this first day of the Classic?
I haven't decided where I'm going to start yet. I mean, the conditions we've had, you know, we have Bluebird right now, and all the storms that came in last night late. There's a lot on my mind. I'm trying to think too much. You don't want to overthink it. You want to stay really open-minded. You want to be able to make those moves, and that's what to me all about today is just making the right moves.
All right, nobody remembers second place at the Bassmaster Classic unless your name's Aaron Martins.
Unless you get 4 of them, yeah.
You've done it 4 times. What can you do for this time, or is there anything in your mind you said, I've got to focus on?
Nah, I just got to focus on fishing, not worry about it.
All right, he's 4 times second place, looking for his first victory here this weekend.
Here we go. Thank you, Robbie. The time for speculating is over. 55 anglers heading out as we look at our Skeeter rules of the game, the full field of 55. We'll fish for 2 days. We'll cut the field down to 25. At the end of that final day, one of them will stand on the stage holding the World Championship trophy.
Well, things are changing big time on Lake Guntersville right now. Number one, you look at Dean Rojas right there and all that calm water around him. Well, 5 hours ago, the middle of the night, there was 40 to 60 mile-an-hour winds out on Lake Guntersville. Guarantee you that will affect some of these anglers. And you look at this map right here, some of these anglers heading to their areas. Really, from mid-lake down, it was quality. Throughout practice, big bass being caught, but not a lot of numbers. As anglers went up the lake, really from mid-lake north, a lot of numbers, but you had to weed through a lot of fish to catch the bigger ones. But I promise you, these anglers are going to see a way different lake today.
75 miles of the Tennessee River to navigate and fish in as we look at the man who won back in 2012 at the Bassmaster Classic, Chris Lane. He negotiated the Red River and made a series of decisions that put him on the champion stand at the end of it all. And we catch up with Chris Lane, who got a huge ovation as the boats took off this morning at the takeoff.
I'm not going to say I consider myself a favorite, but I will say that I feel really good about being in the Bassmaster Classic here on Guntersville. I think this tournament will be won by maybe the last cast or maybe the last hour of the last day. That's how intense this Classic will be. I think it's anybody's game out there right now, but I think that the winner will persevere at the very end.
Well, you can see there a taste of the huge crowds we will have following these anglers around. And Chris Lane, who just barely at the last event of the year made it into this classic, barely qualified this year, but still a favorite.
And look to the right of Chris Lane, starting this morning literally within 30 to 40 yards of Kevin VanDam. Chris Lane knows in this first spot of this morning, well, he has a little protecting to do.
You're trying to play defense, catch a fish, all at the same time against the best bass fisherman that there is on your home lake. So you just sit back, you relax, and we can stick a 6-pounder right here. There he is, good one right there, yes. Oh, come on, baby. Stay on. That's what we're after. He's only got one hook in him. Oh, God dang it, let's get some more of these. Woo! That's not the one that I'm after, but you know what? It'll start.
Chris Lane with a nice one, a good fish in just about any classic ever. But here at this classic on Gunterville, that 3-pound fish, you don't want to show up at the weigh-in with him.
No, that's just a comforting feeling is all it is. But what interesting thing, looking at Chris Lane, and from Lane, we're going to go over to Kevin VanDam right now. Both of these anglers fishing really just off of the main river channel. We thought a lot of anglers would be back up in the warmer creeks and pockets. Not the case with Lane and VanDam, and that right there is a fantastic shot of just how much color is in the water right now from the storms the night before. VanDam said, I'm going to fish areas where I've caught them in tournaments past. Definitely not a lot of numbers, but the quality lives in this area of the lake.
Kevin VanDam tied with Rick Clunn for most classic victories ever at 4. He owns 7 Toyota Bassmaster Angler of the Year titles. He's always the guy to look out for.
You know, Lake Gunterville is lining up with the conditions right now for probably the best opportunity that I've ever had to win a classic. By far, I've fished in more Bassmaster tournaments on Lake Gunterville than any other lake. I think the first time I fished here was 1989. It has just always been one of those great fisheries that I'm real comfortable with. Having a lot of history here, like I have, I think is going to be an advantage. I know if the fish go real shallow, the places they go to. And I know if they pull back out, where their stopping points are. I'm not going to wait around for them to come to me. I'm going to go to them. I'm going to keep moving, and sooner or later, I feel like I'm going to run into them. This lake, you can go from hero to zero in one day, and you can go from 0 to hero in 30 minutes.
Kevin VanDam will tell you, I like chaos, I like changes because I feel I'm best equipped to deal with them. The changes they're seeing today, though, severe.
Huge. 1 week ago, this water was 39 degrees, all the way up to 50 right now. And the other thing, looking at this fish right here, VanDam's fighting, they have lost almost all of their visibility. Very, very muddy where VanDam's starting this morning.
Decent one. That's what Gunterville's all about, is those fat ones like that. I think one of the keys with this storm coming through and ripping this up, I mean, it's really muddy. You know, the fish are obviously not going to leave completely, but it's changed things a little bit. You know, I've had a few missed bites. They don't really want to probably eat the bait as well. I mean, the major front passing through. I'm sure they were really fed yesterday, so.
Kevin VanDam dealing with the changes, catching them, as you can see right there. Another thing Kevin VanDam always has to deal with is that right there, a big gallery of spectator boats. It's something that you have to manage. If you're Kevin VanDam, you have to manage greater numbers of them. And here on Gunterville, here in the bass fishing center of the world, those crowds are even bigger.
you've got an area that you think's going to be really good and it's an isolated area, and you put 50, 100 spectator boats on there, that could change that area real quick.
I'm used to the distractions of having the entourage following me and the camera boats and the media and the bloggers.
You're not even be able to get to your spot because there's so many boats on it.
It's not going to rattle me. This one is going to be a marathon, but you better be at the front of the pack right from the start.
The Geico Bassmaster Classic, presented by Diet Mountain Dew and GoPro, is brought to you by Toyota, Abu Garcia, Evan Williams Bourbon, and by Yamaha.
Cliff Pace, the solid angler from Mississippi, may have surprised a few people, but took the championship, the 2013 Geico Bassmaster Classic Championship on Grand Lake in Oklahoma. And of course, Cliff Pace fully expecting to defend that title here on Lake Gunterville, but it was not to be. Loves his hunting, and in a hunting accident near his home, Hattiesburg, Mississippi, Cliff Pace took a great fall from a tree stand and had a severe break in his leg. Cliff Pace will not be around to defend here in 2014.
They basically decided that rather than me having to forfeit my opportunity to compete in this year's Classic due to injury, that they were going to allow me to compete in the upcoming Classic in 2015. Essentially, they just gave me a one-year extension on my Classic qualification. You know, I don't want to sit out for a whole year, but the fact that I'm going to have to sit out for a whole year and they're going to allow me to come back and compete in a Classic, it says a lot about them and the way they perceive things and the appreciation they have for us as anglers.
Well, I think that for him, it's probably the most difficult thing he's ever had to endure in his life. It's the thrill of victory and the agony of defeat. I mean, in the greatest of fashion, to have won the title and not being able to defend it.
I feel bad for Cliff. I told him, I said, it's not too bad. So that I'm gonna get a lot done. I'm like, dude, when this Classic starts, you're gonna be a wreck. Not getting to be there this week is heartbreaking for me. Just because that's where I want to be. If there was one place on this earth that I would want to be, it's to blast off at Gunterville when they call my boat number the first day of the event. It's very disheartening and frustrating for me to not be there, but at the same time, being frustrated and showing frustration towards it and being agitated about it is just simply going to make matters worse. So really and truly, the piece you see off of me that's really the only place I know to be.
Cliff Pace, obviously very, very disappointed. Who wouldn't be? All the anglers want to fish the opportunity, at least, to fish a Classic on Lake Gunterville. But I'll tell you something about our coverage. We are using GoPro technology to the maximum during this week. We're covering the guys we've seen so far today, but we've got cameras with everyone else. If someone has a good run, well, it's not going to escape our scrutiny, and we're looking at Randy Howell doing just that right now.
Randy Howell, early this morning, fishing one of the bridges over one of the creeks of Lake Gunterville. He said all he's going to do is rotate these bridges. So many tournaments won rip-rap bridges. This time of year, a lot of fish funneling into creeks and out of creeks. Randy Howell catching a limit early. Something we're not seeing, though, is those big Lake Gunterville bass over to, oh ho ho, here we go.
You watch this footage from Randall Tharp, won the most recent FLW Tour Championship and qualified for this Classic via a win at the Bass Pro Shops Open on Ross Barnett Reservoir in Mississippi.
Yeah, and guess what else? He also has an open win here on Lake Gunterville. Randall Tharp said, I knew what I was going to do. Now get ready for this. In the first hour of practice a week ago, Randall Tharp, the biggest shot across the bow of this 2014 Bassmaster Classic.
Yeah! Boom! Look at them apples, boys. Yeah!
Definitely going to spend some time today watching Brandon Polinick. Had a great showing in his very first Classic back in 2010 and 2013 last year. Well, he challenged. He had a chance at the lead in the Bassmaster Classic on the final day. And here he is on Gunterville, and a lot of folks watching him.
They probably can't see it. Every time they open their eyes, they get mud inside of it.
coming in, coming in. Yeah! Woo! Come on. Ooh. It's more like it. See how pale that fish is? That's a new fish.
Not a bad one there, but Brandon Polinick looking to intersect with ones even bigger than that. Let's take a look at a man who won a Bassmaster Elite Series event in 2006 here, Mike Iaconelli.
Exactly, Mike Iaconelli. Look over his shoulder right there. Oh, look who it is. Bobby Lane over Iaconelli's shoulder right there. Iaconelli knows, though, anytime he is on Lake Guntersville, feels at home, most of all, feels like he has a chance.
It's a special lake for me personally. I've had an opportunity to win here. I won here in 2006. And it was a big turning point in my career.
15 pounds, 3 ounces, and Mike Iaconelli moves to the top of the food chain. Woo!
And I think in the course of your career, you gain certain relationships with certain lakes. Some are really good, and some are really bad. And for some reason, I love Guntersville, and Guntersville seems to love me back.
As usual, this is Lake Guntersville, so this spot revolves around grass. You know, this is basically a big grass edge that comes in here, hydrilla and milfoil both. And they just move along these lines of grass and they feed on their way in. This is the deepest grass I've seen all week. It grows out to about 12, 13 feet. That's pretty amazing. There's like a definitive edge right there too. There's a big one. That's a giant. Oh, that's a giant. Watch out, watch out, watch out. Wow. 4-pounder. That's how you win the Bassmaster Classic, boys.
One here in 2006, Mike Iaconelli looking to find some bigger ones. Brandon Polinick, same story. We get the big Guntersville bass in the boat. We've seen a lot so far. Guys making some pretty good runs, but again, they got to find the big ones. Ones like that right there. They're going to challenge for the trophy.
Yeah! Boom!
How about an unbelievable Auburn story? No, not that one. The unexpected run to the national championship game? No, this one's way more unlikely.
Out of swinging, man. Boom.
Of hundreds of teams from across the nation at the Carhart College Bass National Championship Series in 2012, the 2 finalists left for one spot in the Classic are brothers.
Gosh.
A disappointment for Jordan, but one more year of eligibility left, and he makes it again.
Yes.
Incredibly, in his second year in a row in the final match, and he wins.
And there it is, brother to brother.
Jordan Lee in the Classic on his home lake where he's already won his fair share of tournaments. The lone college qualifier with a shot at winning it all? Well, now we know it could happen.
Our day one coverage of the Geico Bassmaster Classic presented by Diet Mountain Dew and GoPro continues. Jordan Lee, you saw him right there, the third college angler from the Carhart College Series to qualify and fish in the Geico Bassmaster Classic. And this guy's a good hand.
He is fishing down near All Reds Islands right now. And Jordan Lee, very calm before this tournament began. Well, a keeper right there for Jordan Lee. Still not seeing the size fish we heard about in practice. Just around the corner from Lee over to Brandon Polinick, you can see exactly how unstable Guntersville is with that mud line over his shoulder.
Brandon Polinick, a young angler as well, who's made a lot of noise so far in his career, some of it in the 3 Bassmaster Classics. He's already fished.
Yeah, this is Classic number 4. Qualified for my first one, Louisiana Delta, 2011. Finished 4th as a Federation angler. Fishing toe-to-toe with Mr. Kevin VanDam. Finished 48th in my second one, the Red River, and 2nd at Grand. So I'm here for redemption this year. You know, I was at a very high point after last year's Classic. Walking away with a 2nd place finish, I was driven, felt confident. Really started to slow down throughout the beginning of the Elite Series and struggled. You know, I dug myself into a hole where I had to win an elite event to make it back here to the Classic. When you know that you have to win, you know, to make it back to the Classic, it tests your mental strength. And I've always told people, you know, the things that separate the guys that are great from the guys that are just good is the mental ability. Here comes an event, 2 days into it, I'm leading by 6 pounds. Fishing was easy, and that doesn't happen very often against these guys.
Woo! That's the biggest smallmouth I've ever caught on this river.
And made a mental mistake and got DQ'd, disqualified, and you know, there goes a Classic dream. I literally just sat there in my hotel room for an hour. I mean, there was so much emotion that I almost became emotionless. After that, kind of got myself together and knew that, you know, I'd made a mistake. It wasn't anyone else's fault, and I had to deal with it. And so the only thing I had to do was forget about it, move on, and you know, try to win the next one.
Yes!
Come back a few weeks later, the next Elite Series event, and end up winning that one wire to wire.
23 pounds!
We got one more shot. You know, we've got 3 days to fulfill a dream, a goal that I've been thinking about since 8 years old. So when you get that opportunity, you have to seize that moment and stay focused. You know, it's 3 days of your life to catch the 5 biggest fish a day that you can possibly catch.
That feels like a big one. Oh. He's not that big. Come on. Yeah! Woo!
Water temps starting to warm up a little right now. Brandon Polinick with a solid bass right there. From there, going to head about 10 miles upriver with Kevin VanDam.
Geico quotes from the boat. We got to get out there with Kevin VanDam. So much experience on this lake, so much success in years past. Kevin, on a scale of 1 to 10, how's it working out for you today versus your expectations?
So far, I'm at a 1, but I am seeing some things that I like. I just have not got the quality bites, you know, that I know are here. So, like I said, though, I'm seeing some things, the right sign. So we'll see what we can do. We got a lot of time left.
When you say that you've seen something so far today that you like, what is that?
You know, I'm seeing some warmer water and some bait fish activity and things like that, knowing that the fish are going to be around some of these areas. So it's just, I've had a few bites doing what I think some of the big ones are going to move up on, some shallower stuff. I just have a hard time so far finding the right kind of water. A lot of it is muddy from the wind and the rain last night. So you got to kind of find that perfect mix where you got some clarity and you got some, you know, warmer water where those fish might move up into. And it is warming where I know these fish want to be up to the bank. So somewhere there's a shallow bite going on, and I'm just working really hard to try to find that.
Kevin, we'll let you get back to it. Thanks so much for your time.
You bet. Thanks, guys.
There it is.
A little better.
Bit of a size upgrade for Kevin VanDam, maybe the biggest one he's caught so far today, looking to get even bigger. Let's go back to Michael Iaconelli. We talked about his win here in 2006 on his way to capturing Toyota Bassmaster Angler of the Year. His 2013 season in the Bassmaster Elite Series was not spectacular, but he went out and won a Bass Pro Shops Bassmaster Open on Lake Erie in order to qualify And as you can imagine, with his history here on Lake Guntersville, he could hardly wait to get things going.
Even though this is down in Alabama and I'm hundreds of miles away in New Jersey, that grass factor makes the fisheries set up a lot alike. And as a youngster fishing grass lakes, I learned, I had this feeling for how bass moved in and around grass. And I've been able to carry that over to my performances here. So having a chance here after coming off of a bad elite season, barely making it here, I feel like this could be another big win for me. I'm excited about this event.
There he goes. Big one too. Giant. It's a giant. It is a giant. It's a giant. Oh God. Oh God. Never give up. Never give up. Guntersville 5-pounder for you, baby.
Good one there for Iaconelli, and that's definitely one he's needed at this point.
Definitely. We're going to take a look right now at some highlights from earlier today. Take a look at Randall Tharp with an absolute Guntersville stud right here. Randall Tharp with a huge lipless crankbait fish.
Randall Tharp, one of the favorites coming in, also one of the favorites. This man here, Edwin Evers, he has been so close to so many big titles so many times.
Lipless crankbait fish right there for Edwin Evers, and a theme. Edwin Evers, Randall Tharp fishing around the Goose Pond area from there. Tommy Sanders, one of the best fish catches of day one. Fred Rumbanis, 0 bass at 10:30. This is the first time he sets the hook all day long.
Woo! Look at that, baby! Yeah, Bassmaster Classic! Come on, come on.
Fred Rumbanis out of his mind, and understandably so. Who wouldn't want to catch one like that in the Geico Bassmaster Classic? 9 pounds, 3 ounces, a Guntersville big one. That's the kind of stuff we were looking forward to since we heard the Classic was going to be here. There's our leaderboard. Some fishing left to go on this day one. Fred Rumbanis right to the top with that giant bass there. Edwin Evers, you know he's on something good today as well. David Walker jumping in there. This is the place that kicks him out. Big ones year in and year out. That's why people expect records to fall.
Bassmaster Classic! Come on.
You know, a lot of records could fall this week, and one that I set just a couple of years ago in New Orleans is probably going to get shattered this week. That's the kind that win the freaking Classic right there, boys. Yeah!
I'm expecting 80 plus to win. I mean, it's possible with this crowd, it could be 90.
I mean, 75 pounds here is commonplace. You know, I mean, that's a record I want to keep. Yeah!
That record is in jeopardy this week. Guntersville is a powerhouse for fish in that 6, 7, 8 pound range.
Game over.
You're looking for 30-pound bags of fish to be competitive.
Guntersville has the fish to do that in 3 days. And so, I mean, if you saw a guy do that, to me, that's incredible. And the scary fact is that it's possible.
If any place, in any time, it's going to happen, Lake Guntersville's the place.
We welcome you, and we welcome you to our new headquarters here, the Toyota Bassmaster Studios, on this auspicious week. Tommy Sanders and Mark Zona and Z. We've been looking at some of the favorites coming into this thing so far, and that weather that changed things the night before has confounded some of them, others doing just fine.
Well, you could tell that storm the night before really devastating some of the big names in this right now. One guy, though, one of the big favorites coming in here, Randall Tharp, really been a monster the last 2 years in professional bass fishing. The last thing this field wants to see right now, Randall Tharp gaining momentum.
Yeah! Boom! Look at them apples, boys. Yeah!
And can we see it one more? Yes, we can see it one more time. This is it. Fred Rumbanis, day one, Bassmaster Classic on Lake Guntersville. No keeper bites as yet, and then he ties into this one.
Oh, gosh. Hurts, man. Woo! Look at that, baby! Yeah, Bassmaster Classic! Come on, pal. Come on. Come on.
Best comment of the Classic so far. The Marshall in the background. Come on, phone.
How about that 9 pounds, 3 ounces in the Classic? Hey, if you got a photo with the big fish, enter it at bassmaster.com/catch. Then tweet your catch with hashtag #BigCatch.
The Geico Bassmaster Classic, presented by Diet Mountain Dew and GoPro, is brought to you by Skeeter Boats, Bass Pro Shops, and by Humminbird.
Day one coverage of the Geico Bassmaster Classic presented by Diet Mountain Dew and GoPro. Who will be the champion? Who will hoist the trophy and be the world champion when it's all said and done? Mark Zona, how would you like to be the champion of fantasy fishing?
Oh, hang on, yeah.
It's within your reach. It's available to you and everyone else. Go to Bassmaster.com, Bassmaster.com/fantasy, and get into it. It's not too late to do it. We got the whole elite season ahead of us. Randy Howell right here. He's got a whole elite season ahead of him, but right now he's concentrating on dealing with the conditions, winning this classic.
Nice one. I got a bite underneath the bridge.
All right, let's take quickly a look at our Yamaha lay of the lake. How are these anglers laying out on Guntersville?
Well, let's take a ride upriver right now, Tommy Sanders. From Goose Pond really up to B.B. Comer Bridge, you look at David Walker, Edwin Evers, Randall Tharp. That's been the most consistent area on Guntersville. From there, you go down south, a lot of inconsistency. You see Fred Rumbanis in Seabold Creek, not a lot of bites, but they're the right ones, and Casey Ashley down in Browns Creek. But you look in Town Creek and see Aaron Martins, he's getting bit, but the big ones, he has not put in the boat.
Well, Aaron Martins definitely in the months and weeks leading up to this tournament, he would have to rank as one of the top 4 favorites to win it all. Originally from California, but makes his home right here in central Alabama. And Aaron Martins got here, of course, by winning Toyota Bassmaster Angler of the Year. Didn't have it sacked up until the last event, and here he is putting it away on Erie.
20 pounds, 11 ounces, Aaron Martins in third place. He is your 2015 Toyota Bassmaster Angler of the Year.
Not once, but twice, Aaron Martin has won Toyota Bassmaster Angler of the Year. That's how he got into this Geico Bassmaster Classic. And as we watch him, the going is slow on this day for Aaron.
This has been a day of missed opportunities for Martins and VanDam. Both of these guys have caught fish. When they've caught them, they really have not had much quality to them at all. These anglers said they were not catching many fish through practice, but they were big ones. We have not seen that with Aaron Martins. And when he has caught them, well, they're about this size. And the ones that he needed in the live well, he did not execute.
Well, this has not been the place of destiny, this lower end of Guntersville. Tell us why.
Well, the reason why, number one, it's a wider portion of the lake, and it's obviously been battered with the winds, and that's why you see a lot of the anglers down there. Very few of them have caught them so far today. Upriver, where it's more narrow, more protected, that seems to be the least affected area on the whole entire lake right now.
Time for Geico quotes from the boat. Again, going out on the water with the guy who got the largest round of applause this morning at the launch. He is now the local hero since he moved to Guntersville. Chris Lane. Chris, are you making the people happy? Are you giving some payoff so far?
Well, you know, I'm giving it everything I got, I can promise you. Being here is a blessing, fishing this lake, and this morning was a moment that I'll never forget, I can promise you.
Chris, you had a very solid practice as far as quality. You said you were not getting a ton of bites. What have you seen so far today compared to your practice?
Well, you know, it's kind of funny. I've caught more fish today, but I haven't been getting the quality that I need. Will that change here in the next hour? Am I going to have to make an adjustment? I've got, you know, 15 spots that I'm looking at within a half a mile of me that I can hit. One of those spots could, you know, pull up to and put 25 pounds in the box fairly quickly.
Is this a tournament that you felt coming into after your final day of practice that, hey, I got a shot?
I think confidence-wise, I felt that. Fishing-wise, I think that needs to, you know, unfold and let things unfold as they progress, because, you know, every day, like I said, every day, every hour, I think is going to change this lake. I mean, water temps already come up, you know, 3 or 4 or 5 degrees from this morning, and it's only going to come up more. And, you know, when is that window? When are they going to bite? When are those big fish going to push up? And is the guy on the right point at the right spot when that happens, or in the right saddle when it happens?
Well, we'll let it unfold. We'll let you deal with it. Thanks so much. That's great information, Chris Lane. Good luck to you.
Thank you. That time he got it. There he is. Come on, be a biggin. Be a biggin. There he is. Oh. Woo! Woo-hoo-hoo-hoo! Number 5. They'll go on this side. Thank you, Lord. Thank you, Lord. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1 o'clock. You never know. You just pull up on it and get one every now and again.
Oh, yeah. Oh, my word.
I want to be around if he catches 2 more like that. Hey, giddy in the boat with Chris Lane. No reason to be giddy over in Brandon Polinick's boat, though.
And Polinick said, you know, with it getting warm real fast, he knew these fish were going to push shallow. And he said one of the biggest problems in a tournament like this is listening or not listening to voices.
The hard part is enjoying yourself when you're not catching them, so that you still continue to make the right decisions and, you know, kind of stay calm. That's the hard part. It's easy to have fun when you're catching them. When you're not, that's when the beast comes out. Jeez. That one knocked so much slack in the line. Oh, stay down, stay down, stay down. Coming in. Ah, yeah. Yeah. That is choked right there.
Little something to brighten up the day for Brandon Polinick. He needs him that size and more and doesn't have much time left.
Exactly, and all these anglers really that are out on the main lake or just off of the main river channel focusing on grass. And with the cold winter we had, guys like Michael Iaconelli said, man, there's just not a lot of grass left. The frigid temperatures killed almost all that grass from 1 to 5 feet of water. Past there, grass was still alive. It didn't affect the deeper grass beds. Michael Iaconelli, though, still looking for a few big bites.
Yeah, I feel a little better. You know, we've got an hour left, so I'm trying to make it happen here in the last hour. Figure if I can get 2 more big ones, I got a decent bag. Enough to keep me in there at least. Not, you know, a big bag here is 30 pounds. I'm far from that, but if I can catch in that 20 range today, at least keeps me in the hunt. I'm 2 big fish away from that, so I just got to keep my head down, fish this last hour, fish hard. There's one. Good one too, big one. Big one, giant. Giant. Oh gosh, giant. Giant. Oh gosh, giant.
Good one for Iaconelli here in the waning moments of fishing day 1 of the Geico Bassmaster Classic. Iaconelli, who's been languishing somewhat in the middle of the field all day long. Not the story for Edwin Evers. He's been making a series of moves which have turned out to be the right ones.
Definitely right. He's one of the anglers that has adapted throughout this day. So many anglers catching him deep, 5 to 15 feet of water throughout practice. Well, Edwin Evers going shallow right around the Goose Pond area. He said the best thing about his day, he was able to follow schools of fish shallow.
And Randall Tharp, we have watched him at work as well. Another one of these characters who has made the right decision, headed to the right spot and stayed there.
And I'll tell you, one of the only anglers out on the main river, just outside of Goose Pond on the main river, Randall Tharp, it seems like almost every time he set the hook on day number 1, it was 4 pounds or bigger.
Look at them apples, boys. Yeah!
Those are the anglers who are getting well on this first day of the Bassmaster Classic. Dean Rojas has found a good spot, though.
Definitely, and I want to talk about the area he's in. Fishing in Seabold Creek, and really a lot of our anglers really that we looked at today. Fred Rambanis, well, he's fishing in Seabold. He's got 5 bites. Rojas getting a lot of bites on a square bill crankbait, and he has been left alone on this bridge right here all day long.
Ever since I was 13 years old, my #1 dream was to make the Bassmasters Classic. This is my 12th Classic, and every year it never gets old. Every year coming to this big show is bass fishing at its highest level. It's relentless. This is the Bassmasters Classic. There is nothing for second. I finished second, third, fourth. Done it. All you get is a nice walk off the stage as somebody else is hoisting the trophy. To get to this level and to compete at this level for so long, you know, and seeing that trophy and seeing the anglers that have won it before I, and being so close to it and having the chance to win it, it's everything to me. For my, you know, career and for my, all the hard work.
The Geico Bassmaster Classic, presented by Diet Mountain Dew and GoPro, is brought to you by Mercury, Triton Boats, Minn Kota, and by Nitro.
Day 1 of the Geico Bassmaster Classic, and look at the crowd here at the Birmingham Jefferson Convention Center. Weigh-in time is coming up because the fishing time is done. Now, what have we seen today? Mixed fortunes is the story from day 1 of this classic. How about Kobe Carden, Bass Nation angler who qualified from Alabama here, from right around this area, and a lot of local knowledge for him.
Good one right there for Carden. From there, Casey Ashley fishing a little pocket up in Browns Creek, usually pretty reserved, said, no doubt in his mind, I am on the winning fish in this tournament. From there, let's go way back upriver, just north of the B.B. Comer Bridge. David Walker. Well, he's one of the anglers up north that did get a lot of bites, including that big one right there late in the day.
David Walker, one of the guys who was totally jacked up, so happy about his practice and couldn't wait to get things started. That is why. And how about Edwin Evers? We have watched him off and on today, and he's been making the right calls.
Definitely, and right outside of the area that Edwin Evers is fishing, well, all eyes have been on Randall Tharp this morning. Big fireworks. Put 20 pounds of bass in the boat early, but it was this bass right here that would put him way up in the standings.
Randall Tharp certainly in control of what's going on for him on day #1 and the shot of the day. How about from out west, Fred Rumbanis and the 9-pound, 3-ounce behemoth.
Yeah, Bassmaster Classic!
Wait till you see this fin freak of nature. Boom shakalaka, giant bass, Freddy, boom boom, Rumbanis. 24 pounds, 13 ounces. Walker whacks him on day #1. 26 pounds, 13 ounces, E-square owns day #1. 27 pounds, 8 ounces.
Well, a lot of the pre-classic picks to win were driven by local knowledge, and you said it, this guy may have more of that than anyone else.
He had a horrible Bassmaster Classic in 2010 and said his only goal is to get back to this tournament. I want one more crack at it, and I'll back it up on Gunterville. He did that on day #1.
I was a little nervous when I woke up. I mean, this is a Bassmaster Classic. It's the biggest tournament in the world, and at the launch I was nervous, but as soon as we left there, I mean, it just felt like I was out there just having fun, and I rode down the river, and I was just real relaxed, and I just tried to catch the 5 biggest I could. I've got 3 or 4 different things I'm doing, completely different, things, and
what are those?
I don't think it's any secret on Gunterville this time of year. I mean, I'll tell y'all, this tournament will probably be one on a lipless crankbait, a jig, or some type of jerkbait. I mean, I've fished here a long time. That's usually what does it, and all 4 of those things are working for me.
Well, Tharp on top, but Edwin Evers less than a pound behind. Two of the big dogs coming in, and they're the two guys to catch after day one.
And except for Tharp and Evers, day number 1 on Gunterville was a day of survival. Very unstable lake. Looking at day number 2 with the experience those two anglers have here, don't let them run away with this thing.
Right, and because it's Guntersville, remember, plenty of guys still left in this thing. When we pick up again with our coverage of the Geico Bassmaster Classic, we will pick it up with the start of day number 2. This is the one you're looking for. This is the trophy that means everything to a bass angler. Dawn, Guntersville, Alabama, day 2 of the Bassmaster Classic. If you didn't catch them on day 1, you need to find them and catch them today. If you caught them on day 1, you need to hang on to what you've got, because this is no ordinary prize. This is the #1 prize, the World Championship.
Hey guys, look what we got here.
Being provided by the 203rd Military Police Battalion.
Okay, you talk a bit closer to it.
Did we get to touch it? You can't.
Oh, we touched the trophy.
Man, I know it's bad luck to touch it, but just looking at it is motivation right there.
Don't even.
Don't touch it.
Right.
Oh, I'll touch it. I'll touch it. I got 2 bananas in my boat, and I'll touch the classic trophy.
That's what we do. This is our whole lifetime journey right there, is to achieve that. And one day it's going to happen, hopefully this week.
55 anglers have qualified for this World Championship of Bass Fishing. The full field fishes for day 1 and day 2. If you don't make it into the top 25, you won't be around to shoot for the championship on the 3rd and final day. It's a trophy that's on everyone's mind the entire season. All year long, you work to make it to this place where you've got a shot, and it may be one of a few shots you have at winning the top prize in the sport.
Bassmaster Classic 2014, man. Look, at Lake Guntersville, where I learned, where I fell in love with fishing. I couldn't ask for anything better. And I'm leading the tournament.
Man, it's exciting. It's right where you want to be. We're going into the Classic. Got a huge crowd here. We got every sponsor I've got my family here. It's just it's a great position to be in. I don't want to get overexcited about it or talk too much about it. I mean, it's long from over, but man, I'm right where you want to be. It's perfect. So let's go get it done.
It's so awesome seeing my family and friends there holding up the big signs. How can you go out and not just have that glow to you and that spirit of catching fish when you have that kind of support? I mean, here we are going in day 2, and I know I'm fishing to win this thing. I just know that the way I'm fishing is the way to win this tournament. If it's meant to be, it'll be meant to be.
Here we go, day 2. The Geico Bassmaster Classic presented by Diet Mountain Dew and GoPro. This is it, the World Championship. The angler who hoists the trophy at the end will join the top echelon of bass anglers, and his career, for all practical purposes, will be made. I'm Tommy Sanders. Mark Zona is here. We are here in the Toyota Bassmaster Studios. And Z, we might as well start with our Yamaha lay of the lake as we look at our fantastic playing field, Lake Guntersville.
And what a playing field we have this week. And look at our takeoff right there in the town of Lake Gunterville. About 75 miles of water to play with here. You look at all those red lines, all the bridges going over the creeks here. Those were factors on day number 1. Throughout this show, we're going to get into where and how our leaders are catching them.
All right, and as to who, we have 2 anglers, big favorites coming in, who distanced themselves from the rest of the field only slightly, but they are formidable guys.
And one of the monsters is right here, Randall Tharp. And I made the comment, don't let this angler run away from the pack. The reason why, he is fully capable, has a championship under his belt from last year, 3 Bassmaster wins in 28 events only. From there, going to take a look at someone we cover a lot from Oklahoma, Edwin Evers. And here's the thing with Evers, right on Tharp's tail. Edwin Evers right now in the Bassmaster Elite Series, the best angler, coined as the best angler to not win a Bassmaster Classic or an Angler of the Year title.
All right, he starts his day out chasing Randall Tharp, but by less than a pound. Speaking of Randall Tharp, our own Robbie Floyd with him right now at the takeoff.
It feels a little different, doesn't it? You've won on this lake so many times, more boats than you can count, but you've never been in a position to win the Bassmaster Classic. After an awesome day one, can it get any better for day two?
You know, I hope so. You know, everybody knows what this lake is capable of, and the conditions are better today than what we had yesterday. So, you know, I'm going to go out and do my best. I'm going to give it 110% like I always do, and let's get this thing done.
I've never seen confidence from an angler, much like I saw from you yesterday, because it screwed up. The weather screwed up a lot of anglers' thoughts. But you went out there and fished on instinct and caught them. Are you going to do it again today from that instinct?
Yeah, as long as I rely on my instincts, I'll have a really good shot at this championship. I mean, that's why I'm here. That's why most of these anglers are here. I mean, they all have great instincts, and you know, I'm gonna do what I can do today. Hopefully, make the right decisions and get it done.
Well, one thing that Randall's going to have to deal with yesterday, he said he didn't have much pressure from spectators, but being the leader going into day two, he should get some spectator pressure today.
Robbie Floyd with our leader, Randall Tharp, as we get day two underway. Here's the Skeeter Boats rules of the game. Again, we got 55 anglers today, as we did have on day one, but we cut the field down to 25 for third day competition. It's 8 hours of fishing with a 5-fish limit on each day. The largest total weight, 3 days worth. At the end of it all, hoists the trophy and is the world champion, the winner of the Geico Bassmaster Classic. Let's look at someone who did very, very well on day number one. A big splash from the angler from out west, Fred Rumbanis.
Bassmaster Classic! Come on, fam. Come on.
You need to go out and you need to get 5 big fish. It's not about catching 20 fish. It's about getting 5 big fish.
Boom shakalaka! Giant bass! Ready!
And just like Fred Rumbanis, David Walker from Tennessee, a big day one. Like Rumbanis, not catching a lot, but they were the right ones.
Jeepers creepers, look at the peepers on those swamp donkeys. Geico Pro, David Walker.
In second place, an angler with 8 Bassmaster wins to his credit, and he's been close on so many big days. Edwin Evers hoping to close the deal this time around.
Just want to compete. I want to be in contention. You know, if I win second, whatever, I want to be in contention final day.
A brand new Geico daily leader in Edwin Evers.
And one of the hottest tournament anglers in the country right now, Randall Tharp from Florida. And Randall Tharp on day number one, well, he's having the Bassmaster Classic of his life.
I'm ready to get back out there. If we could start right now, I would. There's no other tournament like this one. I mean, I want to win it more than anything in the world.
And we're going to head up the lake right now with Randall Tharp. And on day number one, there were fireworks in this spot. This angler right here has as much local knowledge as anybody in this field. And this spot right here, a lot of fireworks early the first day of competition.
It's just a lipless crankbait. It's a 5/8 ounce. I think it's made by Excalibur. You know, it's not really the bait. I use different ones for different depths. And this one is perfect for this 6 foot water we're in. It's just a place that's been holding them. I found these fish in December right here, and it was just a huge school of fish. I mean, in every cast, didn't matter what you throw kind of school. And I only made 1 cast on them in practice and caught a good one. And you know, yesterday it was really bad conditions to fish right here, but I ended up catching 3 here. I had like 5 bites, you know, that a couple just slapped at it, but you know, I just hope I can just generate 1 bite this morning to get the day started. And Bassmaster Classic day, it's day 2.
I'm sorry, we've covered a lot of classics together. For the leader to really not know the bait that he's throwing is the most fantastic statement I've ever heard in my life.
I think he's concentrating on catching them today, and we'll clean up the details when we get around to it, maybe later on. He certainly got around to it yesterday. Caught a grand total of 27 pounds and 8 ounces, looking to get it going again today.
There he is. I think it'll get me on the board. What is that? Number 1, Bassmaster Classic.
Not a big one, but Randall Tharp extends his lead to 2 pounds and change as we head out to Fred Rumbanis, who talked about his philosophy earlier.
Well, Fred Rumbanis is a home run hitter. This is a big fish guy right here. Really, day number one, nothing happened till about 10 o'clock, 10:30 in the morning, and really looking at his day, only getting 5 keeper bites the entire day. Day number one, Fred Rumbanis was playing with fire.
Yesterday, and I really didn't come in here until about 10:30, and it was kind of a last resort deal. And first fish was that giant. I mean, it absolutely clobbered it. So I'm kind of hoping there's going to be a morning bite here. I think once all this boat traffic kind of settles down. Right now, the fish don't know what's going on. Neither do I, but I do know they live here, and kind of got dialed in pretty quick, made it happen.
Like he said, he's not interested in having fun catching a big load of fish. He just wants 5 big ones, and he got it off to a good start on day number one when he locked in the Carhartt Big Bass of the tournament, 9 pounds, 3 ounces.
Yeah, Bassmaster Classic! Come on, man, come on. Woo!
Boom shakalaka! Giant bass! Freddie! Boom boom! Rumbanis!
I know that when you fish this tournament, you're fishing for broke. I know that's probably a well played out phrase in the Classic, but it's the truth. You need to go out and you need to get 5 big fish. It's not about catching 20 fish. It's about getting 5 big fish. Some bait flickering up here too. Come on, baby. It's a little one, but just don't come back here. That'll work. Number one.
Fred Rumbanis in the mouth of Seabold Creek, and nothing better than catching a 3-pounder and saying, well, got a small one to start the day.
He'll want to get rid of that one later, but it does move him from 4th place up into 3rd place as we head on over to Edwin Evers. A great effort on day one, just ounces behind our leader, Randall Tharp, and Edwin Evers. So close, so many times. Everybody's watching him, wondered what's going to happen this year.
We're going to follow Evers up the lake right here, and really on day number one, this was the most consistent area of Lake Gunterville, up near the kind of the Goose Pond region. And Edwin Evers said catching him wasn't the problem on day one. There was other factors.
There's so many boats on the water. It's just amazing, and a lot of great fans here. You know, and there's a lot of them don't even know there's a Classic going on. How's the bluegill biting?
We're trying to catch a few crappies with that.
Crappie.
I'm panning out. They're good right now. So get out of your way.
You're not in my way. You keep doing what you're doing. I'm not going to be here 5 minutes. Oh, come here. That's a good one. Oh, yeah. Gotcha. Yes. Here's the way to start the day right there. Pounder.
Edwin Evers, and about the best starter fish we've seen among the group this morning, but it is very, very early on this day 2 of the Geico Bassmaster Classic. The majority of the anglers fishing here qualified through the Bassmaster Elite Series, where they fish a lot of tournaments for a lot of money, which they take very seriously. They take it up to a whole new level here.
This is going to be a home run derby. This is going to be go out there and get 5 big ones.
Giant bass!
I think this tournament will be won at the very last second, or maybe the last cast, or maybe the last hour of the last day. That's how intense this Classic will be.
If I win, second, whatever, I want to be in contention final day. Gotcha. Yes.
You're trying to win, man. You can't go out there and worry about what everybody else is doing. If you let people get in your head, you're done. You can't worry about it. This is the Classic.
You got to take a chance in the Classic. I mean, this is for all the marbles. It's the big game.
Gotcha.
Gosh. One Bassmasters Classic. I would trade all those victories for one of those, and that's how much this tournament means to me.
There's no other tournament like this one. I mean, I want to win it more than anything in the world.
Being in Birmingham here at home, it would be awesome to hold that trophy up.
The Geico Bassmaster Classic, presented by Diet Mountain Dew and GoPro, is brought to you by Triton Boats, Minn Kota, Mercury, and by Humminbird.
Geico Bassmaster Classic Day number 2, one of the anglers who did well, the winner of our wild card qualifier, Chad Morgenthaler.
And really, Gunterville threw a curveball on the first day of this tournament. Really, if you go a week ago when these anglers were practicing, water temps were in the high 30s, low 40s, which the fish were concentrated in a very, very big way, and there was only a couple different techniques that would catch them. Well, fast forward to yesterday and early this morning, looking at Morgenthaler right there. Well, the water is warmed up. The fish are no longer as concentrated as they were, and there's several different techniques transpiring right now. Chad Morgenthaler, though, off to a very good start here on day number 2.
One of the last folks to qualify for this Geico Bassmaster Classic. They always say, look out for the last man in the field. And Chad there doing what he needs to get done. How about another guy to look out for? Paul Mueller, Bass Nation qualifier from the Eastern Division, fishing guide from Connecticut.
Oh, exactly right. Paul Mueller making a few waves here early on day number 2. Almost everything Mueller has set the hook on, 4.5 pounds or bigger.
That's how we start the morning right there. Thank you, Lord.
A little bit early to be making comparisons, but the only other Bass Nation qualifier to win a Bassmaster Classic, Bryan Kerchal, also from the state of Connecticut.
Starting to see some big ones, though, on day number 2. We did not see very many big ones caught first day of competition. A big one right there for Paul Mueller on a chatterbait. Definitely the kind of fish he's looking for right there. Ow! Oh, thank you.
Oh,
exactly right. Sorry.
Okay. Over to Dean Rojas. Dean Rojas, the Classic is huge for him. He's fishing in his 12th edition of the Classic, and it just means a lot to him. He's done well in the past, would like to win one.
One of the anglers that really caught him in Seabold Creek. Many anglers struggling there on day number 1, and Dean Rojas lived here the entire day.
The Classic, yeah, that's the one thing that I've always wanted to achieve, you know, and it's so hard to win. You've got the best guys, you know, gunning for it, and you got to win. You got to go in to win, you know. So that's the whole thing. Is it's not fishing for points. It changes a total different strategy. Going for a Classic win than it is for a regular elite event.
Oh, it's everything. It's all I've ever wanted to do. I mean, for me growing up, to make a Bassmasters Classic was a childhood dream. To get this level and to compete at this level for so long, you know, and seeing that trophy and seeing the anglers that have won it before I have. It's everything to me. For my, you know, career and for all the hard work.
Geico Bassmaster Classic is the Super Bowl of bass fishing, and Dean Rojas over here on the left. These two guys from Knoxville, they get the 50-yard line seats. What brings you here, or is it just the great seating?
It's just a chance to watch these guys in person down here, the greatest bass fishing lake in the world, Lake Gunterville, and sit here and watch Dean Rojas in person crank some riprap, man. It's just, it's something you don't get to do every day.
Now, you're wanting to be a professional angler. What is it that you maybe have learned from Dean watching him yesterday?
Okay, it's just all about just watching and learning, of course, learning from the best in the world, and it's a front row seat to that. You get to watch Dean Rojas, so you learn to keep your confidence going and keep on trying.
Great opportunity to watch. There's about 15, 20 boats out on the water trying to keep their space, but here on the bank, another 20 or 30 guys watching as well, and Dean hasn't even made it into the protected area yet.
Little keeper right there for Dean Rojas. You can see a lot of color in the water where he's fishing. And Rojas said, I really feel I found a winning school of bass. And he said he's going to play protection like VanDam did years ago on Lay Lake. Stay in that area all day. And from Rojas, we're going to go way up the river, take a first look at David Walker just north of the B.B. Comer Bridge. David Walker salvaged his first day of competition with some big ones late in our competition day. David Walker getting his first area. He noticed, things have changed, and they've changed in a bad way.
Yeah, this was not only just a spot, but this whole area is really what I was banking on for today. Visibility is about 6 inches now. Confidence is really shot when you fish that live in that grass. Just are not fans of that mud, especially when I just did this overnight. It'd be different if it was clearing or been here a while, but this is exceptionally dirty, and I'm really hoping for the best on this. Including small fish. I didn't think you'll keep. Yeah, he keeps. As they say, that's not what you want, Hammer.
David Walker, one of those guys who could hardly contain himself before this event started. His practice was so good, but now you can see his enthusiasm waning because of the conditions. Let's go over to Oklahoma's Jason Christie, fishing in his second Bassmaster Classic, feeling more comfortable, but what a great initial Bassmaster Elite season he came off of.
He did. Christie a lot calmer this time around this year, but let's rewind. Let's go all the way back last year to Bull Shoals. Nobody was watching Jason Christie on the final day, and this 1 hour flurry, anchored by that bass right there, Jason Christie moved all the way up from 11th place.
10 pounds, 13 ounces. Jason Christie makes history with the greatest rally in Bassmaster Elite Series history.
I can't tell you what's been different over the last, actually 2 or 3 years. I've won a lot of stuff the last 2 or 3 years, and I can't tell you that I've changed anything. I think the biggest thing is I have more confidence in myself. I have more confidence that it's not about practice, it's about making changes while you're out there fishing in the tournament, and then just try to fish on instincts. And I think if there's anything that's different, it's that. But, to win all that stuff, I would trade that for one classic, one Bassmasters Classic. I would trade all those victories for one of those, and that's how much this tournament means to me. I'm a better fisherman whenever I pick an area and stick with it, and I don't know this lake well enough to run around and do crazy things, so I'm just, I'm going to take I got a lot of confidence in this creek, and I've seen some big ones in practice, and I'm just going to wait them out. Either I'm going to catch them or I ain't. I'm going to bounce around and try some new stuff in this creek today, but one good thing is the water's dirty in here, but as sun gets high, it's going to get warm fast, and hopefully those fish just, they get used to that dirtier water, and once they do and they move up, you can get right here in a hurry.
Yeah. Not a big one, but a fat one. That's what you want this time of year, is fat and white. That means she just come in off the river. It's no secret that the fish here, I mean, the bigger ones, they love a swim bait, and I just don't feel comfortable throwing a money minnow as dirty as this water is, so I'm putting it, you know, on a block where I got some vibration, and hopefully they can feel it. Then my thinking is it still appeals to the bigger fish. God, they hit right at the boat. I was expecting them to be up there shallower.
Jason Christie, that fish jumping in from 9th all the way up to 6th place. We got plenty more fishing on the second day of the Geico Bassmaster Classic. Some of the anglers finding the going as slow as it was on day number 1. Others are prospering. A few are doing a little bit better than they did on that day. When we talk about Jason Christie, well, we say he's more comfortable this year. Jason Christie was a guy who came in as the favorite in last year's Classic on Grand Lake. He doesn't like being the favorite. He doesn't even like being the front runner. He feels comfortable right where he is.
The pressure's on them, you know. The guys that are in front of me after today's weigh-in, the pressure's on them. They have guys like me behind them, and as soon as they leave that door open, there's a few of us that's gonna try to kick it down.
Second of 3 big days of competition in the World Championship of Fishing, the Geico Bassmaster Classic, presented by Diet Mountain Dew and GoPro. We're on a legendary place, Lake Gunterville in Alabama. There's the angler from Tennessee, Ott Defo, came out on the Bassmaster Elite Series, immediately won Rookie of the Year, won the All-Star event. He's one of the favorites here.
Absolutely is. One of the best shallow crankbait fishermen in the country. This one sets up right in Ott Defo's wheelhouse, and he has been rotating all of these ripraps, all of these bridges across Lake Gunterville. Here's the one interesting thing. You look at it, as muddy as his water is, he said that actually has helped him throughout this event.
Ott Defo, a good day one, 20 pounds plus, looking to upgrade, and he did right there. Back again to Chad Morton-Taylor. We mentioned he's one of the late qualifiers for this Bassmaster Classic. Came in through the wild card event down on Lake Okeechobee, a special event with 1 qualifier.
And you could see as low as that sun is, that's the scary thing about Lake Gunterville, is guys getting on a pot of them from there down to Honeycomb Creek with Jonathan VanDam, one of the only anglers that has excelled in, well, not only excelled in there, he's one of the only anglers fishing in Honeycomb Creek, the solid bass right here.
JVD, 20 pounds and 11 ounces on day number 1, and off to a good start here in the early going on day number 2, looking to make that cut first and foremost. And now over to Casey Ashley. Casey with 3 wins with the Bassmasters, 2 of them the Bassmaster Elite Series, and he's also a guy who's very excited to get here.
Yes, he is. And probably as much confidence as we've seen in a long time. Here's a little bit news nugget for you, Tommy Sanders.
Yep.
The pocket he's fishing in was frozen 7 days before this tournament.
I mean, this area's got a lot of fish in it. I think they're coming here. You know, it's not like they're here and they've been here. They're coming. I mean, they want to be here. It's time for them to do their deal. And, you know, we're right here on the main lake. This is probably one of the best creeks on the lake. A lot of tournaments won out of here. So there's a lot of big fish in this creek. And hopefully they're just going to pile in here and continue to do that. So it's just isolated grass in here on these flats. That's what I'm keying on. All this grass that I'm fishing is new grass. So it's only, you know, 6-8 inches off the bottom. I'm just winding this trap pretty slow, letting it dig in it when I snap it out, most times when they bite it. The fish are so shallow, I mean, I'm only sitting in 4 feet for most part of the day. Most of the fish I'm catching are in, you know, 2 to 3 feet, so I've tried other baits. You can't hardly fish anything else. Not a big one, but it's a start. It is a bite. I think she wanted that trap. Look at there. That's the way the big ones are supposed to eat it.
Casey Ashley's first keeper of the day, taking him from 6th place on up into the top 5 as we check back in with Dean Rojas.
Looking at Rojas in Seabold Creek, and here's how unstable Gunterville is right now. The area where he caught him yesterday, well, it's risen about 1.5 feet. And not only that, the air temp is rising, yet the water temp in his area has dropped about 5 degrees.
I need to catch over 25 pounds a day. That's my goal. That's what I need. I know I'm gonna need more. When I catch the 25, I'm gonna try and catch 30. I catch 30, I'm gonna try and catch 35. You can't stop. It's relentless. This is the Bassmasters Classic. There is nothing for second. I finished second, third, fourth. Done it. All you get is a nice walk off the stage as somebody else is hoisting the trophy. Don't want to be that guy anymore. I want to be number one.
Oh, little guy.
Rojas said after the day one weigh-in, his biggest scare in this tournament right now, he feels the winning fish are coming to him and already in that little pocket behind that bridge. He said his biggest scare was leaving that area where locals would come in and fish after he left.
It's not right. The small ones, it's not right. Either the big ones have moved, or they're just not biting. There's one. That's a good one there. That's a good one there. Right. All right. Needed that one.
Better one that time, and Dean Rojas making a good move from 12th place all the way up into the 7th place position. Dean Rojas with 12 classics and 3 top 10s, one of those top 10s right here in the state of Alabama. Now we get to Edwin Evers. What a fantastic day one he had today to start things off. Well, he jumped into the first place spot ahead of Randall Tharp. So Edwin Evers got things going like he wants it. Nothing spectacular so far this morning, but it's still early yet.
I haven't caught up to him yet. I don't think he's very big. Gosh, dang it. Bigger than I thought he was. Golly.
Oh, lost fish right there for Edwin Evers. Can't have too many of those on the second day of the Classic. Still, at this point, he maintains his lead, which he took over a little bit earlier today. Started this day second place by ounces to this man, Randall Tharp. Lives in Florida, but make no mistake about it, he spent his time here on Lake Gunterville.
He sure has. We're going to jump across the river from Goose Pond over to Tharp. And he said 1 hour into his practice time, he knew exactly where he was going to fish this entire tournament.
Are you nervous coming down at all?
I'm not nervous. The higher the stakes, the more pressure. It seems like the calmer and the better I perform. I don't know why it's that way. I think it's just a gift that I have. Since early in my fishing career, it's been that way for me. I'm pumped up, man. I mean, this is what I live for. This is really for the conditions we got with that flood and everything. This point is just got a little current bending around this corner. Everybody knows on the Tennessee River that current is everything. And these fish have been here. It's just I don't even, it may have hurt this place too, but my opinion, this place has got all the right ingredients. Current, grass, it's a perfect staging area. I mean, I'm sitting right in front of a really well-known bedding area.
Biggin. That's a biggin right there, boys.
Dang, that thing's going crazy. Yeah! Lake Gunterville, let's rock this place today. Freaking catch some giants. I refuse to lose. I mean, everybody's got to have a slogan. Ike and Ellie's got 3 or 4. I just refuse to lose.
Pretty cool customer for the second day of the Bassmaster Classic, sitting on a lead. Actually, Randall Tharp did just snatch the lead back from Edwin Evers in a back-and-forth game. Third place, well, just a couple of pounds behind them, Ott Defoe's been moving steadily up the board. Plenty more fishing to come. Coverage continues. The Geico Bassmaster Classic presented by Diet Mountain Dew and GoPro. Here in the Toyota Bassmaster Studios, Tommy Sanders and Mark Zona here, watching these guys grind it through day number 2. The full field of 55 fishing today, but only 25 will make it to the final day, the championship day, and you grind a little bit harder in this tournament than any other because it is the top prize in the sport. And as we said coming in here, this is Lake Guntersville. The expectations are great, but given that, you said it's not going to be a feast for everyone. Some guys will endure famine during their days.
Well, if you know Lake Guntersville or you've been here, this is the beauty of it. You get footage like this. Here's the negative. If you're not one of these guys right now, you're hearing voices. The reason why, what separates Guntersville from the rest of the country, somewhere on the lake, they're biting, and you are getting clocked in the face. Trust me.
Gets in here.
And this guy so far, Randall Tharp, is the one doing it. Somewhere on Guntersville, they're always biting, and the potential of a big bag, it's constantly there. And Randall Tharp so far in this tournament, unbelievable morning area where he's put a lot of fish in the boat. Here's an aerial. He is in the mouth of a pocket up near Goose Pond, but his boat's really close to the main lake. Exact spot that Kelly Jordan won back in 2002. And it's got a combination of things that is making it fantastic. Number one, here's the bait he's using, an Excalibur XR50. The color is Royal Shad. And this is a bait this time of year that you're burning when the water starts to warm up. Yeah. That is not the case. He's kind of pulling it and stopping. It's a very slow presentation, almost slow rolling a lipless crankbait. But the factors in this area are eelgrass. The cold winter really devastated the milfoil and hydrilla throughout this region of the lake. And he's throwing that bait up current on the tip of that grass. It makes a pyramid, and on the point of that grass, that upcurrent point, he's just sagging it right through that grass, letting it hang up, and when it breaks loose, that's when the bigger ones have got it.
Well, obviously, Randall Tharp has found the optimum place to practice that technique and practicing it to perfection, because Randall Tharp has, at least back and forth, had the lead all through this day number 2. He started the day with the lead as well. Hey, talk about the lead. You want to take over the lead? You want to be a part of it all from home? You can do it. Bassmaster.com/fantasy. Even if you missed getting in on the Classic, the Bassmaster Elite season starts in a matter of weeks. You can get in, play, change your lineups, go along with the pros. Maybe you'll wind up the winner. Day 2 coverage, the Geico Bassmaster Classic presented by Diet Mountain Dew and GoPro continues here. 55 anglers trying to make it through day 2. Only 25 will go to day 3. Our leader right now, the man who started the day with the lead, Randall Tharp, 2-pound advantage over Edwin Evers, Ott Defoe, Jason Christie, and Jonathan VanDam, rounding out the top 5. Those 5, in fact, and many others in this field, will soon embark in a couple of weeks on the Bassmaster Elite Series in pursuit of Toyota Bassmaster Angler of the Year.
Exactly right, and Edwin Evers in the driver's seat almost the entire season. Second to the last day of the season, well, Aaron Martin sees that, showing that that is a year-long race. We're going to get back on the water right now with Casey Ashley fishing down in Browns Creek. And here's a very interesting fact about Lake Guntersville for anybody at home. You look at this pocket, we said earlier, about 10 days ago, that pocket right there, frozen, a sheet of ice over that. And it just shows how fast these fish want to push up shallow. A lot of people get to a lake this time of year anywhere in the country and say, well, it's awful cold, they're not going to be up shallow. It literally takes almost a week. Casey Ashley said he's going through a lot of fish to get to his bigger ones.
Might get them started though. I can't just throw in one place and catch them. I have to fish around. You catch one here, one there. It's just isolated grass patches. And I mean, it's not anything you can target. You just got to cover water in there, and they'll pull up, and you'll make a pass, catch 2 or 3. If you ever catch one, a lot of times you'll catch 4 or 5 real quick, and that's it. And you just keep moving. That's a good one right here. Got one hook in him. Ain't a giant, but we need him. Free pounder anyway.
Casey Ashley and those 2 fish bumping from 7th place all the way up into the top 5. Casey Ashley very anxious to win this classic so he can qualify for next year's classic, basically on his home lake. Kobe Carden, another one of these anglers who's qualified through the Bass Nation program, just like Paul Mueller, who's been making some big noise today, and Kobe Carden with a big day 1, hoping he can keep it going today.
Oh boy, Kobe Carden getting it started off right.
It's the best thing that's by far in my career as a fisherman that's ever happened to me. Just to see the crowd and, you know, to hold up a 7-10, oh my goodness, I couldn't, they're just unbelievable. Sometimes I think Federation guys that qualified the way I qualified through being a weekend angler, they get here and they're just totally starstruck. And I'm not going to say that I wasn't starstruck, but at the same time, this morning when I planed off, headed out of that cove, it was all business. Oh, slapped at it. Maybe this one got it better though. It's number 3, pretty good one.
Kobe Carden from Alabama with a bit of a slow start this morning, but there he's got it underway and plenty of time left to catch a few fish. Of course, you know we visited Dean Rojas already today. He's got a place he really likes, and he's committed to that spot. Robbie Floyd been with him all morning long.
Welcome to Dean Rojas country. This is Seabold Creek. This is where it makes its way into the main lake. This is the area he wanted to go to. The reason is because it's warmer in here. It's getting warmer all the time. Yesterday, it was about 58 degrees. Today, he's hoping it gets up to 60. The water is nasty looking. I mean, there's a lot of stuff laying around, but he said that's a good thing. A lot of mats, warm water. It can be dirty. I don't care. The fish are going to be working their way in here to spawn. It has all the conditions that he's looking for, and we might even see a frog being thrown here shortly.
There's a lot more water in here than there was yesterday, and it's got a little more color to it. But what it does though, it opens up like back there and over here. In practice, I went way back there and I had 4 bites way back there in the back. And that's when the water was a lot lower. So you know they're still back there. There's one. Big one, big one, big one. Big one. That's right here. Big fish. Yeah. Well, he's not that big, but. Number 4. Oh, I thought that was a big one at first. That's okay, I'll take him. Let's get started. Moving right along. Yeah. Yeah.
Dean Rojas doing a little camera work right there from there. Head back up the lake with our Bass Nation angler Paul Mueller, who had a horrible day 1. Just under 10 pounds, starting the day off big here, and the biggest change that Paul Mueller has made. He was throwing a half-ounce lipless crankbait almost the entire day. Made a little switch here on day number 2, going to a vibrating jig. And so far, Paul Mueller, everything Paul Mueller is catching right here is going in the live well, guaranteed to make it to the scales.
It's tough because when you find an area like this, the more. Oh, I just had one.
You got it?
Yep.
Come back and got it for you. There you go.
Thank you, Lord.
Yep.
It's gonna get ugly here in a minute, man, if there's a school of these.
I know that.
You come back and get it. Thank you, Lord. It's a big one, too.
Paul Mueller from Connecticut, the Bass Nation qualifier, obviously feeling it on this morning, day 2 of the Geico Bassmaster Classic. Going to go from Paul Mueller right now to the Oklahoma angler. You talk about momentum in the fishing world. Here's a guy who's got it, 2 big tournament wins in the past year. Hard to believe he didn't fish his first Classic until last year.
And he said last year on Grand Lake, that tournament actually got to him. He said where he messed up in that tournament was going back to his past, not fishing the conditions. Jason Christie said after day number 1, way more comfortable being the hunter in this event.
Day 1, Bassmaster Classic, first 5 minutes, it's on, baby.
You know, once I made the Classic on Grand, it was like they put the house on my shoulders, you know. I mean, the only way I would have come out of the Classic at Grand in good shape is if I'd have won. Second on down, you know, that's not good. And against the best fishermen in the world, you know, people I don't understand, it's fish. I mean, they move around and sometimes it's just not your week. And the thing about last year is I learned a lot. You know, I learned when the spectator boats are around you, the pressure of them and how to kind of, you can't control them, but how to, you know, just kind of keep them pushed away from you, and that's helped a lot today.
That worked. Just had a hunch. Number 3.
Jason Christie, as he said, feeling more comfortable this year, feeling more comfortable about day number 2. Moves him into a tie for 3rd place with Casey Ashley. Still got Randall Tharp on top, Evers, Defoe, Rojas all playing the top of the leaderboard. Big one starting to show up. Better stick around. Geico Bassmaster Classic 2014. As you can see, this is the 44th edition of this important tournament. These guys fish a lot of important tournaments during the course of a year. But as far as the emotion, as far as the anticipation, as far as the importance of every fish, especially a big one, oh, it's just off the charts. Everything is blown up big time at the Bassmaster Classic. We are seeing big things happen here on day number 2. Tremendous talent here. Here's one of them right now. Ott Defoe of Tennessee, former Bassmaster Elite Series Rookie of the Year, won the All-Star as well.
And so many anglers in this tournament right now looking for clean, stable water. Not the case for Ott Defoe. He said that watercolor right there over his shoulder, he said that is the color he is looking for, concentrating on about 3 or 4 different bridges, and Robbie Floyd's with him now.
Over here in North Saudi, I just saw Jason Christie as I made my way in, and now I've caught up with Ott Defoe. Yep, the water's dirty. It's a little warmer, everything we had expected. Ott's been actually throwing a lot of crankbait today and a lot of riprap. That's what he's targeting. He said, yeah, I caught 1 fish on the jerkbait, but a lot of riprap. He seems to be targeting those rocks. It might be dirty water, but the fish are biting. He already has 18, and he's trying to catch up, and it looks like he might have one on here.
Dang it. Gosh, dang it. Had one on there, it got me in something. I could feel it trying to go the other way. Dadgummit. This is the bait that's been my big fish yesterday, and my best fish today have came on this bait. I have caught a few fish today on a jerk bait as well. Caught a lot of fish on my big fish yesterday and today. Have both came on this DT6. What I've been doing, I've been fishing funnel areas, been cranking riprap. Like I said, I caught a few fish on a jerk bait today. One of the areas I'm fishing, it actually cleared up a lot and couldn't get them to bite a crankbait there, so I had to switch to a jerk bait. But the other places, it's been all about a crankbait. It's a reaction bite, and these fish aren't wanting to feed. There we go. Stay on. Stay on. Stay on, fish. Be big, too. I'm coming to the back. Yes, that is a good one. That is a good one, yes! Thank you, Lord. I knew one of them things was sitting there. I knew it.
Good fish right there. And Ott Defoe talking about his Rapala DT crankbait. That bait getting a big workout with guys in our top 20.
Ott Defoe starting in 11th place, moving all the way up to 3rd so far today, so a big day for him. A lot of people hoping for a big day for this young man, our Carhartt College Bass Series qualifier, Jordan Lee, who knows Gunterville. He's had great success on Gunterville and a poor day one, 40th place. And Jordan Lee looking to sort of shake off everything that happened on day one and get it going.
Hey, it's just been a good year for Auburn Tigers, if you know what I mean, Tommy Sanders.
So,
We're going to jump out to Edwin Evers, and Edwin Evers coming out of the gates firing this morning with a solid fish right off the bat, but it has been slow going. The one thing you could see, though, Edwin Evers looking for that cleaner, stable water here on Gunterville, but since early this morning, things have been slow going.
That's a little one. Not the one he's looking for, but enough to push Edwin Evers back on top of Randall Tharp. Those two back and forth for the first place position all through this day number 2 as we head over to Brandon Polinick, having a little bit of trouble on day number 1 down to 24th place, looking to do better.
And I'll tell you, Lake Guntersville is definitely throwing out its curveballs right now. So many of these anglers were catching fish in the 5 to 15 feet of water range throughout practice. These warmer temperatures today see Brandon Polinick. A lot of our anglers, Tommy Sanders, just said they're going on autopilot, scrapping everything they did in practice. Seeing a lot of anglers getting up very shallow and catching good ones too.
Brandon Polinick, definitely the prodigy from Idaho. His first Bassmaster Classic went toe-to-toe with Kevin VanDam, finished top 5.
Back up to North Saudi Creek with Jason Christie, one of those anglers that said he's going to put his trolling motor down. In this area, the reason he's concentrating here, one of his practice days, he saw a 35-pound stringer. You can tell right there, little tweaked out, still searching for that giant school of bass.
Biggin. Gotcha. Oh, he came off. The plug broke. Awesome. Put him in this side. The plug broke when I lipped him. I think it hit the side of the boat. How do you hit it just perfect where the bait breaks? I mean, I've never, ever had one do that. Something happened on the side of the boat there. I don't know if he slapped it. That's probably what he did, was slap it against the boat. But when I got my hands on him, he had come off. I got 5. Thing is, that last one that I caught needs to be my smallest if I'm gonna have a chance to win this tournament. But you know what, we got a lot of time. The last 3 bites I've had have all been when that bait's coming up. It's like they're really shallow.
Yeah, and really lucky on that fish catch right there, Tommy Sanders.
That momentum working in favor of Jason Christie, up into 3rd place now, second day of the Bassmaster Classic, and all of these guys doing their very best to make the right decision. Some of them say, I do it instinctively. Some of them say, I made the game plan and I'm sticking with it. One decision can make all the difference in the outcome of the Classic.
I really get mad at myself thinking about last year, and I'll tell you the story about this. It took a spectator to tell me this. I was coming through Missouri and I stopped at a gas station and I have a spectator pull up. I didn't know him. He said, hey buddy, he said, I watched you all 3 days of the Classic. I have a question for you. He said, I watched you the first day. He said, you caught 19 pounds shallow. As soon as you caught 19 pounds, you started fishing deep. You fished deep. The rest of the first day, the second day, and the third day. He said, why did you do that? And I had to look at him and say, I don't know. And I think about that a lot. I mean, I think about it in every tournament that I go to. I thought about it today, you know. You don't fish where you caught them, even in practice sometimes. I mean, you just go, it's instinct. I mean, I think the good fishermen are instinctive fishermen. But the Classic last year, you know, that first day, I kind of fished instinctive. And then once I thought, you know, I had 19 pounds, I'm close, I'm gonna try to knock this thing out. And I thought I could do it deep. But I was fishing memories.
The Geico Bassmaster Classic, presented by Diet Mountain Dew and GoPro, is brought to you by Nitro, Bass Pro Shops, and by Skeeter Boats.
Geico Bassmaster Classic, the World Championship of Fishing 2014 edition. This is the second day of 3 days of fishing. 55 anglers out there on what you might call moving day, because you have to move into the top 25 if you want to move on and fish on championship day. Our leaderboard shows the man with the lead at the start of the day, Edwin Evers, hanging on by 2 pounds over Randall Tharp. Jason Christie in it. Ott Defoe of Tennessee, Casey Ashley of South Carolina as well. Let's take a look at a young man from right here in the state of Alabama, Auburn University's Jordan Lee, qualified for the Classic with the Carhartt Bassmaster College Series. A lot of high hopes for this young man who has a great record on Gunterville.
Exactly. Up the lake from there, Chad Morgan Taylor. And here's what you can say. You can call this moving day, and here's the reason why. A lot of our leaders' fish have definitely moved right now. You look at almost all the big stringers caught up till now on day number 2. They're anglers that are outside of our top 10.
Chad Morgan Taylor qualified through the wild card. Last opportunities to get into the Bassmaster Classic this year, taking advantage of it. How about Randy Howell? Randy Howell, a great career. He just hasn't got so many in the wins column. He would like to kick it off with this one for the start of the 2014 season.
This is a giant here. Please, Lord. Woo! Bait fell right out of his mouth. That was a good one right there. That's what you need to come back right there.
Woo! Good one right there for Randy Howell. He said on day number 1, I scrambled all day long. I caught a late day 6-pounder. That bass right here on day 2 will keep him in the hunt.
Bass puts Randy Howell actually all the way up into 7th place. Up until now, he had been outside the top 10, so things turning around a little bit for Randy Howell. So we get out to the man from Donald, South Carolina. 3 wins with the Bassmasters. Casey Ashley says he wants to win this one really bad because it will qualify him for next year's Classic, which is going to be held on his home lake, Lake Hartwell.
Exactly, and on day number 1 of competition, he was one of the first anglers in the Bassmaster Classic to have a limit, and he had big ones. So far today, he has caught a lot of bass, but no big ones yet.
There he is. That ought to be a good one there. Yeah, that's a big one. That's the kind we're looking for. Buddy, he got it too. Come on, baby doll. Cooperate just a little bit. Come on over here. Come on, come on, come on. Yeah. That's what we're looking for. Check that out right there, baby. That's the way they're supposed to eat it. That's kind of win you the Classic right there.
Casey Ashley, the big one finally did show up, or that one did. Good solid fish right there is going to bump Casey Ashley up into the top 3. Ashley in 3rd place, 2 pounds behind Randall Tharp. Let's move on over to Edwin Evers and something we haven't talked a whole lot about yet, Mark Zona. Something that's really not peculiar to Guntersville Lake. It just seems more intense here. Spectators and other anglers.
And I know this is going to sound crazy, but there's a lot of spectators that have no idea that the Bassmaster Classic is going on, and I'm not saying that jokingly. The other side of this is, it's just not happening to Edwin Evers. It's happening all over the lake, and I'm going to tell you, somewhere through this event, they will play a big factor.
Hey guys, I'm going to fish that edge of that ditch, so if you're starting to get in deeper than 2 foot of water, you're going to be in it. Just trying to let you know, just a ditch that runs in right here. Spectators? I want to just have a little huddle with them maybe, or, you know, talk to them. I don't know. Spectators really aren't the bad deal, you know. Just if the wind gets to blowing, then they kind of get lackadaisical on the trolling motor, and they kind of get up on your grass. So, just depends on what happens. Be a biggin. I need a biggin. Stay on there, fish. Got it. Just a 3-pounder, but it'll work.
Edwin Evers, he's plugging away in each little upgrade, adding to that lead he has over the man he started the day just ounces behind, Randall Tharp. And now we move from Evers to Tharp.
Exactly. You can tell that this area of the lake, you look at Tharp fishing out on the main lake, only a few miles away from Evers. You could tell, if you rewind all the way back to Lay Lake when everybody was fishing in Beeswax Creek, back then you knew that region of the lake, that's where it was happening. Well, obviously Randall Tharp, Edwin Evers, Jason Christie, this part of the lake has been the most stable for bigger limits of bass throughout this tournament so far. And Randall Tharp said this tournament is about momentum, and he is starting to build on that.
Bacon. Choked it.
Yeah.
He wasn't coming off. Number 3, baby. Ah, they're not big, but by golly, it's enough I'll be fishing on the 3rd day of the Bassmaster Classic. There he is. Oh yeah, that's freaking big in there, boys. Boom! Choked it.
Randall Tharp, momentum you talked about, he's keeping it rolling here. So important to him. Could be the deciding factor. Randall Tharp, who formerly fished just FLW Tour events, coming over to the Bassmaster Elite Series to start the year 2014. This would be an auspicious beginning if he's able to hold on and win the Bassmaster Classic. He's excited about it, ready to come over and battle against the biggest names in bass fishing.
That's the one of the main reasons I'm fishing bass this year. I mean, there's some guys over here that, you know, Kevin in particular, I think I fished against him 3 times and he beat me twice and I don't like it. I mean, there's some guys on my tour that push me. Jason Christie's always pushed me. Andy Morgan's always pushed me. Those kind of guys, I mean, that's why I do this. I mean, it's not for the money or the trophies. It's for, I want to beat the best fisherman in the world.
Day 2 of the Classic back in the Toyota Bassmaster Studios. Tharp and Evers neck and neck at the top of the heap to start this day. They've both held their own, but anybody else just about can get into the conversation very quickly because it is Gunterville, and Gunterville has something that no other place has.
And if you're going to catch bass like you see right there with Edwin Evers, you need to find this stuff right here, whether it's hydrilla, milfoil. We talked about eelgrass. Grass is the reason Gunterville is so good. Well, here's been the problem. With the cold winter that we had, it almost devastated all of the shallow water grass. If you look at this right here, about 6 feet of water, you see this clump. The rest of it up shallow was dead, almost impossible to find. In fact, a lot of our fields said they can't even find a blade of grass up shallow. It didn't affect that deeper grass, but here's the problem. The fish are wanting to come up shallow. They've been out in 8 to 13 feet of water. They're wanting to push shallow. One of the anglers that found this magic grass, Edwin Evers. And here's the great thing. There's really 2 scenarios right here. He said, I found shallow grass here years ago. It is growing again, and the better situation is his grass is reloading each day right now.
Well, Edwin Evers not on the same pace he was on day number 1 when he caught 26 pounds, 13 ounces, just trying to hang in there and currently trailing Randall Tharp.
And so far, you know, Edwin Evers, he has some good fish in the boat, but really if you look at his day so far, it's not a lack of the fish not being there. The number one problem has been execution.
Geico quotes from the boat. Why wouldn't we get a quote from Edwin Evers? That's who we're hooked up with right now. Edwin, thanks so much for spending just a couple of minutes with us. First of all, conditions today versus yesterday, better than you thought they would be or worse?
You know, the bites aren't happening for me today. I've lost a couple good ones. They're not getting it quite like they were for me yesterday. Just trying to make a few adjustments right here. I've moved out to the main river trying to fish some current, and you know, immediately I had a real good one on when I got out here, but I hadn't had any other bites yet. So just trying to fish the corners of some islands and stuff where the current's coming around, throwing a lipless crankbait over the grass.
Edwin, if you can describe what that storm, the night before day 1, are there still some lasting effects of that on the water right now?
Yeah, you know, there's still some muddy water coming in on the backs of some of those creeks, and you know, the biggest effect they've got a lot of water going through this lake right now. It's, you know, last I checked this morning, it's 70,000, and it's rocking and rolling down through here.
Everybody talks about the windows that are going to open up for you throughout the day. When do you see your best window coming time-wise throughout the course of this day number 2?
Man, it could happen anytime, you know, but usually this time of year, that afternoon bite seems to be the best. You know, the sun's out and it's going to start warming some things up, and I'm going to go back through some key stretches, you know, right at the end of the day. So,
Edwin, the key stretches that you're fishing, when you talk about, we're not talking areas that are 300, 400 yards long. You're talking about key stretches that are very, very small.
Yeah, you know, just some little key stretches got a little bit better grass in them, and those are what I've been focusing on, and those is where most of my bites have been coming from.
All right, we're going to keep watching. Edwin, thank you so much for those words. We'll watch you and we'll see you at the weigh-in. Thanks so much.
Thanks, guys. God dang it! Another big one. Golly. Nipping at it today. Dang it.
So Edwin Evers still dealing with fish. They just can't get into the boat. We'll watch him as the day goes on. He's looking for things to turn around. Back over to Dean Rojas. Had a good day, 21-plus pounds on day 1, but having trouble staying on that pace today.
Rojas living in Seabold Creek. The two reasons why, we said it earlier, scared other competitors would come in here and spectator boats.
It's gotta be. The big one's gotta be. So many bucks in here.
And there's one of the main reasons Rojas is staying in this exact spot. There's a little 9-foot hole, and you heard him talk about bucks, male bass that are moving in, and he's waiting for those females to get to this little backwater. And he said, this is a VanDam situation, whether it's Lay Lake or Lake Catawatchee. He goes, I don't know what's there right now. I really feel like the bass are coming to me, and that's what's holding me in this area.
As you saw from that sequence right there, Dean with no trouble finding numbers of fish, keepers in fact, but just not the size he needs. In fact, he started the day in the top 10 and he has fallen out of it at this point.
There's one. Biggin, biggin, biggin. Oh. Yes. All right. I still need them bigger though. It's still not big enough. That's 5.
There you go, Dean Rojas with his limit there, but not enough still to crack him into that top 10. He's looking for some bigger ones. He's going to want to replace all of those he has in the boat right now, all of those keepers with bigger ones if he wants to stay with the leaders. Talking about big ones, we've seen some stuff today, some fireworks going on. Young Paul Mueller, Bass Nation qualifier from the state of Connecticut showed us a big one this morning.
Fishing on the main river just up from Randall Tharp. And this is an area he found all the way back in December, and he caught, now get this, 1 bass off of this eelgrass bed, but he said it just felt right.
There you go. Come on, do it to him. Yeah, there you go. That's what you're looking for. All right. See that?
Wait, why was that laugh? I'd be laughing too, what Paul Mueller has done so far. He's moved up 40 spaces. Now he's in 6th place from all the way down near the bottom of the leaderboard. There's a possibility, having caught 28 pounds, he can break Luke Clausen's single-day classic weight record of 29 pounds, 6 ounces. That was back in 2006 at Lake Toho. Records will fall. That's what they all said when we found out we're headed to Lake Gunterville. One of them may be in real jeopardy.
Only had 9-10 yesterday, and it's like, if I'm gonna catch enough weight to make the top 25 cut, it's gonna have to be 23, 25 pounds. And I said, you know, I'm gonna just fish for fewer bites. And I seen the water cleaned up, it just gave me confidence. I just settled down and fished.
That's how we start the morning right there.
Today is the largest 5-fish stringer I've ever caught, personal best, you know, practicing or tournament, and biggest largemouth ever. I can't wait to see it. They were big, man. They're beautiful, beautiful markings on the fish too. You know, big heads and Gunterville bass, man. Can't get any better than that.
Paul Mueller representing in a big, big way. Let me hear ya.
I'm no Kevin VanDam. I'm not Randall Tharp. You know, just really blessed. So.
It would mean everything. It's a title that I dreamed of holding. Feel really awesome. Hold that trophy up.
Your 2014 Geico Bassmaster Classic champion.
Geico Bassmaster Classic, 2nd day of competition. Randall Tharp with a small lead over Edwin Evers, but now running into some problems.
Well, this is possibly the last thing Randall Tharp would want right now, being in 2nd place in the Bassmaster Classic. Definitely not a good deal out on the water for Tharp right now.
Geico quote from the boat. This is an apt time to sort of get inside the mind of Randall Tharp right now. A lot of these things going on, distractions in every tournament. How are you dealing with this one?
You know, it's part of fishing. I mean, it's unfortunate. You know, I've been here before, unfortunately, and you know, it's unfortunate that it has to happen in this event, you know, right in the key part of the day. But, you know, I have confidence they're gonna get me back on the water soon. And, you know, things were really starting to click about the time this happened. So, you know, I've been fortunate to get a few good bites this morning. I need to put a couple more fish in the boat. And, you know, I don't need but a few casts to do that. So that's my mindset.
Randall, you made the comment yesterday, not only are you on quality, but you are definitely on some good numbers too. Have you seen the same thing today so far?
No, I mean, you know, there's a lot more fish on some of these places than I realized yesterday. The bite was really off. Yeah, I've had a lot of bites today. You know, I just caught a 5-pounder about 30 minutes ago, and things are definitely looking up for me. You know, there's definitely some big fish on some of these places. I plan on fishing the remainder of the day.
Randall, how hard is it right now to keep your mind in the game with what's happening?
You know, I've been having fun today. There's probably 100 boats behind me, and you know, I was trying to cut up with them, but they wouldn't give me much this morning. They wanted to see some fish, and I gave them some fish, and we've been having a good time out here. It's Bassmaster Classic.
Are you still trying to cut up with them right now, or not really? Not so much now.
You know what? Like, there's some pretty loyal fans because I'm not fishing. I'm being towed in, and they're still following me.
Randall,
this is the weirdest thing ever, man.
Obviously, we're looking forward with you. You'll be in it on the final day tomorrow. As you look forward to what you think the conditions will be like tomorrow, what should we all look forward to? Is it going to be a whole lot better?
Dude, let me tell you something. This lake is busting wide open right now. It's the best case scenario for this tournament. And I don't think any amount of lead, whoever's leading at the end of the day, is going to be safe because, I mean, you talk about 30-pound bags, there's a 40-pound bag swimming around in this lake, and it's extremely possible right now.
Wow.
Back to today for one more question. Best case scenario, getting all this stuff taken care of, how many hours of fishing are you going to have left today?
You know, I'm hoping to get back on the water by 1 o'clock.
Oh.
And, you know, I caught a couple big ones the last hour yesterday. All I need is 2 big ones to, you know, to have a good bag of fish again today. So hopefully I can get a couple bites this afternoon.
Well, like you said, it doesn't take much time. Hope that's the case. Thank you so much for your time, Randall Tharp.
Right there, probably the biggest turning point so far in this Bassmaster Classic. And we're going to take off from Randall Tharp. We'll be back. But down to Casey Ashley down in Browns Creek. And interesting thing about Casey Ashley fishing in Browns Creek, he said there's been so many tournaments won right here. Before this tournament started, this is a soft-spoken angler. Casey Ashley said, guys, I am on the winning fish, something you never hear from him.
Again, next year's Classic, the 2015 edition, going to be held on Lake Hartwell near Greenville, South Carolina, which is also near Donald, South Carolina. Donald, South Carolina is where Casey Ashley lives. He can qualify for that one if he wins this one.
I really want to win this one to just go ahead and get my spot in next year's deal. That way I can just go through the season and not have to worry about it. You know what I mean? There he is. That's a good one. Come on, baby. Stay on there. No, you ain't gonna jump right here. That's what we need. That's a 3.5 probably.
Casey Ashley moving up into 4th place. As a matter of fact, that's where he started the day after yesterday, tied with Fred Rumbanis for 4th.
Starting to see some bigger fish come in right now. And we said later in the day, that's when it was going to happen. Over to Jason Christie. And Christie, here's something on day number 1 with Christie. He caught 5 bass and caught them on 5 different lures. You can tell listening to Jason Christie right now, he's having to adjust big time.
You know, in practice, I was just throwing a money minute, but the water was clear. Now I just feel like I got to put it on something to give it a little sound. I don't think the fish would leave, but I think it may have done something to the shad, because that's the reason if they was here was because of the shad. That's how I found these fish. Birds were diving, pulled in here and started fishing and got some bites. Gotcha. Gosh, that's one we need right there. Put poles down. You had it too. Got a good call right there.
Jason Christie moves up into 4th place. Randall Tharp, our leader, sits on the bank while they work on his equipment. Meanwhile, back in the BJCC arena in Birmingham, big-time excitement. Crowds beginning to gather, entertained by the Super Retriever Series Big Air Dogs. A lot going on. We're headed there eventually, but more fishing to come from Lake Gunterville when we come back.
Making the Classic
come this close, it's awesome. But I won't take it.
Nobody ever will be able to take it away.
My dream, I see myself winning the Bassmaster.
Back to North Saudi Creek with Jason Christie right now, and Jason Christie has no idea what kind of day that, well, number one, Randall Tharp is still having, and with Edwin Evers' weight slipping a little bit, Jason Christie making small calls, not real big calls right here, which these bass right here are actually going to keep Christie right in the mix.
This cull right here is going to move Jason Christie up a pound, but he remains in 4th place. Randall Tharp, still our leader.
You know, with what I got, I mean, I'll fish tomorrow, but I may put myself out of contention. The thing is I got a 3.5 pounder in there. If I could just get one of those 7s or 8s, and it puts me, hopefully close. Well, ones I probably just slowed down. This morning I was probably fishing too fast, but it's just the sun. Sun gets up and, everything just starts moving. And that's all. I mean, I think that's all there is to it. This time of year, a lot of times, afternoon is the best bite.
Golly. Jason Christie making another move right here, and from Christie we're going to go around the corner, and Edwin Evers is putting fish in the boat and putting pressure on Randall Tharp. Unofficially tied right now, and Edwin Evers starting to feel it a little bit and getting around them.
Yeah, that big one right there, definitely one of the meaningful fish in this Bassmaster Classic so far. He was 2 pounds behind Randall Tharp, and that one brings them dead even at 47.
There's a bunch here if I can just get them to go. When I was reeling that one fish in, I seen a bunch trying to follow it on my depth finder. Just like they're lethargic. Good time for it to come off. Hell, we got 5. May not be big enough, we got. Long time coming.
So Edwin Evers, who caught 26 pounds, 13 ounces on day number 1 to kind of put himself away from the pack along with Randall Tharp. This day has not started that way, or at least it wasn't for a while. It wasn't going this way for Evers. He wasn't even sniffing 20 pounds, and now he's kind of getting back up in that region. Things starting to fall together for him.
Back over to Randall Tharp, waiting on a service crew. But the thing is, Randall Tharp can still fish, waiting on that crew to get him up and going. And right now in this Bassmaster Classic, this, for Randall Tharp, the most important time. Anything Tharp can put in the boat while he's broke down, truly a bonus for him.
There he is.
Feels like it's pulling hard.
Yes, boys! Boom!
Cobra, first one of the day. Somebody might have to tow me in, but I believe I'll be fishing tomorrow.
Unbelievable. What are the odds in the first place? Leading the Bassmaster Classic on the second day, breaking down, and this guy holds up like that?
Well, I think it's fair to say we've seen what mechanical breakdowns can do to anglers mentally. Randall Tharp, sitting on his trolling motor, catches a giant fish, not to just keep him in the top 25, but to keep him in contention to win.
Now we're looking up. Boat breaks down, catch a 5-pounder. Hell, that's how I got here. My boat broke down at Ross Barnett. Before they came to fix it, I caught 4 big ones.
That tournament at Ross Barnett he refers to as the tournament through which he qualified for this Bassmaster Classic, so what a link-up.
Well, the service crew going to arrive and get Tharp going, but here's the biggest problem with this. He needs to put his boat on the trailer so they can work on his motor, and he is not fishing now. He is basically dead in the water for about an hour and a half. That 5-pounder he caught waiting was huge.
You know, I pulled up on my first place and caught a limit fairly easy. And, you know, I'm even now, as I'm watching parts of my motor being thrown in the dirt, I am pretty calm. Hey, I think I'm still going to have a chance tomorrow, regardless of where I stand at the end of the day.
Oh, have we seen a lot watching Randall Tharp today? We're about to see a whole lot more. Everyone who follows on Bassmaster.com depends on James Overstreet to get us out on the water, and that he does with his fantastic photographs. He's been on Tharp all day, Z.
And the amazing thing, as you said, was his starting spot on day number 2.
It was. I mean, when I got with him on day 2, I found out where he was going. He's making about a 30-mile run from the takeoff, and that's where I started my day with Randall Tharp and pretty much finished my day with Randall Tharp. 30-mile run, 100 boats followed him, and this is the spot that he counts on to catch his limit before he makes and begins his milk run every day.
And the interesting thing is, you said every time he'd leave there when he had a limit, that spot got a little bit more help every day.
Well, it did. I mean, he's already putting a lot of heat on this spot, making a lot of casts, going through a lot of fish on this place, and then I just happened to kind of lay back and let that 100-boat flotilla take off and watch I happened to see what happened when he left. 5 or 6 boats pull up on his spot. We got a few people fishing or churning the water, and this is skinny water, so it's not helping him.
He breaks down, and in Bassmaster Classics, you are the Captain Sizzle of covering breakdowns. You said this was different than any other breakdown that we've ever seen.
Well, it was. I mean, but from the standpoint that the way he handled it. I mean, usually a guy is pretty much, if he's going to twist off, he's going to twist off when he breaks down. Because, I mean, you know, he's pretty much helpless. And he's out in the middle of the main river channel. He's got a long way to go to get to a ramp, and he ends up on a tow rope, and he's down for 2 hours at a boat ramp waiting to get his motor fixed and get back out on the water with the lead in the Bassmaster Classic. But the guy just handled it great.
He gets back up and running. One of your most telling photos was the Browns Creek Bridge. Spectators close to him. He talked to him all day long, you said.
Even during the breakdown, and the thing about it was his spectator boats all follow him to the ramp on a rope, and they stay with him. Well, he's up there sitting in his boat while they're fixing the motor, you know, like it's just an average day, and he's visiting with everybody, and he just handled it great.
That is fan loyalty right now. You're loyal to James Overstreet. If you watch Bassmaster.com, check out all his photos all over the website. Hey, fishing time just about done. The weigh-in is on the way. We'll be right back.
The Geico Bassmaster Classic, presented by Diet Mountain Dew and GoPro, is brought to you by Yamaha, Evan Williams Bourbon, and by Abu Garcia.
The fishing time is over on day 2 of the Geico Bassmaster Classic. The crowd is in place. The Birmingham Jefferson Convention Complex, and the crowd is rocking because who has arrived? We watched him all day. Paul Mueller out there bringing in big ones. Can he break the record for 5 fish in a single day at the Classic?
32 pounds, 3 ounces. Paul Mueller representing in a big, big way. Bass Nation, let me hear you.
That does it. That breaks the record. 32 pounds, 3 ounces, eclipses Luke Clausen's 2006 record of 29.6. Now on to Tennessee's Hot Depot. He started the day in 11th place, but he has upgraded today.
Day number 2. 22 pounds, 11 ounces, a brand new leader in Hot Depot. 43 pounds, 5 ounces.
Hot Depot with a solid day 2 stringer, and over to Randall Tharp, who would make it back to weigh-in and salvage his entire classic.
19 pounds, 13 ounces, and Randall Tharp is your Geico daily leader. He is leading the Geico Bassmaster Classic.
Now Edwin Evers, who started the day just ounces behind Randall Tharp. He started slow, but his day picked up. Did it pick up enough to take over?
20 pounds, 9 ounces. He has exactly what it takes. And we have a brand new Geico leader here at the Geico Bassmaster Classic. Edwin, you are leading the Bassmaster Classic. I know you have dreamt of this opportunity your whole life. Tell me what's going through your mind.
Roller coaster of emotions, guys. Let me just tell you, I struggled really, really bad today. You don't look at those fish and then, man, I'm so happy they weigh that much. I can't see straight. I can't wait for tomorrow. You know, anything can happen in Bassmaster Classic. You know, that one guy there proved that we can catch 30 pounds out there, and I'm gonna go swinging as hard as I can tomorrow and see what happens.
So Edwin Evers, you check his record. There's a guy that definitely knows how to win, and he's in the position he wants to be, leading the Classic after 2 days.
Exactly right. Edwin Evers in the lead, Randall Tharp right behind Evers. But we thought at the end of the day 2 weigh-in that our top 2 anglers would have separated themselves from the rest of the field. They slipped a little bit today, and that door is wide open going into the final day. Almost every tournament that we've covered on Gunterville, you knew the top 2 guys, they have outpaced the rest. That is not the case right now. And this next angler right here, Paul Mueller, he kicked the door open in a big way.
Yeah, this Bass Nation qualifier for the Geico Bassmaster Classic knocks out 32 pounds and 3 ounces, sets the new record for the 5-fish limit with the Bassmasters, eclipses Luke Clausen's old record from 2006. So here we are heading into the final day, and man, fireworks abound.
Exactly right. Really, if you look at anybody in our top 10, still got a shot at this thing.
It will be great. The final day, it's Guntersville. Check the action tonight, 8 p.m. Eastern Time on ESPN2.
Yeah!
Gotcha. Yes. Here's the way to start the day right there.
That's what you need to come back right.
Looking forward to our going to join our anglers in just a minute. Stick with us, ladies and gentlemen. Official time is 6:41, 19 minutes until we kick off the Championship Sunday at the Geico Bassmaster Classic, presented by Diet Mountain Dew and GoPro.
It's not about the money, it's not about anything else but that trophy. Just that trophy is something that I would have in my possession the rest of my life.
And now just 25 remain. One of these anglers will be hoisting that trophy over their head this afternoon, and for the rest of their life be known as a Bassmaster Classic champion. I've spent a lot of Sundays out here on this lake fishing, and I'm going to treat it like any other day, and I'm going to go try to catch the 5 biggest fish that swim in this lake. If you would have told me 4 months ago that I'd be standing here today with an opportunity to win the biggest tournament in the world, you know, I wouldn't have believed it. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
That's one of the main reasons I'm fishing bass this year. There's some guys over here that, you know, Kevin in particular, I think I fished against him 3 times and he beat me twice, and I don't like it.
Look at them apples, boys. Yeah!
I'll be honest with you, I like Randall. I don't have anything against him. I'd like a bass guy to win it. You know, somebody that we fish against, compete against all the time. You know, he probably, you know, all the FLW guys, they want an FLW guy to win. I promise you, there's a lot of competition between the two.
In my dreams, I see myself winning the Bassmaster Classic. Yeah, that's right.
Childhood dream. You don't understand how close. I mean, it's just, it's...
Holding both major championship titles at the same time, it would mean everything to me.
You want to have that perfect story, magical day on the third day with the TV cameras rolling. Make some history.
Welcome. Today is a day of reckoning. We will crown a world champion today in the sport of bass fishing, the final day of the Geico Bassmaster Classic. I'm Tommy Sanders here with Mark Zona on the single most important day in the sport of bass fishing, and we have got a lot on the line.
We have had a weird Bassmaster Classic so far, Tommy. So let's talk about Edwin Evers, our leader by 1 ounce. And usually any of the classics that we have covered, the leader has a lot of confidence, knows what's going on. After the day 2 weigh-in, Edwin Evers scratching his head and said, I really do not know where these fish are moving to. From there, you look at second place. Randall Tharp loses 2 hours due to a mechanical breakdown. And the best way to put it, this tournament right now is completely, still going into the final day, completely up for grabs.
One of the most hyped up classics of all time because we are on legendary Lake Gunterville. Does this lake have any other surprises to throw at these anglers?
Really, you look at what some anglers did on day number 2. There was huge sacks caught. We had the all-time weight record caught for a 5 bass limit. Guys were gambling, and the guys that were gambling were not our leaders.
All right, could definitely come down to the last cast. We start with 1 ounce separating first and second place. In first place, Edwin Evers. Robbie Floyd caught up with him at the takeoff.
The day 3 leader by the slimmest of margins, only 1 ounce. The emotion that's running through your veins right now.
Wow, we're at the Bassmaster Classic, guys. Look at the people. I mean, I'm just so excited to be here. This is something I've dreamed of literally when I was able to read. My dad taught me to read with Bassmaster magazines. He saw the passion I had in it, and he knew that I would get involved in it. And looking through those pages and seeing Guido win and seeing the different people win is something that I've just burned and wanted inside of me ever since then. And you know, today is the closest chance I've had at that opportunity. And you know, I was just telling you earlier, I'm going to go do everything I can. I want to fish my day with no regrets. Now, if that's enough to win, then that's a dream come true. But at the end of the day, if I have no regrets, if I've made good decisions, if I've executed, made great casts, that's my whole goal throughout the whole day, is just to fish as clean and as best as possible.
Are you going to change anything that you've done the first 2 days?
I want to expand the water. You know, I'm hoping today the lake opens up a little bit more. I'm hoping that there's some stuff that that doesn't get fished near as much. So I'm going to definitely just try to open the water up a little bit if it's not working in the initial area.
Have fun. He's the leader on day 3 by 1 ounce. He should get some spectator pressure today.
Along with our great playing field, Lake Guntersville, Birmingham is our host city, and this place, the Birmingham Jefferson Convention Complex, is where it's all gone down. The first 2 days, weigh-in-wise, great crowds, plenty of entertainment, and they have had plenty of surprises as we've gone through the first 2 days of competition. Fred Room-Bannis brought in something that set the crowd on fire on day number 1. The Carhartt Big Bass of the tournament, 9 pounds and 3 ounces.
You need to go out and you need to get 5 big fish. It's not about catching 20 fish. It's about getting 5 big fish.
Look at that, baby! Yeah, Bassmaster Classic! Come on,
come on. Bannis would slip a little on day number 2 over to Ott Defo. Slow, steady, and quiet. And on this final day, he knows he has put himself in a position to win.
Within 10 pounds on Lake Guntersville, anything can happen any day of the week. I mean, this classic could be mine.
That is a good one, yes!
Edwin Evers, he's definitely an A-list angler. He's good everywhere he goes, but a special relationship with Lake Guntersville. He knows this may be one of his best shots at the Classic.
It can happen. I have faith that it can happen. You know, I've seen it happen. I've been doing this 13 years now, and it doesn't matter. You just have to catch them.
Woo! Behind Evers by 1 ounce, Randall Tharp, one of the most dangerous tournament fishermen in the country right now. And Randall Tharp, he knows he is one day from the biggest tournament ever.
There's no other tournament like this one. I mean, I want to win it more than anything in the world. The higher the stakes, the more pressure, it seems like the calmer and the better I perform. I think it's just a gift that I have. You know, since early in my fishing career, it's been that way for me.
Look at them apples, boys. Yeah!
Well, the big day is underway. Edwin Evers by an ounce to start with the lead. Let's follow him to his first place in North Saudi Creek.
Exactly. Edwin Evers really stayed in the Goose Pond area the entire tournament. Here's probably been the major issue throughout this event, not just for Edwin Evers, but really anybody in our top 20. And it's been spectator boats. It's just not, Edwin's not dealing with it. There's many anglers having to deal with this. And the biggest problem is these fish are not concentrated in a little 1 acre stretch. They're scattered everywhere, and Edwin Evers has to do a lot of traffic control throughout his day.
Hey guys, I'm gonna fish that edge of that ditch, so if you're starting to get in deeper than 2 foot of water, you're gonna be in it. Just trying to let you know, just a ditch that runs in right here.
Spectators, I'm gonna just have a little huddle with them maybe, or, you know, talk to them. I don't know. Spectators really aren't the bad deal, you know. Just if the wind gets to blowing, then they kind of get lackadaisical on the trolling motor, and they kind of get up on your grass. So just depends on what happens.
2014 Bassmaster Classic, final day. This is the pocket I've been fishing previous 2 days. It's just a big spawning pocket. It's got a big main bar in the middle. There's some good grass in it. But right here across the mouth of it is an old road that crosses. It's got some rock. It's a perfect staging spot for bass that are moving up in here. And yesterday afternoon I caught a really big one right here on this thing. So I thought I'd start here this morning, trying to manage the spectators a little bit before they all ran over it, trying to see if I can get a bite. I'm gonna throw a Carolina rig and probably a big Magnum shaky head and probably a few crankbaits on it for 15, 20, 30 minutes this morning, and just see if I can get one off of it. There's actually a few grass patches on it, but man, it's the perfect spot to catch some. Yeah, I'm seeing some big old fish down there. Tournaments are won on spots like this right here. Be a big one. Be a big one. Oh, baby. Come here. I don't know what I got, but I got one. Threw the old jerkbait out there. Oh, it's a good one. It's a good one. Oh, fun. Look at that, would you? Wow. I'll take it. Thank you, thank you. Oh, about got my rod in the water. I'm a professional bass fisherman, can you tell? I got me, I got the fish, but I got one in the live well. Let me get some water in that live well for that fish. There we go. All right, Marty, if you weren't working so hard, I'd have you help me out, bud.
There's our leader. He totally breaks down his first place for us, catches a fish as if on cue, then hooks himself with his own jerkbait. That you can't ask for better.
No, you're exactly right. That's Zona Show stuff right there. We're going to leave Edwin Evers right now. Going to head out on the main lake just across the river. Randall Tharp, our day one leader. And Randall Tharp fishing a very, very precise spot. And every single day, a lot of his weight that he's brought to the scales have come off of this exact deal. And here's the great thing. It's reloaded for him. And he said after day two, when everything went wrong, he had the mechanical breakdown, this area right here got a lot of pressure. And you'll see Randall Tharp is making a very precise, exact cast to get all of his bites.
And I know you think I'm crazy, but remember yesterday morning, these fish will track this bait. I've seen that make a difference this time of year here. I need all the help I can get, you know what I mean? Getting close now, boys. That's a big one.
tell by the breathing right there, Randall Tharp has come to play ball on this final day. Very hard to believe that 6 years ago, this was a building contractor. How's that for news, notes, and nuggets?
That is absolutely astonishing is what that is. What a great start to the day. Tit for tat, the two guys who started an ounce apart. Edwin Evers, Randall Tharp, the two good keepers. And now, unofficially, we have them tied. No other changes just yet, but it is very, very early on this final day of the Geico Bassmaster Classic.
The Geico Bassmaster Classic, presented by Diet Mountain Dew and GoPro, is brought to you by Skeeter Boats, Bass Pro Shops, Humminbird, and by Toyota.
Geico Bassmaster Classic. This is the final day. 25 anglers shooting for the top prize in bass fishing on incredible Lake Gunterville. What a playing field. Time for our Skeeter Boats rules of the game. Again, we started with 55 anglers. They've gone for 2 days. We cut the field down to 25. But the greatest 3-day total, 5 fish a day, is what wins the Bassmaster Classic. All the money, all the prestige, everything else that goes with it. There's been a bomb to go off on this lake, I can tell you right now. We had our two leaders within an ounce of each other, still basically tied, but the story of Randy Howell in 11th place has got to get our attention.
Randy Howell running up to Mill Creek. Biggest decision we've seen in the Bassmaster Classic. Something tells him, don't go there. I'm gonna go back down to the bridge in the back of Spring Creek. And well, if you're sitting at home, you'd say to yourself, why would we do this with a guy that's sitting in 11th place, way out of the lead? Well, what happened here for the first 45 minutes of the morning on this final day, indescribable. You said it, Tommy, bombs went off. Well, they did in a big way. Randy Howell finished his day number 2 right here on this riprap, caught a 3-pound bass on day 2, and something told him you need to go back there to start the day, and things started off very quick. Randy Howell putting a few 3 to 4 pound fish in the boat, but he had no idea the size of the school of bass sitting on the Spring Creek Bridge. For the first 45 minutes, Randy Howell was setting the hook literally either every cast or every other cast. The great thing is, you look at that bass right there, they only got bigger through the morning. Randy Howell right here with a Lake Gunterville stud.
Randy Howell with 20 pounds, 3 ounces on day 1. Day 2 just hanging in there with 18-10, and then this happens.
Woo! Yeah! That's what you do in the first thing in the morning on the Bassmaster Classic. Woo! This is so awesome right here because you never get a crowd to be able to see you fishing, but from this place here, I got probably 70 to 100 people on this bridge watching me catch these fish, and it's a magical morning in the Bassmaster Classic. We just need 7-pounders now. I'm talking to a GoPro right here, not myself, y'all. I am about to go crazy, but not quite that bad yet.
Randy Howell could be forgiven for talking to himself or just about anyone else. What has happened here? We had our two leaders to start the day, Evers and Tharp, tied 50 pounds apiece. Randy Howell is now 13 pounds ahead of those two. The whole complexion of the Classic has changed.
Absolutely has. Back up the lake right now, Ott Defoe, and he has lived fishing these ripraps all week long, and he knows he needs to change something, get on a big school of bass, just like Randy Howell has this morning.
Within 10 pounds on Lake Gunterville, anything can happen any day of the week. I mean, this Classic could be mine. To come this close, it is awesome, but I want to finish. I mean, I was just expecting the rod to just load up. Like that. Be big, baby, be big. Stay down, stay down. I ain't got to look at it yet. It's a pretty good one. Stay on there. Yes, thank you, Lord. Yes. Oh man, it's about time. Dude, that fish is so cold. I figured something out now.
Defoe in 4th place now, but still way, way behind our new leader, Randy Howell, over to Paul Mueller, who, record-setting Paul Mueller, set the record for 5 fish in a classic in a single day, 32 pounds and 3 ounces. And if he wins this thing, he'll set another record.
And really where his tournament turned around was on day 2. He laid down a 3/4 ounce lipless crankbait, went to a 3/8 ounce chatterbait, and when he did that, all of the big ones he weighed in came on that bait.
That one is unfortunately not going to make the dance today, but it feels good to get a bite anyway.
Chatterbait fish right there, and a vibrating jig really has been a major player with a lot of our anglers in our top 10 this week.
Mueller, great day too, holding his own today, but started out 6 pounds behind the leader. Now he's 13 pounds behind Randy Howell. About Randall Tharp, if he knew what was going on. What a great tournament he's had. Day 1, he brings in 27 pounds, 8 ounces to take the lead over Edwin Evers. Holds his own through troubles on day number 2 and comes out today and seemingly shook it off and gets off to a quick start.
Gets to his primary area, puts a good fish in the boat. Yeah. Randall Tharp said he feeds off momentum and rhythm. Well, this morning, feeling it in a big way.
It's freaking game on, baby. Boys better freaking catch him because I plan on it. Honey badgers have been known to sit in one place all day. Now, you know that wasn't in my game plan, but if these jokers want to bite, I don't see any reason to leave them for anybody else. Please stay hooked up. It's a big one. Please, Lord. Yes! Bassmaster Classic, baby. I'd have a freaking heart attack if I die, dude. You'll just tell my wife that I was happy when I went. And I love her. Please, Lord. Let's get them big ones going, baby.
Randall Tharp with a big one right there and looking for bigger ones. Little does he know, here's a big hole to climb out of right now.
Yeah, that one right there, well, the 3 pounds plus on Randall Tharp's weight to 53 pounds. Unfortunately, well, you saw it happen, unfolded so fast in the first hour of fishing on this day. Randy Howell down in 11th place, loading the boat. He has a 10-pound lead over Randall Tharp, who started this day just an ounce back of Edwin Evers. The whole complexion of the Bassmasters Classic has changed. This day becomes a game of catch-up for all of these anglers trying to catch Randy Howell.
If I played basketball, I'd have more confidence than fishing on Gunterville. I'll tell you that right now. I'm excited about it, don't get me wrong, but I'm not going to jinx myself. But there's a lot of guys that are more local-minded than I am. You know, Tharp and just a bunch of the guys know a lot of stuff. I've lived here 15 years, and I have learned a good bit about it. Home field advantage in this setup that we're having right now, I don't know if it's going to play a big factor as it would have had it stayed cold. You know, if it stayed cold, it might have been a little better for that.
That's what you do in the first thing in the morning on the Bassmaster Classic. Woo!
The Geico Bassmaster Classic presented by Diet Mountain Dew and GoPro. This is the third and final day, championship day. What we've seen here, Randy Howell has come from position number 11, back of the leader's 9 pounds, and turned this thing upside down. Take a look at Randy Howell now, 10 pounds ahead of the 2 anglers who started the day within an ounce with the lead, Tharp and Evers.
Get on the water right now with Howell. Randy Howell, like you said, nobody really nobody in the field or the media saw coming what Randy Howell did early this morning. Now, don't get me wrong. You look at Tharp and Evers, they have a lot of room to build and grow throughout the day, but Randy Howell unstoppable, and our Robbie Floyd is with him now.
Alabama boy Randy Howell making a huge jump on the final day. He was a favorite coming in, but he was 9 pounds coming into this final day of competition from the leader, and he's making up ground quickly already. Early in this morning, 25 pounds of bass in the boat. He's caught 25 bass or more this morning, and they're funneling in this area at Spring Creek. On this side, the inward side of Spring Creek on that bridge, as soon as they start pulling current, he's just been hammering them out here today. I was here for the Alabama Bass Trail 3 weeks ago, and this area, when I crossed that bridge, was frozen solid. It didn't look like a fishery, it looked like a hockey rink. But right now, Randy Howell's on them, and he may get 30 plus before this is over.
That's a little one. A little one. Lots of them in here. That's a good sign right still. You can sit here and see that's going to be the deal for me today, to know you sit here and risk, if you're going to catch a big one mixed in with all these 2 to 4 pounders. Since I did catch one 7 almost, but I caught that early. I know there are more out here, but that's always the gamble on a day like this. That's the decision, or I need to try to do. I got 2 other areas that have potential for a big fish. Uh-oh, that's a good one. I think that's a good one. Come on, baby. Be a big one. Yeah. He's a nice one. Oh. Pretty good right there. Nice one. Don't get it.
Randy Howell, the only problem he has right now, he's going to need big bass to make a cull the rest of the day.
Well, he will cull with that one, making a cull for 1 pound, and that puts him now 11 pounds ahead of Randall Tharp. Here's the guy who really blew it open yesterday, Paul Mueller, the Bass Nation angler who set the record, 32.3 pounds, 5 fish, single-day record for the Bassmaster Classic.
I had the largest 5-fish stringer I've ever caught, personal best, practicing or tournament, and biggest largemouth ever. They were big, man. They're beautiful markings on the fish too. Big heads and Gunterville bass, man. Can't get any better than that.
I'm here for the ride, man. I'm gonna fish as hard as I can, and the good Lord has blessed me, man. It's I'm just enjoying it, That's a great old big one. Final day, Bassmaster Classic. Thank you, Lord. How about that, boys?
Absolute giant for our Bass Nation angler, Paul Mueller, on a chatterbait. And right now, Mueller and Howell exchanging blows.
Yeah, Mueller, based on what he did yesterday, among that pack who's chasing Howell right now, may have the biggest potential. Randy Howell, originally from North Carolina, has been living here in Alabama for 10 years. And again, we'll set you up on this. He called an audible right after leaving the dock this morning, headed for one place, turned around and went right here, and he's been wearing them out ever since. Robbie, this is incredible.
Randy Howell with almost 30 pounds of fish in the boat today. He just keeps catching them, caught almost 30 bass today. And these fans, they've got a great front row seat to see it all right here in Spring Creek. He's doing it for the fans. He was a favorite coming in, but he's 9 pounds coming into this final day. But we saw Paul Mueller yesterday catch up on the leader, 12 pounds, 9. That seems like nothing, especially when you've caught 30 fish in the first part of this morning. So this guy's catching fish. He's got a 7 in the boat already, and these fans, they got a great seat. What do you think? Can he come back?
Randy Howell still on 64 pounds. Let's go over to Randall Tharp, who started this day just an ounce behind the leader, Edwin Evers, and now he's made apparently a small move.
Tharp calling a big audible right here going up in Roseberry Creek. And this morning, Tharp starting on his primary area, Tommy, and he caught 2 bass. Every single day this tournament, he caught 15 to 19 pounds right here. Well, this morning, he caught 2 bass. Going up shallow now, and here's really been the biggest switch that we've seen Tharp do this entire tournament. going to an area that he has not fished all week long.
God! Sucks when you know you're gonna get a bite and you mess it up.
God! Well, for all that happened to Randall Tharp on day number 2 in this tournament, losing a quarter of his fishing day, still, this is the first time we've seen anything resembling a discouraging word from him.
And really, you look at Tharp and Evers, we said it, they have a lot of room to build, but we are at the point of this tournament, every single bite counts for Tharp right now.
That's a giant. That's my tournament right there, baby. Oh God, it's a big one. He come off. Freaking 9 or 10 pounder.
You heard him, a 9 or 10 pounders. If it was indeed that size, that's my tournament right there. He would have been right on. That fish, since he has 2 in the live well, would have put him tied with Randy Howell, and we start over again.
And we've really seen Tharp deal with some incredible issues this week, having mechanical and coming back from a lot of his issues. That right there, that is an absolute gut punch for Randall Tharp. He talks about momentum, building a rhythm. That one right there, that is hard to rebound from on the final day of a classic.
That's tough to recover from right there. That's the biggest fish I've seen in a long time. I had her up to, did you see I couldn't even move her out of that tree? Dude, I could see her. I mean, she was within reach. That's what I was going in there to get her. You know what I mean? I should have just, I don't know. I was afraid she'd break my line if I let her swim down. Yeah, it was a mistake, obviously.
And let me hit this. This guy catches giant bass. He says that was the biggest one he's seen in a long time. That was a true monster.
And Randall Tharp, since the first cast of this tournament, he has been pretty much in charge of his own fate. A lot of events have transpired this morning. That hasn't filtered to him, but that event right there we just saw, that could make a big difference in his day. Leaderboard, as it stands right now, Randy Howell, 12 pounds ahead of Randall Tharp.
The higher the stakes, the more pressure. It seems like the calmer and the better I perform. I don't know why it's that way. I think it's just a gift that I have. Since early in my fishing career, it's been that way for me. Well, I mean, if I didn't feel like I was the best, I wouldn't be.
It's the Geico Bassmaster Classic presented by Diet Mountain Dew and GoPro, and this is the big day. Championship Day, the final of 3 days of fishing in the Classic. Tommy Sanders, Mark Zona here in the Toyota Bassmaster studio. And see, we have had fireworks the first 2 days here, but nothing to compare with what has happened on this Championship Day, starting with Edwin Evers, starting out with just a 1 ounce lead.
Catches a solid fish off the bat, and we thought this was going to be a 2-horse race. The problem with Edwin Evers, he's having to relocate his bass every single day. So far on day 3, he has not done that. From there, you look at Randall Tharp, his primary area. He has put so many bass in the boat. He catches 2 bass there this morning, leaves. starts fishing on instinct, goes up shallow, and this is this guy's strength. This is what he does. The first bite, he loses, then right after that, about 10 minutes later, well, the biggest shot of the Bassmaster Classic happens right here.
That's a giant.
That's my tournament right there, baby. Oh God, it's a big one. He come off.
You heard Randall Tharp there, 9-pounder, the one that, as far as he knew, the one that could have won it for him.
Exactly right. Look at Randall Tharp right there. The first time we've seen him crack this tournament. He had no idea what was going on down in Spring Creek.
Yeah, Randy Howell takes off this morning, 9 pounds behind the leaders. He goes a couple of miles, does a U-turn on instinct, and heads for this bridge area right here, and things begin exploding.
And these bridges, all of these bridges are all about timing, colliding with a monster school of bass. We're going to go under the water right now on this spot that Randy Howell is fishing. The current is flowing out of the creek. A lot of color, a lot of current, and a lot of bait. And so far this week, a Rapala DT6 was Randy Howell's main weapon. Well, he gets to the bridge this morning, and this crankbait right here, very tight wiggle, drops to, it dives down to 5 to 6 feet of water, pounded 3.5 to 5 pound bass instantly when he got there today. And there was a little shade line, shallower, that held these fish there. Well, after that, he decides, you know what? I'm gonna take this bait off that I've used the entire tournament basically, and I'm gonna go to a Livingston Lures prototype crankbait, wider wobble, dives deeper, dives to about 7 to 9 feet of water after he pounded those shallower fish. A lot of Randy Howell's bigger bites in Spring Creek came in on that bait right there. And the one thing you could say about that, he decided to do it, throw a prototype lure on the last day of the Classic. What better place to find out where it works?
And everyone winds up being the pursuers now, the pack that is chasing Randy Howell. You have Randy Howell in your fantasy?
Yeah, no.
No, yeah, no, okay, no, then you're not gonna be, if you do, you're gonna beat some people. Bassmaster.com/fantasy is terrific. If you haven't tried it, check it out. Bassmaster.com/fantasy. Live and die by your picks of anglers every week. It's the Geico Bassmaster Classic presented by Diet Mountain Dew and GoPro, and each one of the 3 days here, the little town of Gunterville swells to epic proportions because that's where the takeoff is for this Bassmaster Classic, and the crowds have been huge, appreciative, so supportive of the anglers. They come early and they stay till everyone is out there and underway. It's been something to witness. Everyone's got their favorites, and of course the Alabama anglers in this competition have plenty of fan base, and one of the guys they're watching is this young man right here, Jordan Lee of Auburn University. Jordan Lee's history with the Carhartt Bassmaster College Series goes back to 2012 and beyond, but 2012 was the year he was in it against his brother trying to qualify for the Bassmaster Classic, and who can forget that? Jordan Lee, it came down to the last fish, a lost fish for Jordan Lee. In the end, he did not make it in that year. His brother, Matt Lee, fished in the Classic.
So Matt Lee goes on to the Classic, and the very next year up in Michigan, if you really think the odds of Jordan Lee getting here are astronomical. Really, if Jordan Lee did not have a bad day one in this tournament, Jordan Lee had the potential to win this event this week.
You know, it's a big deal for us to be able to go to school, and I got my degree, and you know, to fish, you know, tournaments and be this big of a deal has really helped me a ton.
Get it, baby.
That's what's up.
Yeah, that is what's up, and the only angler to unlock that bite right there, flipping shallow grass.
Over to Ott Defo. Ott Defo starting this day in 3rd place. You never count him out. He is so, so talented.
Yes! Dude, that fish just got on there. I thought it was a piece of grass. Talk about a light bite, dude. That was a light bite.
Ott Defo with an upgrade there to 50.5 pounds remains in 6th place as we see the guy who started this day with the lead, but a lot has transpired since then.
Absolutely has. He has 3 small keepers right now, and Edwin Evers having a great time starting this day in the lead, but he has no idea what's transpired down the lake.
Oh, what a beautiful day. Golly. I mean, it's just, this is why we fish. Beautiful spring day, and yet I'm in the Bassmasters Classic on top of it, and I'm leading it. I mean, I'd be happy just to be fishing today, let alone be leading the Bassmaster Classic. This is like in a book day. This is pretty. That's why I chase them. It's all about figuring these silly things out. Every day is a little bit different, and the challenge of, man, where'd they go today? What do they want today? What's gonna happen today? That's why we fish. I mean, it's so, and then you get a bite and you don't ever know how big it is. It could be a 2-pounder or a 10-pounder.
Slow, painful grind. Well, a keeper for Edwin Evers. Actually, that one will put him into second place, but still 10 pounds behind Randy Howell, who started out not spectacular, 20 pounds on day 1, and just hanging in there with 18 plus on day 2.
And we're seeing big fireworks today. What's happened this morning is you can't even describe the day he's having. But really, the first 2 days of this tournament, they were a day of survival, each one of them in their own way. Randy Howell right now, this right here was the collision that we were looking for from someone this entire Bassmaster Classic.
There he is. That's a big one there, I think. That's a big one. It feels like a big one. Yes. Yes. Wow. He choked it. He choked the Livingston, baby. Look at that. Look at that, Shay. Good gosh. Woo! Woo! Choked it. He looks big, but he's real skinny. He's real skinny. Yeah, that's my wife in the camo hat. That's my boys, Laker and Oakley, roll tide there with his roll tide on.
Geico quotes from the boat, and I don't know if I was Randy Howell, would I even be able to speak right now? Randy, what we have seen is phenomenal. We want to hear how it went down through your eyes.
Man, I tell you guys, this has been just a fun, like magical morning. I was running up lake to where I planned to start, and I just had a strong feeling to turn around and come back to this creek, to this rock area right here. Yesterday I ended the day here and caught one on every cast for like 15 minutes and had to run in, but they were small. But I had a feeling that they were going to move up overnight because the water's warming, all this warm mud in the back of the creek is pulling out. And when I turned and came back here and stopped here this morning, it was just lights out. And the 3rd or 4th fish I caught was a almost 7-pounder. And then I've caught just tons of 3.5 to 4-pounders. It's been an unreal morning. I mean, it's been like Gunterville prime, the way Guntersville's supposed to be.
Randy, we have waited all week long for a big bag early in the morning. When the dynamite went boom this morning, how did you catch these fish?
Well, mostly this morning, as soon as I got here, the water was running, the mud line is right on the corners of these rip wraps. It's really a real basic, fishing style. It's not like anything fancy, it's nuts and bolts, but man, the bass on Guntersville love current. They love bridges, they love rocks in February, and they love crankbaits and reaction baits. I can't catch them on a jig or other baits, but I'm just throwing a couple different crankbaits. This little wooden Rapala here, DT6, and this deeper diving Livingston, both the crawfish, bright colors. This morning they've all come on the little silent wooden bait, but later in the day, like now, as they move out a little deeper, hopefully they'll bite the deeper bait.
Are you concerned at all if you're to leave that area? We've heard a very common theme today with some of our anglers in the top 10. Are you concerned that if you leave that area that it will get pounded by some of the other boats that are watching you?
It always makes you a little nervous because there's I don't know how many are out here on both sides of this bridge, probably at least 40 boats. Some people are fishing, but most of these people out here today are just awesome fans and they're just cheering me on. It's like a golf tournament on steroids today, but a lot better than golf. It's a lot more fun and exciting.
Randy, you've had a fabulous career so far. You've been big in a lot of the big moments, but a day like today has to be the most exhilarating day of fishing you've ever experienced in a tournament situation.
Oh, it's no doubt. In the Bassmaster Classic, to have a day like this and to have it in a place where all these people can watch. My wife and boys are up there on the bridge, my aunt, a bunch of my friends, then lots and lots of people. They're out here watching, and that's rare to ever get a place on the water where that many people can watch and interact with you, and it's just a blast. You know, only thing can be better is if I could just catch a big one and make the biggest comeback in Classic history today and win. That would just make it, you know, the icing on the cake.
Randy, is it fair to say that everybody's having a big time in northern Alabama right now?
Oh, it's rolling in northern Alabama right here. They're all sitting out here drinking the sweet tea and getting ready to go eat it. Top of the river after I get done. A lot of them are at church praying for me right now, and they're going to be here after 12, I hope.
Oh, what a beautiful scene. You gave us a number, Randy, 32, 33 pounds. We can only sit and watch, but what a show so far. Good luck to you. Woo.
Thank you, guys. Appreciate it. Look forward to seeing you.
Randy Howell out there making history. Can he break the all-time record for 3 days of fishing at the Classic, 69-11? Where we have seen so much. Gunterville has made some people happy and some people very frustrated.
Lake Gunterville has been a volatile and very inconsistent lake all tournament long, and the weather is setting up perfect for big bags, and those big bags are not being caught by the leaders coming into this final day.
We have seen so much on this final day, and it's really, we're not even halfway through with the fishing yet. There is so much more to come. What else are we likely to see before it's all said and done on the final day of the Geico Bassmaster Classic? Randy Howell with the lead, 10.5 pounds ahead of Edwin Evers.
The Geico Bassmaster Classic, presented by Diet Mountain Dew and GoPro, is brought to you by Abu Garcia, Evan Williams Bourbon, and by Yamaha.
The Geico Bassmaster Classic presented by Diet Mountain Dew and GoPro, and this is the final round, day 3 of the Bassmaster Classic. This day, of all days of the year, is the one day you leave nothing on the table. You bring everything you've got to come off. Tax your mind to think of a way to win, because winning is everything. All right, now out to the lake, and Todd Faircloth, who had a difficult day 1, kind of middle of the pack, rescued it a little bit on day number 2 with 21+ pounds, and today, well, Guntersville being a little more kind to him.
Well, you're starting to see a lot of anglers gamble. You're looking at Faircloth out on the main river along with Ott Defoe, and the smallest one in Faircloth's live well is a pretty big one.
I think my smallest one is 4 something now, so biggest one is around 6. And there's no doubt in my mind there's probably a 9 or 10 pounder sitting out here if we just get him to bite. Oh yeah. That's a big one.
Get my bow.
That
Todd Faircloth on track to have best day of the Classic on the final day. 53.08. He's 1 pound behind Paul Mueller. He's in 4th place.
Back with Edwin Evers right now, and Edwin Evers just not having a good day. He's getting bites, and they are not the ones he's looking for. If you notice, the one thing he's done the whole tournament, living up in the Goose Pond area, fishing backwaters that don't have runoff. He didn't want all that mud, that colder water, and it's worked so far in this tournament, but this last day, he's not catching the ones he needs.
Males, males, males. Females cannot be far behind though.
Here we go, Geico quotes from the boat. 1 ounce lead to start this day, but anything, Edwin Evers, can happen on this day. Tell us your perception of what's gone on with you so far.
I'm still looking right now. I've moved to the back of this big pocket that I've been fishing the first 2 days, and you know, caught a few small fish back here. There's a ton of shad back here. I'm just amazed that I have not caught a big one yet. Gosh dang it, just had a bite right there. But I hadn't found a big one back here. They've got to be coming back here sooner or later. So I'm gonna keep just kind of milling around and just bobbing and weaving today, see what happens.
Spectator boats are a known situation on Lake Gunterville. Everybody in our top 10 is dealing with it yesterday on day number 2 and here on day number 3. Has that been an issue this week for you?
I'd be lying if I said no. One, mentally, those guys will fish a lot of stuff that you're fishing, before and after, and you can't let anything rest. And then 2, just, they're just wanting to watch, but yet the wind will drift them right up on an area that you just fished through that you're wanting to make another pass on. And it does have an effect on those fish. Those guys don't really realize it, but it does.
I guess the follow-up question to that, Edwin, is are you good at keeping that stuff out of your mind when a distraction like that comes along? You're good at moving forward on to the next thing?
Yeah, you have to. I mean, it's just frustrating because you know what you need to do. You'd like to go back through stuff, so it's really kind of a one-and-done deal so far.
All right. Thanks so much, Edwin. That's all great stuff, and we can't wait till the weigh-in. Thank you for your time.
Thanks, Tommy. Hey, guy in the red boat. Right, you. I had a fish bust my bait right where you're sitting. If you guys can please just stay in the middle. I'd like to go back there and fish that again. You guys are sitting right on the grass in the maroon boat. If you could just please stay in the middle, guys. That's all I'm asking.
Well, that's fine. We don't have a crystal ball.
What do you say?
We don't have a crystal ball.
You guys are fishermen though, and if I fish down a bank, I may come back down it. That's all I'm saying.
And we knew that would be part of the ball game. Edwin Evers trying to deal with the best he can on this final day of the Bassmaster Classic.
More look at our leaderboard on this final championship day, and Randy Howell still very much in charge, 66 pounds even. Plenty more to come. We'll be right back. Final day of the Geico Bassmaster Classic Championship Day. 25 guys out there as we look at some of the magic moments from 3 days of competition on this incredible fishery, Lake Gunterville. It's in everyone's top 5 around the country. People couldn't wait to get here, and we have seen so many people. Well, they did right by Gunterville, and Gunterville didn't do right by some people. As expected, it's a great test for the best in the world. Jason Christie of Oklahoma started this day in a strong position, 4th place, but his game plan's been a little bit open-ended today.
Jason Christie said he saw a 30 to 40-pound stringer in this creek. He's been fishing North Saudi Creek the entire tournament. He has not found that school, and, well, Jason Christie on this final day of competition, basically no longer in the mix.
Casey Ashley of South Carolina, again, he wants to win this classic so he can qualify for next year's classic on his home lake. And Casey Ashley starting today in 6th place, but he's faded just a little bit. Well, he's lost a couple of spots, but Casey Ashley's got a long way to go if he wants to catch the leaders.
Very consistent all week long, has lived in Browns Creek. The only problem is with some of the stringers that we've seen caught already today, Casey Ashley no longer a factor.
Randall Tharp, so much experience, so much success here on Lake Gunterville. One of the huge favorites coming in, and was totally on track with the thing in control until today.
Well, he's going to need all of that experience he has on this lake when he lost this big one. And I'm going to rewind.
It come off.
Randall Tharp fished his first classic down in New Orleans. He said VanDam blew his doors out big time. Absolutely embarrassed him. He said that would not be the case this time around. Well, after this bass, Randall Tharp has to get the wheels on the bus and get them on fast.
There he is, baby. That's a freaking big one, too. Ooh, let's win this tournament. Come on.
You could see it right there, man. I give him a lot of credit. Still hanging in this tournament, fighting and scratching to track down this man right here, Randy Howell, fishing down in Spring Creek. And, well, Randy Howell has not moved an inch this entire day.
Sometimes it's not about winning for yourself, it's about winning for others. That may be the case for Randy Howell. He's sponsored, or shall I say, partnered by King's Home, and it's an organization that kind of helps women and children of abuse and bad situations. Last year, he made $130,000 for that organization. But coming into this Classic, we talked about, he's an Alabama angler. What would it mean to him to win the Classic, but also for those others at King's Home? And boy, did he get emotional.
Yeah, I say it every year, and this is my 12th Classic, and you never want to sound cliche because every year everybody says the same thing, so to speak, but I'd love to always win it anywhere it is. As long as I'm in it, I'm happy with it, but still being in Birmingham here at home, King's Home is my charity that I do my boat giveaway for every year. They're right here in Birmingham. We've got over 100 kids from those orphanage homes coming out here, having a special seating section to watch the Classic for the first time. Just, wow. Came out of nowhere. And then the King's Home kids, some of the King's Home kids up there with some of the directors, different ones watching, and they're the ones that we support all year and do the boat giveaway for. And for the charity there in Birmingham, they've been able to watch this firsthand. They've never experienced anything like it, and for the hard lives that a lot of those kids have been through, lots of abuse and in lots of homes and places, and for them to come out and forget their troubles and be a part of something fun like this is really great. Got him that feels like a good one, I don't know. Feels like a good one, buddy. Uh-oh. Yeah, that's a good one. Oh. Woo. Yeah, a better one. Yeah, that one will cool right there. That's a, yeah.
Big one right there for Randy Howell, and he's actually building on an incredible day.
That one will cull. 66.08 now the total for Randy Howell, and that record for 3 days of 5 fish limits in the Bassmaster Classic, set by Kevin VanDam, 69 pounds, 11 ounces, within reach of Randy Howell. Will more records be broken? Plenty of fishing left to go. We'll be back. Final day, the championship day of the Geico Bassmaster Classic, presented by Diet Mountain Dew and GoPro. We've seen some wild final days, but this one, look at our leaderboard right here. Those two names, Edwin Evers, Randall Tharp, were on top of the leaderboard to start this day, separated by a single ounce. Back in 11th place, 9 pounds back, was Randy Howell. Randy Howell, since then, has turned the entire Classic upside down. He has put so many big fish in his boat, really in an hour and a half, and he's now 9 pounds ahead of Evers and Tharp. Welcome to the Toyota Bassmaster studio. Tommy Sanders here with Mark Zona, and a lot of people follow this tournament on Bassmaster.com. Here's the guy that takes you out on the water, the incredible photographs from James Overstreet. And J.O., I think you, hopefully, and the rest of us can be forgiven for not seeing Randy Howell coming that early in the morning.
Well, a lot of times there's things you don't plan on, and when we game plan the night before, we're looking at the top of the leaderboard, and when you've got two guys, when you've got Tharp and Edwin Evers, an ounce apart on top of that leaderboard, you're not really looking at a number 11 until, Randy makes his move. So what we're left with, and it happens so early, we're left with at that point is, can one of those guys or somebody else in the field run him back down later in the day?
One of the biggest decisions of this tournament is when Tharp decided to bail on that primary area, go up shallow, his wheelhouse, and you called us right when that happened. That was the turning point of this Lake Gunterville Classic.
Well, for him, it definitely was the turning point. He the first 2 days, this is an obvious audible that he's called. I think it was instinctive. I don't think it was a spin out at all. I think he just had this inclination to go into this creek. This is what I need to do. I need to get my flipping stick. I'm gonna flip a jig, and I'm gonna do it or die in that creek.
So first time you saw him crack in this tournament?
Yeah, he'd had some adversity on day 2 with the breakdown, obviously. Yeah, the deal in the creek went really bad for him, but it wasn't the right call.
it was the right call if he lands the fish that he's
the hero.
Oh, yeah, I mean, this thing is completely different. The photos you're going to look at are different. The storyline is different. Maybe even the winner's different.
You said that you actually felt deflated when he lost that fish.
Well, you do, because I mean, you know,
You've been there all day.
Well, number one,
invested.
Well, I am. He's my horse. He's my guy. You know, I mean, you want to be on the guy, and I think I was on the right guy, maybe. But sometimes those big fish, man, they just have a way of doing a man wrong.
Unbelievable. When a guy can lose a quarter of a fishing day leading the Bassmaster Classic the day before, and then come back and have a single fish make a bigger impact than that, that kind of tells you how tenuous this game can be in your mind.
This deal that happened to him, and you see different kind of spin outs happen on the lake. He processed this pretty quick, and then he went right back to doing, I mean, you can watch a guy, and sometimes, I mean, they're done, but he wasn't done. So I still felt like he had one really key spot left that he had really wailed on him on the first day, and I thought, if I can hang with him until the late afternoon, this could still happen.
Well, like you say, he's got 2 hours of fishing left to go. Randall Tharp, Edwin Evers, and who knows who else. Paul Mueller busted 32 pounds plus on day number 2. It's not done yet. Plenty of fishing yet to come. In our coverage, final day of the Geico Bassmaster Classic. We'll be right back with more. Geico Bassmaster Classic final day action. So many things we've seen today. Pictures that will live in our minds for a long time. Speaking of pictures, submit your picture. Toyota Catch of the Week online at bassmaster.com/catch for your chance to win. Talk about winning ways. Paul Mueller, the Bass Nation angler, a qualifier from the state of Connecticut. Day number 2, he set the record for a 5-fish day in the Bassmaster Classic, 32 pounds and 3 ounces. And what a coincidence, the only Bass Nation angler to ever win a Bassmaster Classic, Bryan Kerchal from Connecticut.
Exactly, and Mueller, we asked him, he said it was just an honor to be at this tournament, looking back on the tournament that Bryan Kerchal won many years ago for the Bass Federation Nation. Back then is what it was called, and you look at what Mueller's done in this tournament, just like we saw Kerchal do back in the day, going up against the biggest names in the sport. And the great thing about it, Paul Mueller, the few hours left to go, he is still in this tournament.
You know what? Making the Classic is a blessing, you know. God really blessed me to get to the Classic, and I'm no Kevin VanDam, I'm not Randall Tharp, you know, just really blessed, so.
There he is. That's a big one, dude. Thank you, Lord. Stay down. Thank you, Lord. That's an upgrade. I know they're here, man. I know they're here. 5 1/4.
Good one right there for Paul Mueller, and really, if he didn't have his first day stringer, Paul Mueller is blowing this Classic away.
Another guy who'd like to forget about day number 1. One of the favorites coming in, Jordan Lee, had a bad first day, but day 2 and this day, he has been really on him. So many of these folks in Alabama pulling for Jordan Lee, gave him something to scream about yesterday. Brought in the Carhartt Big Bass of the day at 8 pounds, 8 ounces on his way to a 24-pound limit.
I was flipping, and I flipped in this shallow grass mat, and he was in about a foot of water. And when I set the hook, I mean, it was way back in it too. So I mean, it was almost like your dream catch. I mean, I set the hook and I didn't move it, and it's just sitting there, and it comes up shaking, and I get him out of all that junk, and I got him on an 8-foot rod and 65-pound braid, and he takes off and he gets out. I get him out all the stuff, and he goes in the open water and just starts pulling and just almost strip and drag, and I couldn't even do anything with him. I was just holding on, just like, oh my gosh, this is a giant. But yeah, I mean, it's just untraditional style of fishing, and you know, it works when it's the conditions set up for it.
he's gonna help or not.
Absolutely the best fish catch of the show right there.
That's your kind
Sorry.
of stuff
It just
right
made
there.
me feel warm.
Jordan Lee started the day in 14th place. What a day he's having, all the way up into 6th as we go out to Ott Defot.
Ott Defot fishing a main river ledge from about 4 to 8 feet of water that, get this, he has not visited for about 5 years except for this final day. And the one thing you can say, they have been there all morning long.
Come on, babies. Let's do this. Drama building time's over. It's time to show them something. The decisions of a professional bass angler are what makes you look like a genius and like you don't know at all what you're doing. There he is. Oh yeah, stay on, baby, stay on. Stay on, stay on, stay on. Dude, it feels heavy. I mean heavy. I'm gonna come to the back. I'm coming to the back. Golly. Stay down. Oh my gosh. Dude, it's a giant. Stay on, baby, stay on. Come here. Come here. Oh. Come here. Come here. Oh my goodness. Woo! Man! Dude, that's the kind of bass that wins the Bassmaster Classic. Yes! Woo! Woo! Oh, man.
What a fish for Ott Defot. It's going to take him from 6th all the way up to 3rd place and 3.5 pounds behind our leader, Randy Howell. And now back to Edwin Evers, who's missed 2 key fish in the last hour.
Edwin Evers definitely getting bites. They're not the ones he wants to bring to the Bassmaster Classic weigh-in stage, and things not going well in Evers' boat.
Golly! That was a giant. Look at the boil. Golly, did you see the size of that one? It's a 5-pounder. Dang it! She just came up and turned on it. Golly. That was a big one.
Another disappointing miss for Edwin Evers, and he remains 3.5 pounds behind our leader, Randy Howell.
And it's very predictable with our leader in any Bassmaster Classic that we've covered, full of confidence and momentum, and that was not the case with Evers at the Day 2 weigh-in.
It was an absolute biggest grind I've ever been a part of. It was absolutely hard. I mean, there was just, one, I couldn't get very many bites. The bites I did get, they wouldn't hit the bait very well. You know, I had 4 or 5 of them just knocked the silly snot out of it. Gosh, dang it! I didn't hook them up, and then I lost a couple 4-pounders. Gosh, dang it. And it was just a rough day. Big one. Getting better. Not as big as I thought it was, but.
Cull for Edwin Evers here in the waning hours of fishing. He's now 3 pounds behind Randy Howell.
Randy Howell in the back of Spring Creek. He's been here all day long, and here's a critical point to make right now with Randy Howell. He caught the bulk of his weight early and has slowly just culled up, whether it's a 1/4 pound, a 1/2 pound. But each one of those culls so far today, guaranteed those are critical catches.
Come on, baby. Momentum's building, boy. Momentum's building. Golly. Them other guys could just have a slow day today. Anything can happen. I wouldn't put nothing against old Randall Tharp and even Evers both. They're both two of the best out here. And Tharp is one of the best on this lake. I picked him in my favorites to pick him on my fantasy team. But whatever's meant to be is gonna be. But I'm gonna scare them bad as I can. Some big ones are moving up on this side right now. I finally caught a 5.5 pounder on this bank. Caught so many fish that size on this bank over the years. But when they get on it, they get on it. You don't just catch one on it. There he is. Might be a good one too. Coming up right there. Oh man, it's a bigger one. Yes, yes, Lord Jesus, it's a big one. I'm gonna come all the way around the boat with him. Come right here where I can grab him. Just hold still. Yes, yes. That's another good one, yes. Woo! Yeah. Thank you, Lord, thank you. It's turning into one day, Jesus. That's a 5 1/4. It's a good 5 1/4, 5 1/2 maybe. Oh yeah, 5 1/2 I think. There's the 3 big ones in here. 4 and 2. That's a good one right there. That's a 4 3/4 right there to let go. There she goes. Thank you, Lord. Woo, you got that right. Oh, that was pretty. Like a B.A.S.S fish, didn't it? Come on, let's do that. Let's do that some more.
Hear that, Randy Howell having a time.
Randy Howell with the 3.5 pound lead over Paul Mueller and Edwin Evers. And Randy Howell, he's had a great career, been so close so many times. He'll tell you he's not big in the wins column, but this win here could make up for all that and more. The crowd getting revved up at the BJCC, and we're getting closer and closer to weigh-in time.
That's my tournament right there, baby.
The Geico Bassmaster Classic, our final day coverage continues from here on Lake Gunterville. We've seen one of the guys on top, Randall Tharp, endure a very, very punishing setback, a big lost fish. Meanwhile, we saw this man, Randy Howell of Alabama, load his boat with a huge limit in the first hour and a half of fishing. And now moving up into second place, just 1.5 pounds behind Randy Howell, is Paul Mueller.
Mueller fishing just south of the B.B. Comer Bridge, and well, he has definitely not caught the numbers that Howell's caught today, but they have been the right ones.
Okay. Clunn.
Paul Mueller tightening things up now. 1/2 pound separate him and Randy Howell and Paul Mueller, the Bass Nation qualifier for this Bassmaster Classic, looking to be the first nation guy to win in 20 years.
Back down the lake to Edwin Evers. Edwin Evers has had a very, very frustrating day. And listening to Edwin Evers right here, he knows his work is far from done.
It can happen. I mean, I have faith that it can happen. You know, I've seen it happen. I've been doing this 13 years now, and you can catch them right up to the last minute. It don't matter if you catch them at 8 o'clock in the morning or 3 o'clock in the evening, you know. I mean, it doesn't matter. You just have to catch them. The first one I caught down this stretch was up in there a little bit. All the other bites I've had have been on that outside edge. Fish might start setting up in here, trying to spawn. There's a big one. It ain't as big as I thought, but I'll take it. Oh, stay on there, fish. Good. Gotcha. Yes. Getting better.
More encouragement for Edwin Evers. Now he slides in just a pound behind Paul Mueller, who's behind Randy Howell, who's done an upgrade of his own. Randy Howell now sitting at 67.5 pounds.
Back to Randy Howell, going to recap his day in Spring Creek on this bridge. And this is not a magic bridge. If you're to ask any local about the Spring Creek Bridge, it's probably one of the most well-known tournament areas on all of Lake Guntersville. All of these bridges around this lake harbor fish like that. The problem is timing. You'll catch one here, one there. Randy Howell has hit the mother lode that have pulled up on this bridge and are eating. And for the first time today, Randy Howell is going to leave the bridge. The problem he has right now, everything in his live well is over 5 pounds. Randy Howell's going to fade to the back of Spring Creek, exactly where he caught a 6-pounder on day 1.
Nah, yesterday I only had 18.3. Had 20 pounds, 3 ounces the first day. 18 was definitely not great yesterday. And I kicked myself as many fish as I caught over there this morning and I didn't come over there. What happened, I come through there twice to fish it. Coming back here, there was local boats fishing. So I didn't get to fish it until I come out of here and stopped right at the end of the day and started catching them and I ran out of time. I got about as good a stringer as you can have without catching a real big one right now. I was 9 pounds out. If I could catch me a 9-pounder, that put me back up even a little bit. There he is. Uh-oh. Big one. I think this is a big one. Yes, this is a big one. Please, stay on. Yes, 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 real big one. Yeah. Yes. Watch out, watch out, watch out, watch out. Yeah. Woo! Yeah. That's what I came back here for. Oh my gosh, look at them nasty creatures coming off that fish. Oh my Lord. What are them things? Oh. Get off that nice bass. That bass is pretty for you to be getting on. Get off them things. Nasty thing. Yes, sir. That's how you come back right there. Oh man, fires me up there now. That's a nice one. That was almost 6 pounds, probably 514. Yeah, 512, 514, easy. Whew, thank you, Lord. Thank you, Lord.
Absolutely one of the most incredible tournament days we have ever covered on the Bassmasters.
No doubt, and Randy Howell with another upgrade there, another step closer to a possible new record. And meanwhile, Randall Tharp, his fortunes have not been going in a positive direction this afternoon. He needs a quick turnaround, and he needs it to happen in a big way.
Oh God, it's a freaking giant. Yeah! I just made some money, people.
Last minutes with Randall Tharp fishing just outside of our takeoff. Randall Tharp done everything he could to get back in this.
Oh, look out, Randall Tharp. So I'm looking at his watch right there. Our fishing time is just about expired. The crowd at the BJCC getting truly fired up. A lot to watch and a lot to anticipate. The best anglers in the world will decide the world champion. And that is coming up next.
The Geico Bassmaster Classic, presented by Diet Mountain Dew and GoPro, is brought to you by Mercury, Triton Boats, Minn Kota, and by Nitro.
The Geico Bassmaster Classic final day fishing has concluded, and this is the moment everyone waits for all year long. We are moments away from crowning our world champion in this tournament, this wild final day in which the whole tournament, the whole Bassmaster Classic, has been stood on its ear by that man, Randy Howell.
Tommy Sanders, it's time. Are you ready? Randy Howell, you are the Diet Mountain Dew breakthrough move of the day. And it was when he was headed upriver and decided, you know what? No, not going to be good today. Going to be great. That was his exact words. Got into his area right there in Spring Creek. He went to work in a big way. Randy Howell, get ready, Tommy Sanders. You are the Diet Mountain Dew breakthrough move of the day. Oh, no way.
There we go, and Randy Howell waits to weigh him in. He says it's been the most outstanding day of fishing in his life. Will it result in a Bassmaster Classic trophy?
Time to raise the level again. Here we go, ladies and gentlemen, from Springville, Alabama, Randy Howell.
Randy Howell has had an absolutely incredible day. If Fast Track is right, this leaderboard is going to change. A two-time Bassmaster winner, and fish like that are the reason why. It's always a good thing when you're struggling to get those fish out of your Triton live well, and that is the case for Randy Howell. Boy, oh boy, went to work today in a big, big way. Holy moly. Dude, you put on an absolute clinic today, and the work is right here. Wait till you see these fish. Went in today in 11th place with 38 pounds, 6 ounces. That is about to change. You ready? You guys ready? Needs 20 pounds, 14 ounces, 5 fish all alive. 29 pounds, 2 ounces. Alabama's native son represents. 67 pounds, 8 ounces, and Randy Howell is our brand new Geico daily leader. That is a fistful of finned freaks of nature. Absolutely the day of a lifetime, basically. Tell me what's going through your mind right now.
I mean, I tell you what, it was the day of a lifetime. You always want that. You know, honestly, in 21 years of bass fishing, me and my wife, Robin, riding here, I cried for an hour trying to get it all out. And I don't even know if I'm going to win, and it don't even matter, because it's just the best day I've ever had fishing. For those folks right there, that's the King's home right there. Everybody knows who they are in Birmingham. This is the first time they've ever got to come to a Bassmaster Classic. And I didn't really expect that I was going to have a chance at winning after the first day, especially after yesterday. And I just thought, I just got to come in here today and do all I can do to make them proud and showcase what they are and who they are and what they do. And I love every one of them. They're awesome, and I'm so proud to represent them and help raise money for their homes and just to see the great things that God does, because, you know, people care for other people, and that's what we want to make a difference in people's lives. But getting back to the fishing, that 21 years of professional bass fishing, that's the biggest stringer I've ever weighed in my life. California, to New York to Florida. That's the biggest stringer on Lake Gunterville, Alabama. That tells you how awesome that lake is. This morning I'm running up the lake and I already know where I'm going, and I just got the overwhelming urge to turn around and go to Spring Creek. And I ended there yesterday and caught them every cast for 15 minutes on the riprap, and I just had a feeling to go there this morning. It wasn't even my plan, and I turned around and went there, and I know it was the Lord leading me to go there, and I went, and yeah, and I pulled up, and it was every cast, and I caught a 22 pounds quickly, and in no time I had hundreds of people on the side of the road on the bridge, and it was the best day of my life fishing. I mean, they were just lined up, cheering me on. Everything came together right to make a magical day. And I thank all my sponsors. I appreciate y'all, and I'm gonna sit up here and sweat it out and cry probably a whole lot whether I win or lose. So.
Let me hear it for Randy Howell. Randy, the most coveted seat in professional fishing, the Bassmaster Classic hot seat, and look at right there. How bad do you want to touch it?
You know, I actually touched it on the dock the other day and had my picture taken with it, and I don't know if that was good or bad. We're gonna find out. I want it real bad though, and this is the most sick feeling I've ever had in my life. I feel like I'm gonna pass out. My legs are shaking. I've cried like 10 pounds of snot. Don't have no Kleenexes left.
Well, just a few more minutes left to go, but a scary cast of characters. Let's roll them through. Our first angler, representing the Bass Nation. He is a full-time fishing guide on Candlewood Lake in Connecticut. That may be about to change right here. Let me hear it for Paul Mueller. Paul Mueller looks to be bringing a load of fish here. Incredibly calm, 29 years old, and a chance to win the Bassmaster Classic. 41-13 to start the day off. 25-12 is the number he is looking for. This is going to be very, very close. 25-12, 24 pounds, 11 ounces. So close, a tremendous rally on day number 2 and number 3 for Paul Mueller. Bass Nation, let me hear you. 66 pounds, 8 ounces, puts you in second place, falling 1 pound, 1 ounce short of this victory here. We know you'll be back. Congratulations, an incredible run for the Bass Nation. Let me hear it for Paul Mueller. Let's bring through the next one. He was the fan favorite rolling into this. Everybody picking him. Let me hear it for Randall Tharp. Randall Tharp rolled out this morning with 47 pounds and 5 ounces. Seemed like nothing could stop him from day number 1. Had a big lead on Randy Howell going into this, so you don't need quite as much as our other anglers. Looking for 20 pounds, 4 ounces, 15 pounds, 7 ounces. Well, we look forward to seeing you all year long in the Bassmaster Elite Series and want to congratulate you on a great finish here.
Well, thank you. I'm looking forward to this year. I mean, I'm fishing against the best guys in the world this year over there. I mean, that's the reason I kind of am making a switch. And, you know, Kevin and Edwin and Randy and all those guys, I mean, they're going to push me to become better, and that's what I want. So I'm looking forward to this season. Watch us on the Elite Series.
You getting any better is a scary, scary thought. Let's hear it for Randall Tharp. And then there was 2. That's what makes our sport so great. Look over there, Randy.
Oh, man, that's amazing.
One more angler left to go. How are you feeling, my friend?
Words can't describe. That's all I can say. God is good.
All right, let's roll through our final angler. He left here on Championship Sunday as our Geico daily leader, had 47 pounds, 6 ounces from Talala, Oklahoma. E squared, Edwin Evers. 8 Bassmaster wins. Oh boy, get loud, Edwin Evers. Randy Howell, join us at the scale. One of these anglers is going to be your Geico Bassmaster Classic champion. Side by side, 47 pounds, 6 ounces coming into this. Edwin Evers has got 5 fish. 47 pounds, 6 ounces when he left the dock this morning. Edwin Evers looking for 20 pounds, 3 ounces. 18 pounds, 5 ounces. Birmingham, get loud. Your 2014 Geico Bassmaster Classic champion, Randy Howell.
You look at Randy Howell, you look at that face, and what you see is 2 decades of professional bass fishing. All of the ups, all of the downs, all of it rewarded on this special day when he's crowned with the highest honor bass fishing can give a man.
Look at all 3 days of this tournament. This was not a magic spot. It was not one magic lure. It was none of that. It was a guy that survived the first 2 days of this tournament. He rolled the dice as much as he has in his entire career on this final day, and he threw a knockout punch.
One of the greatest comeback stories of all time in all of Bassmaster Classic history. Just about reached that point where traditionally we bring out the family and take that triumphant champion's ride around the arena.
Geico Bassmaster Classic champion, as he makes the Ring of Champions, make sure to give him some love. An unbelievable comeback. Your 2014 Geico Bassmaster Classic champion, Randy Howell.
This is it, the moment every competitive bass angler dreams about. Making it to the Bassmasters Classic, the World Championship of Professional Bass Fishing. For Bassmasters, this is the Super Bowl, the World Series, the Final Four, and prized as much as Olympic gold. Greensboro, North Carolina, the heart and soul of Tar Heel country, Big Blue basketball, national championships, and this is David Fritz country. The good old country boy from Lexington, North Carolina has come home to defend his Bassmasters Classic crown. And never in the 24-year history of the Classic has any angler been such a lopsided favorite.
Never in our history have we ever had a man to win a Classic and then turn right around and be Angler of the Year. Here he is, David Fritz of Lexington, North Carolina. Come on, David. Come on, B-Team. Let's put him on. Come on. There we go. Come on, David, boy. That's what I knew he'd do. Great job.
I got to take my hat off to all these people here. I have never been so touched in all my life. you know, by the signs out on the road, the people out there standing, boats going up and down the lake. There's no amount of money that would buy what I felt this week.
The Fritz Blitz, a career in a year. Winner of the 1993 Bassmasters Classic, followed by a victory at the Virginia Invitational. 6 top 3 finishes, including another win at the Georgia Top 100. Capped off with the coveted Bass Angler of the Year title. An unbelievable streak. Fritz won the Angler of the Year race in a walk by over 61 pounds. Can he keep it rolling? Can he win back-to-back Classic championships?
David Fritz is really favored in this tournament, and I suppose there's several reasons for it, but probably the most reason is he lives about 15 miles from High Rock Lake, and David's fished this lake all his life. He spent a lot of time out here and probably knows the bottom of this lake better than any fisherman fishing in the tournament. But not only that, this, you know, in the summertime, David Fritz, his main suit and best suit is deep cranking.
I try to key in on patterns, underwater patterns, you know, just like if you, patterns that people fish like docks on points or docks in coves or a grass line point or just whatever the pattern may be. I try to do that out here in open water, and I think that's what's made my success what it is. You know, I can realize what type of structure the fish are on, and most of the time I can go look for that or either duplicate it. And I think that's been the real key to, you know, successful structure fishing.
One thing working against David is the water is up a little bit this year. It's higher than he would like to see it. If the water were 3 foot lower, I think David Fritz would have a great chance to win this tournament. Guys like Denny Breyer and Tommy Biffle are going to be, they're going to be strong in this tournament because the water is up and the fish are going to be congregated around certain docks. So flipping and pitching the jig is going to be another pattern that really should prevail.
The conditions have changed a lot. We've had the lake come up, it's dirtied up some, and now it's starting to drop, which is an adverse condition, but I've seen that work in an angler's favor if he makes the right adjustment.
I've been way up the river, and I think it's possible to catch them. You know, we catch them at home in that red, muddy water, and it's been red and muddy for several weeks now, so I think a guy could catch him up there, and maybe that might be my plan for Saturday.
Our cameras will be following the action throughout the entire Bassmasters Classic, and you're lucky because you're going to have a fellow in the boat, Ken Cook, former Bass Classic champion, who will be narrating and giving you the predictions of what these guys are going to do next and what they're doing at any given time. Ken, what do you think the strategy might be for winning this tournament?
Ray, I think there's 2 possible strategies. There's 2 schools of thought on how to catch the most bass in this tournament on High Rock Lake. One is a shallow, object-oriented pattern, and the other is the offshore, deeper crankbaits and Carolina rig sort of thing. So it's going to be shallow or deep, and I think there's going to be really good fishermen at both those strategies.
Rick Clunn, the 4-time winner of the Bassmaster Classic, knows about confidence more than anybody. Rick, do you think there's a chance that David Fritz can win this Bassmasters Classic here on his own lake?
Well, there's always a chance, especially the groove that he's been in this year, but I really think that David is probably more beatable here than he is any of the other lakes that we've fished, mainly because of his own teaching the locals how to fish his way. Most lakes that David goes to, most people don't fish for the style of fish that he fishes for. I've never been on a lake like High Rock that more people fish David's style than any lake I've ever fished.
The question is, does he have the confidence to pull it off? It's going to be tough. David, what do you feel about your confidence in winning this tournament?
Well, Ray, I feel pretty good. I felt a little better right now than I did a few days ago. I was real confident after the time that we pre-fished. So really, we're just going to have to wait and see. We've got some different water coming in. We're going to have some changing situations, and it's going to be the man that can adapt to these situations the best. And hopefully, I can do that. I'm not saying that I can, but hopefully I can.
It's going to be a tough tournament, but it's going to be a challenging tournament for not only David Fritz, but for 39 guys that are gunning for his hide.
Stay tuned. The 1994 Bassmasters Classic World Championship from North Carolina's High Rock Lake will continue in a moment.
Hey, driver, look at me. Well, the practice is over. It's ready for the serious business of catching bass. And these 40 top anglers are ready. We're right here ready to launch the first day of the tournament, and the fishermen are ready. The crowds are here by the thousands watching these boys take off. It's going to be an incredible day.
The cream of the crop. 40 of the best bass anglers in the world. 35 seasoned pros qualifying from the Bassmaster Top 100 and invitational tournament trails, plus 5 highly skilled amateurs, the Wrangler Anglers, selected through the Bass Angler Sportsman Society's Federation qualifying system. They face 3 days of tough pressure cooker competition. There's a $200,000 pot. The champion share is $50,000, but the title is worth much more in sponsor endorsements and fees, perhaps as high as $1 million. For some, just to reach this level is a goal, but for a select few, they know the true meaning of being the Bassmasters Classic Champion of the world. 4-time Classic winner Rick Clunn, fishing his 21st consecutive championship, the most of any angler. 1974 Classic champ Tommy Martin, 18 times in the World Finals. Paul Elias, the 1982 champion, and a threat this time if the deepwater crankbait bite is on. 1983 Classic title holder Larry Nixon, the first to bankroll $1 million in B.A.S.S. winnings. Charlie Reed, the 1986 winner, and still qualifying at age 59, the senior of the field. George Cochran, winner in 1987 on the Ohio River with 15 pounds 5 ounces, the toughest test of the best yet. 1988 Classic champion Guido Hibden, who followed that with back-to-back Angler of the Year titles in 1990 and 91. And of course, defending champion David Thomas Fritz, the 1993 winner, by a 7-pound-plus margin at Alabama's Lake Logan Martin in his first ever Classic. But repeats are rare. Only Rick Clunn has achieved back-to-back Classic titles. Even with the home court advantage, David Fritz may be at a disadvantage. His popularity means fan support, curious spectators, press boats, TV cameras, wireless microphones, still photographers, all of which add up to distractions, as well as boat wakes that make fishing more difficult. But David is sticking with his offshore structure game plan.
David is pulled into a little secondary point here inside Second Creek, and what it is the landowner here, apparently when the water was real low, has pushed out with a dozer a bunch of stumps that was up on the shore. He's pushed them out into a pile or a road that sits right next to some real deep water, and David's going to crank, apparently, inside and outside these little stump rolls. And it's the kind of place that a lot of fish can be.
There he is. Guys, come on. Marty.
David is starting off the day with a chartreuse greenback pose 400 crankbait, his namesake crankbait that he's done most of his big success with. It's locally called a Homer color, and he's fishing it looked like in a 6 to 8 foot depth range. He's not fishing extremely deep, and that's why I believe it's probably not one of the weighted models, but it is his bait. He fishes a lot, and it's obviously his confidence bait for this morning.
High Rock Lake covers some 15,000 acres, but the Classic pros fear it will fish much smaller. Rain-swollen, muddy water is being pulled down the Yadkin River, pushing the anglers into the creeks, the clearer tributaries like Swearing Creek, Crane and Little Crane, and Second Creek, a busy place this morning. George Cochran planned to fish this riprap bank, but Claude Fish Fishburne got here first. And the Canton, Georgia pro is off to a fast start in his third Classic appearance.
George, you got to give me a break, man. I'm going to do both. I'd appreciate if you let me have this, too.
Just short. A keeper bass in this Classic must measure at least 14 inches long. The daily limit is 5. Let's check in with Ken Cook alongside the defending champion.
David Fritz has one fish. It's a nice fish. He has had 2 other bites and has lost both of those fish. He's not started off real fast, but I don't feel like that's probably affected his confidence. He's already told us that he feels like his bite's better in the afternoon, so I'm sure he's pumping up for a later afternoon bite, which is typical for his style of fishing. You know, speaking of people that are very good at what they do, Tommy Biffle is known as one of the best flippers on the circuit.
I think if the sun come out, it'd be a big help. I'd like to fish shallow with the water dingying up and everything. I'm kind of afraid to because they're pulling it. As soon as I catch 5 off these docks, that's probably what I'll go look and do, is try to go find some real shallow fish.
For Claude Fishburne, his shallow water pattern is paying off big time. Claude's nickname is Fish, and his official sponsor is unique too. Team Grandma has backed him for 8 years on the tournament trail.
4 more like that. And then Grandma will be grinning. Oh, he got a big one. Oh.
It's pretty obvious that we're going to have a lot of spectator traffic. We've counted as many as 57 boats already watching David Fritz fish, and it's obvious why they want to watch him. He's known to be the best at doing what he's doing. I'll be around the boat a couple times with that one, I bet. There's a critical time in the landing of any crankbait fish is when he gets first to the boat. He's got a barely hooked, looks like. Oh, grab it. Oh. I'm sure it's another big boost to him to catch one more fish, get to the second fish in the box. You know, Kenyon Hill is a fisherman that's first-time Classic contender. He's fished the tournament trail for a few years now, but this is the first year he's qualified for the Classic. He's catching fish, a typical Oklahoma pattern. He's fishing the shoreline cover.
The key is to fish shallow water, for me has been anyway, to fish shallow water cover with good deep water access. This high water has opened up a lot more areas for me, fishing areas that close to traditionally good summertime spots, meaning ledges and drops and long flat points. When you get this kind of condition, the cloud cover and the rain and the rising water, and all 3 of those things probably contributing to it, the fish are unbunching, they're scattering off the deep water structure, which would be a typical summer pattern for this type of a lake. It tends to scatter those same fish that would live on the structure, move into the shoreline cover and cruise up and down the shoreline, and it makes them more susceptible to the shallow fishermen like Mickey Bruce, who've had success, and Kenyon Hill has had success, and others. And so I think we're seeing the conditions playing into the hands of the shallow water fishermen more so than the offshore fishermen like Paul Elias and David Fritz. But don't count them out. It's not over yet by any means.
At Deep Crankin, Paul Elias has few equals. In winning the '82 Classic, Paul made kneel and reel a popular style of offshore structure fishing. Earlier, he caught 2 keepers here, but the bite has slowed. He needs this one. Landing nets are not permitted in B.A.S.S tournament competition. A mean-tempered bass with a face full of treble hooks is a challenge, even if you need it to win the Classic. But Paul's got a handy solution. His Utter Hand, a protective fishing glove. The safety mitt is an idea of Ray Scott for handling fish.
Well, we're coming up on noon, and obviously the weather has stayed pretty rainy, and we've left David Fritz. He's having it seem like a very tough day at the point we left him. He only had 2 fish. We believe that that's probably contributing to the success of the shallow water fishermen like Mickey Bruce. We stumbled on him. He has a good limit of fish, and we're going to follow him around a while and see if we can see him catch a big fish.
The shoreline fish are biting. Claude Fishburne's got his spinnerbait pattern working in 2nd Creek. Tommy Biffle's still pitching a jig to the docks in Abbott's Creek. He's got another keeper. Larry Lazone is running and gunning, hitting shallow water cover with a June bug-colored plastic worm. And it's working. This Florida pro has a 5 bass limit. How is Fish Fishburne handling the Classic pressure?
Trying to tie on.
Jay Ellis is fishing slow. working for a few good bites.
That's a 10th flip to that brush pile.
And Mickey Bruce gets his bonus. This bass will cull the smallest fish in the live well.
That's good. We're right happy to see it.
At the moment, Claude Fishburne's not clowning around. Fish is getting serious about this classic, and that's no joke. Team Granville is making a show at the big show.
8 years he's been on the bass circuit, and 3 occasions he's been here at the Classic with us. His highest finish this year was 22nd in the top 100 tournament on the Potomac River. Fishburne, folks, he's a loose cannon, as someone said. Oh, watch out now. Fish, come on. Crazy thing. So how many fish does he have, gang? I've lost count. Mercy, mercy.
It's a pleasure to be here, Ray.
I can imagine how. I've never seen a more dramatic entrance than you gave us today.
Well, thank you, Ray. You know, the saddest thing about this is Grandma's not here today, but she'll be here the next 2 days.
His grandmother is his sponsor, by the way. Watch his creel, folks. 14 pounds, 10 ounces, mark it, boom. There's your leader. How about it, big team?
The Day 1 leaderboard is a shocker. Not so much that Claude Fishburne's on top, but the tournament favorite David Fritz is in 28th place.
Someone said there were more than 75 boats that were following you down the lake. Is that right?
I don't know. It sounded like a tournament blasting off every time I'd move. You know, the lake's changing out there. A lot of the water that I was planning on fishing has really got messed up, and it's really limited in me to a small area, and I'm just trying to make the best with what I got.
The day's big bass, this 5.5-pounder, anchors Dion Hibden's second-place catch. His father Guido ranks 5th after the first round.
I had 7 keeper bites, and I caught 5 of them.
I dirtied up a lot of the
Mickey
water.
Bruce in 3rd is adjusting to the changing conditions.
Had to move around a little bit, about 2.5 hours without a fish, and but once I got to doing the right thing, had to limit a couple hours.
Another surprise. In 4th place, Bryan Kerchal, a Wrangler Angler qualifier and a Newtown, Connecticut fry cook.
I caught 8 keepers today. I culled 3 fish, and I caught about 6 shorts.
Well, that is a whale of a day. Sure beats flipping hamburgers, doesn't it?
Yeah, it does.
Tommy Biffle's over 6 pounds behind, but still optimistic.
You know, I've led this thing once or twice, and I think I'd be back there chasing them than be up there in the lead.
You'd rather be behind, you'd rather not be the leader.
I want to come in on the last day from about 5th or 6th place and beat them.
Stay tuned. This special 1-hour presentation of the Bassmasters will continue in a moment. Day 2, High Rock Lake. A daybreak launch for the 40 Bassmasters Classic contenders. The forecast is for rain and more rain. But over 2,000 spectators line the launching ramp and shoreline at Abbott's Creek. Hundreds more wait in boats to see the start and follow their favorite angler on the water. Professional bass fishing is catching on as a spectator sport. On the scoreboard, first day leader Fish Fishburne has a 2-pound, 2-ounce lead over Missouri pro Dion Hibden. But that can vanish quickly. On High Rock Lake, 4, 5, and 6-pound largemouth are routine, and Dion collected a $1,000 bonus yesterday in big bass money. Dion's onto a different pattern from other dock fishermen. He's staying out of the creeks, fishing man-made structures along the main river channel.
Being they don't fish these outside docks as bad as they do the ones in the creeks. And especially with all this rain and dirty water and stuff coming down the lake, they've kind of left these outside docks alone. And the neat thing about it, I think most of the guys in the tournament have too.
We found Fish Fishburne in his preparation for his primary spot. We watched him load his hooks with a lizard. He was loading the lizards with rattles, and he also was using a real heavy sinker pegged to the lizard.
This morning, Kenyon Hill of Oklahoma is also flipping a lizard. But he's way upriver in a backwater area that remains clear, despite the muddy water in the main channel. Kenyon started today less than 5 pounds behind the leader. Not far away in Potts Creek, Chet Dothett gets a strike on a spinnerbait. The Florida pro weighed in a 5 bass limit yesterday. He's also pitching a jig in the shallow shoreline cover. fishing pressure in Second Creek is a problem for Mickey Bruce.
Come in this morning, I think I'm third fishing this one dock here where I caught a couple of fish yesterday. And as you can tell by the technique I'm using, the fish are awful tight. And I have to just persistently cast and cast until I get one to bite.
Guido Hibden, the '88 Classic winner, has had tough luck this tournament. He's lost some good fish, but here's a keeper that's going to this afternoon's weigh-in. Guido ranked 5th yesterday. His basic presentation is a jig and Guido bug pitched into shoreline cover. Isolated structure or a depression on a flat can hold bass, as Davey Height knows.
Because this is one just real big flat in here, and it's the only little deep place in the area, and it's got that tree laying in it.
Stay tuned. The Bassmasters will be right back with more world-class bass catching action from the Bassmasters Classic Championship at High Rock Lake in North Carolina.
It's mid-morning and Fishburne still has no keepers in the live well. Fishing apparently is very tough out here today. Conditions are changing. It may get even tougher before the day is over. 3 of the top 5 fishermen in the Bassmasters Classic after the first day were young lines, like Dion Hibden, and he's catching fish again today. You know, Guido Hibden, you can never count him out. He is among the very best at locating fish. And because of that, he's among the very best at staying on those fish. His confidence level gets real high when he locates fish, and he's very slow and methodical. If he's around fish, you can bet he's catching them, and he will be a factor.
Veteran pro Chet Dothett also has a knack for finding fish.
Chet has found an area, obviously, that has a good quality group of fish in it, and it has a number of different types of habitats in it. And see, it's got the trees, the willow trees, it's got a few button bushes, it's got the bare banks. And what a good fisherman like Chet will do, will come into an area like this and he'll analyze each type of cover. And as he fishes over time, over a day and a half now, he's been able to pick out the pieces of cover and the types of cover that are the best places, the highest percentage places to catch the fish. And that's really the key to fishing success a lot of times, is to get the highest percentage places figured out. He's already told us that he's catching some fish on the plain, nothing-looking banks, but his better fish are coming off the trees and lay down. So he's been able to isolate the key structures, the key cover in this big body of water, big piece of water here, so that he can be efficient in his presentations.
The 40 Classic contenders weighed in 129 bass over the 14-inch tournament size limit yesterday. Today, the count appears to be less. In the Classic, a keeper is handled very carefully.
Look out,
Slippery bass could mean the championship. Such a mishap in the '89 Classic cost Jim Bitter the world title, and the memory still haunts him. He lost by 2 ounces.
Oh, no!
Fishburne's finally hooked a bass, but may have to measure this one.
Relax. Time to relax. It's all going to be just fine.
Oh well, stay tuned. The Bassmasters will be right back. The 1994 Bassmasters Classic gets real serious from this point on.
He's representing the Southern Division. Let's have a welcome for Brent Riley. That the day will come, mark my word, that we're going to see a Federation man blow this thing away. Come on now. Come on. Come on, B-Team. Come on, B-Team. Let's go, Federation. I knew the day was coming. All right, watch it. 5 bass, folks. Let's watch it. 8, 19 pounds, even. 19 pounds. There's your man who's taking the lead. This can win the Classic for him right here. Hold up.
But this test of the best is far from over. Don't count the old pro Guido Hibden out.
13 pounds and 8 ounces. 13.
A big bite can make a difference, and Ron Shuffield had the right bite.
That's the one that will put him in the race.
Now, yesterday's leader, Claude Fishburne.
Come on. Oh, Zip. You've gone from the lead to the bottom.
Ray, it was great to be king for a day.
Bryan Kerchal, the final angler to weigh in today, finished dead last in the 1993 Classic. But he's back for another try, qualifying as the National Wrangler B.A.S.S. Federation champion. Bryan is the first repeat Wrangler contender for the Bassmasters Classic title.
12-14 to take the lead. He's taking the lead, 14 pounds, 1 ounce BT.
I'm gonna go out and try again tomorrow, and I think I might have something tomorrow too. So.
Well, this is it. The perfect script. The final day, Classic 94. Bryan Kerchal, an aspiring young pro who toots a fish whistle for luck, is living every bass angler's dream. He leads the Classic, matched against Guido Hibden, the veteran pro, the perfect role model for bass fishing wannabes. Guido's won it all. Bryan leads Guido by 1 pound 4 ounces, but the pack is close behind. Any angler in the top 10 might do it with a big string today. Interestingly enough, the tournament leaders, Bryan Kerchal and Guido Hibden, start fishing the same area in Second Creek, only a short distance apart. Bryan's primary spot is a series of boat docks. He's using a plastic worm, keying in on larger piers and brush piles under the docks. Guido's working the shoreline cover in a cove, and as Ken Cook explains, pitching a jig.
He's fishing it very slowly. He's using his Guido bug, I'm sure, as a trailer. He's putting in a lot of shallow cover, but he leaves it there a long time, and he's fishing very slowly, making multiple presentations. The slow approach Guido uses most of the time is really good in a lot of tournaments. If there are isolated pockets of fish and he can find one, he's always a factor. And that seems to be the case here. The fish are scattered, but they seem to be scattered in bunches. And there's only a limited amount of cover and water conditions that are really holding the fish.
Bryan Kerchal's actually fishing a very limited area, but keeps catching fish off the same docks.
This bank has a good drop-off near it. He feels like the fish are moving up and onto the shore and holding and moving up and down this shoreline. It's very near deep water, and he feels that he has more fish moving in because of the rise in water.
Guido's also flipping a plastic worm this morning. That bass may put Guido in the lead. Bryan's not had a bite.
Missed the first one. There he had a bite. It doesn't look like that big a fish that he just lost, but I know that's got to tell him that the fish are still here.
Here.
Calm down. Do your deal. I mean, fish are here for him to catch. It's just he's got to make it execute, make it work right. And I don't believe that fish will really hurt him. It wasn't probably a keeper, but it is a really important fish because that first bite really gets you started.
Back in the cove, Guido's getting strikes on the small plastic worm, but mostly non-keepers are active this morning.
Hoping to get 1 or 2 off of these docks here. The ones coming up are real nice. They got brush all around them and good water. They should hold a few fish. I know the fish, this is just a matter of timing. The fish are all around. It's just you got to be there when they come up and feed. Seems like when they come up in big bunches and just line up on the docks and you can go down and catch them. That's what it was like in pre-practice too. I just started fishing these docks with this worm. It just popped into my head to start, I fish jigs and everything around the docks. I said, we'll try something smaller. Maybe they want a small prison. Here's one right here. I don't know if he'll keep, it'll be close. But at least it's a sign. Oh, wait, I gotta get that. Yeah, I gotta blow the horn.
That fish may measure, but this one's no help for Guido. Bryan could be back in the lead, but just by ounces.
See if we can get a word with Bryan and see if we can get him to clue us in on what his key is to his pattern. Bryan, can you just give us a short rundown on what your key is to your pattern?
Yeah, the key, I think, is the brush piles and the docks that have the thicker pilings, like this one right here. That's one of the keys. Actually, there's a whole bunch of keys. One of the main keys is probably this lure that I'm using. It's a red shad worm, and it's just Texas rigged on a 3/16 ounce slip sinker. And I'm just kind of doodling it around these pilings and the brush piles. And the key, I think, is the slower, the smaller bait, the finesse type deal here. Just like I was doing at the Nationals, except there I was doing it with the jig. Definitely, I think the most important thing is the lure, is the worm. Because I flip jigs in pre-practice and in practice itself, and the only thing that they seem to key on is this worm.
So it's a smaller bait, it's a smaller profile. He feels real comfortable that he can catch fish, even though this area is getting a lot of pressure. Oh, he's got one. There's a hook. That's a good fish. I bet you it's pulled up on him. Here it comes. Oh, it is a good fish. There, he's got him right to the boat. Oh, man, he bounced it in. What a fish. That's the one that'll put Bryan right back in the hunt, both mentally and physically. That's the fish right there that he's been looking for. All right, now we got a new Bryan out here with us. And there's his fish whistle to go with it. Bryan has worked his way around this corner off of his primary stretch and back into a little cove, which the water's clearer back here. The muddy water from the river is pushed back up into the second creek here a little bit, and it's maybe pushed to clear water back here. And all of a sudden now, he's caught that big fish. There's shad back here. This may be his key move. He's made just a small move, but it may be really, really important. When a big fish like that comes into your live well, you're back in the hunt. You can feel it. He's back in this thing now.
Obviously, the Hibdons have a fan club. Let's check in with Guido.
I've got 3 now. They don't amount to much. Just not getting bit.
Florida pro Peter Tilaveros moved up to 6th place yesterday. However, it's been slow go for Peter T today. The fish have moved too.
Attaboy. That one moved back a little farther.
Back to Guido. He's got a good bass hooked.
I guess when you have one of them, you just have one.
Now back to Peter T.
This is one of those places Guido will sit for 45 minutes and then catch a 6-pounder. I don't know. We'll find out.
Davey Height started in 3rd place, less than 2.5 pounds behind. But this is his first keeper bite of the day. He's struggling. And Brent Riley's crankbait pattern is not the answer. There are no big lunkers in his live well today. We're told Ron Sheffield has a limit. He caught him flipping a jig. If he can get a big fish to bite, Ron's going to be a threat.
Like it's another short.
And our cameras have located Denny Brower. He's always a threat.
It was the first day I was able to catch a 4.5 pounder off of laying down logs. So I concentrated on running some of them, and lo and behold, I caught a 4-pounder off one of the first logs I ran. I've probably got a little over 13 pounds.
Bryan Kerchal's dream of a lifetime could turn into a nightmare. He's got to catch keeper bass.
But he's right in the hunt. It's going to be really close. Oh, there's a fish. Bryan's got a fish.
Good
maybe.
fish.
Oh, that's a good fish. That'll help him a lot right there. All right.
Woo!
Yes.
Needed that one.
I know.
Where's that whistle? Here you go, Roy.
That right there puts Bryan Kerchal solid
Ooh,
back in the lead.
One
He's
more.
right back in it. You know, Bryan just showed us why he's in this Bassmasters Classic and why he may win this Bassmasters Classic, because he's made a little adjustment. Oh, he's got another one, isn't it? All right. Tried to jump in the boat. That's it, brother. Yes. That's going to put him a limit. That'll give him a limit. That gives him a good solid 10 pounds. That means the competition's really got to kick him to catch him. I love his fish whistle.
Stay tuned. The exciting conclusion of the Bassmasters Classic World Championship will continue. We've just learned that Tommy Biffles checked in with a big bag of bass.
Wins and you know, second in the Classic and the fourth, and I believe I deserve it.
The Bassmasters Classic, not just a fishing tournament. This is the World Championship. But the Classic is more than a fishing competition. It's a week-long, fun-filled celebration. More than 100,000 fans attend, seeing the newest in fishing tackle and equipment at a classic outdoor show that covers the 167,000 square foot Greensboro Coliseum. And Tournament Trail followers get their chance to meet the Bassmaster pros at a special Photo Day and Kids Classic. More than 1,500 youngsters participate in the Kids Classic and the Rubbermaid Bassmaster Casting Kids Clinic. But the big show is the final Classic weigh-in, complete with an opening fanfare of laser lights, fog machines, big screen TV, flag waving, gospel singing, country music, and indoor fireworks, staged to put bass fishing fans into orbit. An overflow crowd of 23,000, biggest in Classic history, cheer their favorites. Ron Sheffield has a limit and needs only 8 pounds, 10 ounces to take charge. There it is, 10 pounds. Sheffield leads. Now did Denny Brower guess his creel right? If Denny's got over 11 pounds, he owns the lead.
You gotta have 11 pounds, 11 ounces. 5 bass alive in the weight. Gotta have 11, and he's got it, folks. 14 pounds, 9 ounces, B-team, 18. Leading the tournament yesterday, Bryan Kerchal. Young Bryan Kerchal, 23 years old. Hamburger flipper from Newtown, Connecticut. Kerchal be the first man in history, a young man to win from the Federation if he can do it. He's 8 pounds and 15 ounces to take the lead. He led the tournament yesterday. And a lot of the pros were looking over their glasses at him saying, my Lord, well, that's it. Come on now, son. Come on now. Come on, B-team. Let's everybody stand up. Everybody stand up and stretch now. Come on, Kerchal. You can do it, buddy. Be the first man ever. Oh, glory! Oh, he's done it. All he needed was 8 pounds and 15 ounces, and he's done it. Let's go ahead and weigh this fish. We need 8 pounds and 15 ounces to see if you're going to win this tournament. 11 pounds, 4 ounces, mark it. There you are, B-team. There's your winner of the Bassmasters Classic. First time ever. Oh. Let's give him a hand, B-team. Come on. 23 years old. Bryan Kerchal, 37 pounds and 7 ounces. He's taking the lead by 2.5 pounds. If you have ever believed 3 years ago when you were flipping hamburgers, that's what you do for a living, is that right?
Well, I don't know. Am I doing that anymore?
I think you may give up hamburger flipping, huh? You realize what this means if you win this tournament. We only have one other man that's got a chance.
Well, bring him in quick, because I can't take this anymore.
All right, stand right down there and don't leave, Bryan Kerchal.
This is going to be close. Tommy Biffles got a bragging bag of bass. For sure, Tommy's overdue in the Classic. He's paid his dues. The runner-up in 1990. A disappointing defeat as Rick Clunn charged from 10th place. Tommy's career has been one of near misses. Last year, after leading, he finished 4th. The Wagoner, Oklahoma pro did finally reach the winner's circle, capturing the tough B.A.S.S. Megabucks title this past season. He talked about making a late charge here, and he's doing it, coming from 16th place. He needs 19 pounds, 3 ounces. Tommy may have it. This Classic Championship is going to be decided by ounces.
He has one more to go. He needs 19 pounds and 3 ounces to take the lead from my fish. Oh, my Lord! This thing's good. I don't know whether he's got 19 pounds, but he's still got 2 or 3 small bass. Tommy Biffle was in 16th place. Tommy, your heart's beating, pal.
You can probably hear it out here, Ray. I've been worried about it for a couple hours now.
All right, 5 bass, 5. He's got to have 19 pounds and 3 ounces. He wins. If it's less than that, well, he loses. Kerchal wins. And he doesn't make it. 18 pounds and 13 ounces. It was still a great job. Kerchal is your winner. Kerchal is your winner. Runner-up, Gunterville. There he is, folks. First man ever, 23 years old. There's your winner.
We hope you've enjoyed this special presentation of the Bassmasters, the 24th Annual Bassmasters Classic World Championship from High Rock Lake in Greensboro, North Carolina. The Bassmasters regular program schedule will return on January 1st, 1995. This special presentation of the Bassmasters, the 24th Annual Bassmasters Classic, is dedicated to the memory of Bryan Kerchal, the 1994 World Champion. Bryan died tragically on December 13th in a plane crash near Raleigh, North Carolina. He was returning from a sponsor meeting in Greensboro. The Bass Angler Sportsman Society, his fellow tournament trail pros, and B.A.S.S. Federation friends mourn his passing. Bryan Kerchal's winning tradition will remain as an inspiration to Bassmasters everywhere.
I gained a lot of experience this year and a lot of confidence. And it was really because of the confidence, I think, that I was able to put some fish together in this tournament. Last year, I really had no confidence going into the tournament. I didn't do real well. But this year, I really feel confident. I got paired with some really good guys on the trail this year, and they taught me a lot, and the confidence is really what's doing it for me. I'm going to go out and try again tomorrow, and I think I might have something tomorrow, too. So.
All right, that's good news. Tomorrow he's going to say, let's give a nice hand.